Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
What's this? Godzilla stared at what looked like a thick gate as it fell with King Kong on the deepest seafloor. The ground shook, and many ancient exoskeletons on the seabed hurriedly crawled over, and some ancient carnivorous fish with long tails also fled in panic. And Godzilla didn't care about the creatures. It stared curiously at the huge ruins. The style was somewhat like a Mayan building. Due to the age and the lack of color on the ruins, it became very monotonous and dead. There are fishes digging in the cracks of the ruins, and there are some mimetic creatures lying near the city wall, waiting for food to come in ambush. Although it doesn't matter what era it is. But it is not impossible for such a thing to appear on the bottom of the sea. In the deepest seabed, there is even a place similar to land, and there is air. Although the oxygen content is very small, it is still similar to the normal ground, and it is a place that cannot be submerged by sea water. Plus, there's an odd throbbing that draws Godzilla in one direction. This feeling. Like telepathy, and like a call from somewhere, Godzilla began to go downstream from the upper layer of the abyss, straight towards the interior of the ruins. According to legend, there is also a king in the sea. It was born into the world in the form of Aquaman, making the ocean a unity. In the eyes of many overlord-level sea beasts, it is the king of the sea, with the power to call upon the beasts and to create tsunamis. And Godzilla, at the moment, was attracted by this breath. I can feel a big guy waiting for us inside. It doesn't seem to be able to move its body freely. Staring at the heavy giant door, Godzilla said to King Kong Boy after sensing the heavy atmosphere behind the door. Wow! King Kong Boy nodded, hanging his mouth, not daring to open his mouth in the sea. The breath of life is quite strong, but the energy accumulation is not strong enough, which is probably about the level of King Mudo. Godzilla's eyes flickered inexplicably. Although the level of a 6th level monster like King Mudo was nothing to it, Godzilla was still very excited. Get out of the way, let me knock this door open. Godzilla retreated to the back, and then straightened his body. Looking from the front, he could only see a dark and terrifying head and eyes emitting dim light, and then a body that was integrated with the dorsal fin. Accompanied by the acceleration of power accumulation, every swing of Godzilla's tail caused the surrounding 1,000-ton seawater to vibrate and twist, and its figure became terrifying as it charged. Suddenly, Godzilla slammed into the heavy giant gate, and the terrifying force split the thick stone into 4 pieces on the spot, and the entire city along with the ruins made a loud noise, and the terrifying impact destroyed all obstacles. Soon, a monster with an extremely oppressive body appeared. Hiss! At the time of the match, the entire temple began to riot, and the terrifying shadow distorted the deep sea. In such a close encounter, Godzilla forgot to step back and looked at this terrified behemoth in astonishment. The ruins of the collapsed temple, together with the Emperor's gravel, crushed this monster under him. Along with the thunderstorm, the giant beast shook the gravel on its body, revealing its ferocious appearance, and sent out a penetrating screeching sound. Spreading, twisted thick arms and tentacles obscured Godzilla's vision. At the moment, huge amounts of red tentacles spread and waved in front of Godzilla. When the huge body stretched out, its mountain-like body stared at Godzilla, and its bright giant pupils were looking at King Kong and appears terrifying and domineering. Woo! King Kong looked at the monster in astonishment, as if he recognized something. Its eyes were fierce, and the teeth were fiercely hostile to this monster. From its performance, Godzilla understood the meaning of King Kong. No, it's not the swamp giant squid, it's the terrifying royal family in the deep sea, the giant sea monster. Godzilla said this, and his eyes flashed with high fighting intent. The monsters born in the deep sea are all fierce predators. Survival of the fittest is the supreme law. The North Sea monster, born in the icy abyss, is inherently terrifying, with dozens of sturdy nooses, which can instantly strangle any creature into powder. The blue flickering terrifying giant pupil, like the stare of a demon, is the embodiment of unknown mystery and terror. Similar to the Cthulhu system, the North Sea monster is also humans' inner fear and indescribable awe, but Godzilla never thought that the North Sea monster actually exists. But this North Sea monster is definitely mutated. There must be strong natural radiation or other energy nearby, otherwise it would never have grown so big. Ordinary North Sea giant monsters can grow tens of meters long, which is quite remarkable. But this head, I don't know the length of the body anymore, it is more than 100 meters long with just one thick red tentacle. In front of it, Godzilla King Kong is like a prey on a spider web. This giant chapter monster. Compared with those sturdy arms and feet, the most terrifying thing on the huge head is that under the 5 eyes there is a ferocious bloody mouth, and there are sharp teeth hidden in it. Much scarier. There were even cyan cracks on both sides of the head, which suddenly looked like some kind of sensory organ. In the turbulent sea, Godzilla met the sight of this terrifying monster, but soon, a terrifying pressure hit. Hiss. The screams erupted, at the moment a noose-like red arm and foot broke through the sea, like a sharp sword. King Kong. Healing Terror's tentacles poured out with blood, reflecting in Godzilla's eyes. 1.3. It stared at this scene indifferently. At the moment King Kong swam forward quickly, 2 huge amounts of palms merged together, and at the moment of high five, a terrifying deep-sea shockwave was generated. Hum. Shockwave hit the red muscle fibers on the wrist and foot, deviates from the direction on the spot, and involuntarily extends to other places. Attention, it's coming. When the tentative attack failed, the North Kraken emerged from the ruins of the temple, waving dozens of nooses in the sea, and began to block the position of King Kong, enclosing it in the form of a net in an instant. But how could King Kong be faster than this creature in the sea, and he was wrapped around his body by many tentacles and feet without even a chance to backhand. King Kong's chest, neck, and arms were tightly locked at the moment, and then the nooses began to retract, making a creaking sound. Beautiful boy. Godzilla leaned forward, the pitch-black sharp claws tore at one of the arms and legs, and then a huge force erupted. The entire North Sea monster and King Kong were touched together, and in Godzilla's grip, they quickly ascended away, leaving the temple area with complex geographical location. Then, the sea monster made a harsh cry, and its arms and legs began to break, and were torn off by Godzilla with terrifying brute force. It is also this flaw that the power of King Kong broke out. He broke free of the arms and legs wrapped around it, grabbed one of them, and swam towards the head of the giant octopus monster, but the North Sea giant monster's fighting methods in the sea were nothing short of false. Every time the blood-red arms and legs pierced through the sea water, King Kong had to block it and push it away, and the fluctuating sea water shone like a cannonball with a sharp light. So many tentacles. Godzilla watched as the monster was pulled out of the clearing, and dozens of 04 arms appeared on his body, causing his scalp to go numb. How long does it take to eat this? When King Kong and the North Sea monster were fighting, Godzilla's tail lit up with a terrifying blue fluorescent light, and started to concentrate energy from bottom to top along the rows of hard dorsal fins. In the deep sea, the sea rioted, and the ghostly arms and legs flashed past and turned into sharp blades, trying to pierce the chest of King Kong, but with the huge force generated by King Kong's shove, he instantly pulled away from it. Then, atomic breath. Buzz. Wang bang bang bang. ZZ. Asterisk. In the dark deep sea, a huge amount of blue light suddenly lit up the entire seabed, and then the splendid flames in the sky and the icy sea water produced a burst-like shockwave, which shot out red and blue brilliance, eye-catching. Hiss. The North Sea monster was hit head-on, and its body was penetrated by the atomic breath on the spot, and then the entire bluish-red body became even more red, and it was directly roasted. When all the tentacles stop twisting, the deep-sea version of the steamed sea monster is done. For Godzilla, though, that's exactly what it wants. Beautiful boy, are you alright? When King Kongzai was screaming with his neck wrapped around his neck, Godzilla understood that it was due to lack of oxygen, which caused his body to begin to become unbalanced. Okay, take this steamed sea monster and wait for me on the sea, Super Spiral Hotline. Godzilla will launch a hotline towards King Kong and the North Sea monster again, but its power is many times weaker. It controls the strength that just hit King Kong directly to the sea surface, and directly shocks it into the sky, quickly rising towards the sea surface. Although the pressure of rapid ascent on the body is unbalanced, there should be no major problems with the physique of King Kong. When the North Kraken dies, Godzilla focused his attention on the depths of the ruins and began to swim towards it. The deepest abyss. This is the bottom layer of nearly 18,000 kilometers. Generally speaking, there are basically no creatures here. But if there is, it must be a huge monster with amazing strength, and it is very terrifying. If it is a creature, it will definitely eat, and the North Sea monster is a native monster on the Earth, so it will definitely eat meat. But it is impossible to grow so big just by eating meat. The only explanation is radiation and other energy sources. Now, Godzilla found the vicinity of an active underwater volcano, and the surrounding high temperature and seabed magma turned it into a terrifying area where no creatures could enter. Soon, Godzilla found the source of the radioactive elements in the rock, the main source of energy from geothermal energy. These are Earth energies. As the original gravitational process of the Earth, a large amount of heat energy is generated and converted. Among them, the heat is very close to radioactive heat energy. In addition, the kinetic energy of the Earth's rotation and the continuous transformation of Earth's materials into chemicals can generate a large amount of heat energy. It is also a type of natural radiation. Godzilla used to live for tens of thousands of years. If the Earth's energy is exhausted, then the Earth will usher in the end, and it will be destroyed. And Godzilla can't be eaten no matter how you eat it. What's more, Godzilla can not only eat the internal energy of the Earth, but also the external energy of the Earth, such as the radiant energy of the Sun and the gravitational energy of the Moon. Just like the monsters that absorb the essence of the Sun and the Moon into essences in Wuxia folklore. Monsters are monsters. Different countries, different cultures, say roar is different. Those monsters in ancient times, the monsters in Shanhaijing, may all be prehistoric beasts and so on. If it is too mysterious, it may be a second adaptation. But going back to the beginning, they're all one class, behemoths called titans. Boom! Suddenly, the underground heat energy on the seabed began to erupt, and a high temperature rose from a place more than 2,000 kilometers underground. At the moment, the temperature of the core of the Earth had reached 4,500 degrees Celsius. The huge hot pants emitted from the inside of the Earth, the stored amazing heat is about to explode at this moment. If it was before, Godzilla would have run away without a word. But now, it's exciting, exciting. I have never been so happy as now. I didn't expect that an occasional hunt would actually catch up with the heat burst. The source of underground heat energy is mainly the shape-shifting of radioactive elements inside the Earth. The energy brought by the Earth's core 060 force to the Earth originally, the gravity energy is converted into heat energy, and by absorbing it, you can convert this heat energy into your own body. Of atomic energy. This is super invincible large power bank. Strong enough. After all, the generation of the Earth's energy is irresistible, and any creature can only adapt to the consciousness of nature. Although it can't be stopped. But this rare super feast must eat. 6 months later. On the original ruins of Japan's nuclear power plant, it was built as a place to care for Muto. Another 6 months later. Godzilla, who was absorbing heat energy at the bottom of the abyss, slowly woke up, opened its eyes, and realized that a year had passed. Rumbling. The bottom of the sea was boiling, and the heat wave was surging into the sky, sweeping away the darkness. As the undetected rhythm in the sea sounded, it was like a drum of war accompanied by countless undercurrents. The monsters in the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and even the ocean where the entire world is linked opened their eyes. A sound like a drum of war flashed through the hearts of every monster that gave birth to wisdom. It was a mysterious wave like telepathy that quickly spread out on the sea. This is the heartbeat from the awakening of the Monster King. The first moment Godzilla opened her eyes, I noticed changes in my body. It's not that it has evolved again. It takes a long time to accumulate after this level, but the heat energy absorbed during this time has caused a subtle change in Godzilla's jealousy. Split. Yes, just like cell split planting, the side of the main atomic furnace split into a small atomic furnace because too much energy could not be stored. And that energy, that is stored in the body as a backup energy source. Godzilla was surprised. He didn't expect that the second backup atomic furnace energy was born. This means that if the first atomic furnace energy is exhausted, the second backup energy can be activated. At the same time, dual core activation can also be used to double the power of the atomic breath. Make it ecstatic. Excited, Godzilla roared towards the ocean overhead. Accompanied by the terrifying blue fluorescent condensation, and then transformed from the heart of the furnace to red, the high-temperature atomic breath instantly crossed the heavenly palace, shot through the atmosphere at an unstoppable speed, and fell directly into the sky. Then, Godzilla began to float away quickly, and along the way, it saw many schools of fish that died because of its breath line. It simply did not waste resources, eat what can be eaten, and give what cannot be eaten to other marine predators. Crack. During the storm on the sea, Godzilla's body suddenly surfaced out of the sea, and the bioradar was turned on in full range, instantly expanding the surrounding tens or hundreds of kilometers of life aura. From big to small, from small fish to big fish, countless dense light spots are swimming rapidly in the radar display. Godzilla discovered something abnormal when she was paying the sea, and suddenly realized something. Her face became quite strange. What about King Kong boy? Remember to throw it out to the bottom of the sea, and then go to absorb the heat. Etc. It must have been a long time before you knew it. When Godzilla was a little surprised, suddenly there was a roar in the distance, and from a small island, a giant beast jumped into the sea. Original. This year, King Kong has been waiting in this sea. Go catch fish when you are hungry. When thirsty, collect fresh water from the storm on the island. The island formed by the corpse of the North Sea monster attracted many fish-peeping ships. Although King Kong tried his best to drive them away, they were almost eaten. It is estimated that Godzilla is not waking up. Kong had to look for other islands and return to Skull Island. To say this year. There are indeed humans who have witnessed King Kong. When the huge ship came, King Kong, who was squatting on the island where the corpse of the North Kraken turned into, watched them curiously, while the humans changed their course and ran away in panic. Later, no more later. Seeing the boy who kept his promise like King Kong, Godzilla didn't know what to say. It felt that if he didn't find a female orangutan for the chaotic boy, he would be really sorry for the hard work over the years. That's all. The two monsters walked together and continued to swim in the Pacific Ocean. Godzilla woke up in the year 2000. Also, incredible. In the Earth of the 21st century, human beings have undergone tremendous changes in a short period of time. The rapid development of science and technology has almost exploded across the times. Because the monsters have changed the world, it has also allowed the development of human technology to develop much faster than the Earth in other parallel universes. Iron Man was born a few years ago. When Tony Stark defeated the terrorists, improved the steel armor, created fusion energy, and became the real Iron Man. At the press conference the next day, Tony declared, "I'm Iron Man, long." His life can be called the history of genius. Tony Stark was gifted and intelligent when he was a child. He didn't enjoy the mischief like other rich children, but quickly became an amazing genius. When he was young, the monster, Tusho, invaded San Francisco, and the shocking scene changed Tony Stark's life. At the age of 15, Tony Stark, with his extraordinary brain whole and thinking, participated in and researched the second-generation mecha, Tango Wolf of the Hunter Plan. At the age of 17, Tony Stark graduated from the Polytechnic University with proud achievements, and inherited the history of the family business Stark Arms Company, becoming the new owner. During this time, Tony Stark continued to research and develop Iron Man's technology. At the age of 21, Tony Stark's father died, and he did not suffer from sadness for a long time, and soon he reinvested in the research and development of humanoid steel armor. Finally, last year, he became the real Iron Man to conclude. The year 2000 was a very big leap. Godzilla evolved into the King version, and gave birth to the main and auxiliary atomic furnace systems, and the dual core is more powerful. Celestial Dynasty, Yunnan Temple Gaolin, Mothra worm eggs evolved, and larvae were born. Antarctic permafrost, giant monsters, three-headed demons are named Zero Monster. All 17 titans in sleep on the entire Earth were found by the Emperor Organization. The era of true monsters is coming. This will be a new history, a new world begins. Ruins of a nuclear power plant. The base vibrated slightly, the lights flickered and dimmed, and the technicians in the monitoring room checked all the data and looked at the giant cocoon in horror through the tempered glass, feeling uneasy. He immediately notified Dr. Serizawa. "Teacher, you are finally here, what should you do with this Muto?" The female assistant Vivian walked quickly with a cardboard and a pen. Serizawa also quickly came to the control room, staring at the various data with surprise and hesitation. "Sonic, does the frequency have an effect, of the king?" Vivian shook her head. Serizawa froze for a while, always feeling that something was wrong. "It doesn't respond to Godzilla's sound waves." "What if it's electromagnetic waves?" Serizawa murmured silently, and then focused his attention on Muto in front of him. Muto's cocoon was surrounded by iron frames, and technicians approached from time to time to check its status. Huge amounts of Muto's cocoons were like glowing metal objects, with orange lights flashing from bottom to top in rows, flickering every time more sucked. Electromagnetic waves react. The female assistant Vivian looked at Muto's value and found that it responded to electromagnetic waves to a certain extent. But more questions. It did not achieve the effect of communication, it can only be said to attract its attention. Very good, trying other ways to communicate. Also, what happened to that male's Muto egg? Doctor. That egg was taken by the Americans, supposedly for biological research. Hearing this, Serizawa frowned slightly. Although the military base's detection equipment and defenses are many times more advanced than before, this is not what he is concerned about. Because Muto's destructive power is extremely strong, he is not afraid of these weapons at all. Pep. Muto cocoon suddenly caught the external electromagnetic wave. For it, which was born to communicate with electromagnetic waves, it quickly understood this message. Human electromagnetic waves, I need you. After the female Muto reacted, she also began to emit electromagnetic waves towards the outside world. It mistakenly believed that the male Muto had completed metamorphosis development and now required mating and reproduction to create the offspring population. Therefore, although Muto made a decisive decision and began to send out signals continuously, this also means its electromagnetic waves will also be received by the male Muto, who is being studied in the United States, and may even wake up early and emerge from the cocoon. Doctor, it's reacting. The female assistant Vivian excitedly took the 060 data map, and the wave-like electromagnetic waves on it showed the situation. What does it say? It's not very clear, but I can see it's excited and happy. Hearing this, Serizawa revealed doubts. Excited? Why excitement? Shouldn't it be all doubt and curiosity? It was at this time. Sudden. Another faint, like electromagnetic waves coming from afar. The electromagnetic wave was intermittent, and only the female Muto could read it. It's electromagnetic waves from Shungmuto. There is a lot of food here, and there are bugs feeding me energy. Probably just want to say that the researchers in the United States are constantly injecting some kind of irritating radioactive energy into the cocoon of Zion Mutuo. It is not difficult to guess that they should be studying how to use the ability of the Muto race to absorb radiation. In this way, humans can purify the level of nuclear pollution and nuclear radiation. It is the so-called seeking wealth and risk. Once it succeeds, it will be a qualitative improvement for human beings, and it can greatly improve the civilization of the earth as a whole. So, they are also gambling. Even if the face, Ebdo, is facing the danger of Muto hatching, it is still researching. If Muto has signs of hatching, then immediately execute the destruction. But who knows? Muto can communicate across mountains, rivers and seas. The dialogue between them, human beings are caught in the middle. Humans don't understand what Muto means, and Muto doesn't understand what humans mean. However, the bridge built by humans gave the two Mutos a chance to chat. Didados. A creepy sound came from the female Muto's cocoon again, like a demon's sneer. The electromagnetic wave chat started again. Come find me. After Muto spreads this electromagnetic wave message, he begins to enter the final stage of metamorphosis. The difference between male and female Muto is the wings on the back. Although Muto is large in size, strong in forelimbs, strong in destructive power and high in attack power. And Zion Mutuo, with a pair of huge amounts of silver-gray wings, is elegant, noble, and full of the feeling of demon burning. Obviously it is a male, but it looks much better than a female. At the moment, the female Muto showed a strong sense of mating, which made the male Muto impatient to start breaking through the cocoon. But the female Muto was not idle either. It is also rapidly evolving with tenacious efforts. After such a stimulation, the body absorbs nutrients many times faster. Both Mutos are struggling. They want to meet in such a hurry, just simply reproduce offspring, not for the sake of human beings. However, they don't necessarily have to mate. At the moment, the belly of the female Muto is orange-red translucent, and it is wrapped in a dense pile of clearly visible eggs. These eggs will not reproduce until they get the elite thrown by the male Muto, and are asexual. Reproduction takes a long time and nutrients. So, while boring, it's the mission. As if in the movie, there are always a few heroes fighting to save all mankind, and Muto is the same now. Night falls. U.S. Nuclear Waste Base. The scientists tasked with studying how radioactive material was absorbed by Muto kept moving in front of the screen, puzzled. It was only after the people around received a call from Japan that they discovered that there had been obvious changes in Mutoge. Their roar suction frequency is much faster. At the same time, the orange-red light flickered very fast, and the frequency of the cyclic flickering orange-red light became extremely fast, as if the cocoon of this male Muto had produced some kind of reaction. No, its frequency is getting stronger and stronger. This is a precursor to waking up. Quick! Isolate all the radioactive materials around and freeze them with liquid nitrogen. Many worms die below freezing. A way cryobiology tries to destroy Muto's normal cells, causing them to die. Next moment. A large number of staff in chemical suits opened the huge jars prepared in advance, and introduced a large number of rapidly refrigerating chemicals into the pool where Muto's cocoon was located. Then, Mutoge began to freeze quickly, and the frequency of the orange-red light gradually slowed down. Seeing this, American scientists seemed relieved. Before they could enjoy roar, Mutoge suddenly cracked, followed by the lights becoming flickering, and the entire screen began to vibrate violently with ripples, losing signal, and extremely unstable. Drip drip. The automatic alarm sounded suddenly, causing confusion. Quick, use chemical and biological weapons. No, it's too late. This guy underestimated the speed of Muto's evolutionary metamorphosis. The nuclear radiation that has been instilled in Muto over the years has long since become the energy in his body. Now that the nutrients are plentiful, the time has come. It's already starting to wake up. Click. When the giant cocoon began to shake violently, a large amount of icing material fell off from it and hit the ground heavily, causing the researchers to flee in panic and stay away from danger. At the same time, a harsh alarm sounded, and a terrifying atmosphere suddenly rose in the experimental base. People started to sweat as if they knew they were in a big disaster. It must be killed, it must not be released. Manual start of fixed-point blasting. Start. The hundreds of tons of explosives placed beside Muto began to explode violently, with a slight bang, the monstrous flames and high temperature, and the air conditioning previously clashed and exploded, producing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the surrounding glass. The nearby scientific researcher was instantly knocked into the sky, fell heavily, and died directly. Boom! At the moment the surveillance personnel hurriedly looked at the screen. Shilajila, the surrounding voltage is stable, the screen is displayed normally, and the device also enters the normal indicator. Drip. The waveform of Muto's vital signs is a straight line, which means he has died. Fake, this damn thing is finally dead. Then the leader of the science team sighed and looked ahead. All these years of hard work seemed to be in vain. But at the moment, the smoke cleared as the combatants approached, revealing the blasted, shattered Mutog. However, suddenly, drip drip drip. There were bursts of sounds from the biological detector, and in the aftermath of the blast that had just calmed down, the faces of those who had not had time to be happy suddenly froze. Cuckoo cuckoo. A clear and eerie sound resembling the chirping of insects came from the rubble, and then a terrifying silver-black metal-colored long claw suddenly stretched out from the ruins. Damn it, damn it. The terrified researchers began to sound the alarm in their hearts. Oh, God. They took a sharp breath of cold air and reacted that when they came over, it was too late. Zitsy. The tip of the long claw protruding from the ruins suddenly flashed a crimson light, and then tore the ground. Quick. Metal wall defense, it's an electromagnetic pulse attack. Frightened people immediately isolated the laboratory with an airtight metal coat, the only way to avoid being affected by the electromagnetic pulse. Then, hum. Accompanied by a terrifying shockwave visible to the naked eye, the entire base was instantly swept away, and all electronic equipment was scrapped on the spot, white smoke rose, and the operation stopped. And the laboratory that hid in the metal coat defense in a hurry, escaped the disaster in a thrilling way. But the next moment. Hey good. There was Muto's high-pitched and loud whistling and neighing from outside. Boom. The metal door of the laboratory was violently slammed, and it was instantly twisted and shape-shifted. Then, a tingling metal tearing sound sounded, and the monster's terrifying claws tore apart the thick metal wall. Then, after the metal wall was torn open, from the outside, the researchers who were slumped on the ground watched. The behemoth with a height of 70 to 80 meters tore open the metal wall, with a terrifying sharp beak, and let out a deafening roar at them. Shout, shout no. Everyone stared blankly, staring blankly at the top of their heads, their faces pale. That half-meter thick metal wall is actually so vulnerable in front of a monster of this size. And, is this Muto? This is different from what I imagined. It actually has wings. The American blonde female doctor said in horror. When you can see clearly the huge triangular head, the red eyes, the huge forelimbs in front of him and the short auxiliary wrist on the chest, it looks like huge amounts of mutant beetles. It turns out, these American researchers are still on the information of King Muto, but it is obvious that the Muto in front of him is not as good as King Muto. But even so, it's not something they can control. The rumbling earth kept shaking, the entire laboratory was reduced to ruins, destroyed by Muto, and screams were everywhere. Confirming what Sarazawa said. We are very small in front of the monsters. When they flap their wings, we are wiped out, when they step, we have nowhere to run. With the base on fire, Muto stretched out huge amounts of wings and flew towards the sky. Because it just broke out of the cocoon. It needs more radioactive energy to supplement nutrition. At the moment every cell is full of extreme hunger. Therefore, Shumato flew toward the nuclear waste area in Yucca Mountain, Nevada, USA. This breath. Can't go wrong, it's Muto. It's impossible for Godzilla to miss the perception of any unbridled beast on the planet. At the same time, everyone underestimated the destructive power of the male Muto, which seemed petite and smaller than the female Muto. But it is extremely fast, and at the same time, it is ruthless and good at hunting. When the nuclear waste could not suffice for it, Shumato directly began to attack the nuclear power plant. Its goal is very clear, and the places around the large file size and small emitting nuclear radiation sources all appear in the feedback of electromagnetic waves, and Muto's flight speed is very fast. After a few minutes, the large-scale nuclear power plant in the United States was discovered by Xiang Muto. Heiyang. Flying down from a high altitude, its wings broke the sound barrier, causing terrifying white mist ripples in the atmosphere. During the night, there were a lot of people inspecting the nuclear power plant's main control room, but at the moment they didn't know about it because the equipment at the Xiang Muto research base was destroyed by electromagnetic pulses. When tearing air sounds came from the sky, with the ground shaking violently, after the behemoth fell to the ground and the building cracked open on the spot and collapsed in an instant. Buzzing. The torn-apart nuclear power plant reactor was swallowed by Xiang Mutuo one by one. When the explosion sounded and the flames filled the sky in the nuclear power plant, only a few people fled in horror, because most of them died in the sea of fire. Then, after Xiang Muto finished eating the nuclear reactor, he started flying towards the next place. Overnight, more than 10 nuclear reactors, all destroyed. The casualties cannot be counted, and the losses cannot be estimated. The ruins of a nuclear power plant in Japan. From the ruins, it became a research base, and it is now the ruins. Dr. Serizawa was covered in blood, and fell into the ruins in a daze, his vision blurred, his consciousness blurred, and his dull pupils were like a corpse. Not long ago. Although Muto suddenly tore the cocoon and caused the ground to collapse, he instantly destroyed the takeoff and landing plane and the power grids that were prepared to deal with it. When the rescuers felt it, they found that Dr. Serizawa was lying on the ground as if stimulated. Dr. Serizawa has begun to doubt life. The entire base. Thousands of researchers, 90% fatality rate. When the bodies were found one by one, the open space was already full. When the field of vision was covered with blood red, Dr. Serizawa felt that it was a painful thing that he did not die. It's too late, it's too late. The seeds of fear rose in Serizawa's heart, despair, loss, and endless shadows. True. He figured out how Muto absorbs nuclear radiation, because it's not a creature on Earth, that's all. But in order to get this answer, so many people were sacrificed. Is it worth it to trade your life for a meaningless answer? Ah. Even so, Dr. Serizawa didn't have any hatred for Muto, even though blood leaked from his clenched teeth. Instead, the person he hated the most was himself. Because the culprit behind all this is not Muto, but him. Dawn. Countries all over the world broadcast a piece of news. The host who spoke different national languages had a solemn expression and solemnly stated the two simultaneous monster attacks in the United States and Japan. The name that once drove mankind into despair. Muto, they are back. When the scene was inserted into the ruins destroyed by Muto, even the commentators were stunned for a while, unable to believe that it was destroyed by monsters. And those panicked people are under the banner of asking the government to give them an explanation. Why do monsters appear? Isn't Muto dead? Why do they still appear? Who released them, and what responsibility does the imperial organization bear? In this era, the internet has begun to spread gradually. Although many people do not have smartphones yet, many people already have laptops. When the video with the highest popularity and the fastest spread on the internet became popular, everyone was horrified by Muto's destructive power. What kind of monster is this? It's called Muto, one of the monsters that drove humanity to its knees in 1986. So horrible. If you know that there are monsters in this world, and it is possible to destroy other countries, then come to your country. 0. Ask for flowers. I don't know how to feel. If Muto appears in a hostile country, people in this country will surely gloat, but if Muto is more than one end, the whole world runs. That will cause panic. Anyone who looks a little further away will think about whether their country will become what it looks like in the video. Inside the ruins, Muto destroys the whole city with electromagnetic pulses. Knowing that after appearing in an instant, the picture disappeared without a trace. Although this content is being broadcast urgently all over the world at this time, but at the same time people are fearful, a name emerges in most people's minds. That's right. That's Godzilla. As early as many years ago, Godzilla first shot to destroy the Axe Head, destroyed the monster group for the second time, and ended the monster war. The United Nations government did not dare to say that it was the nuclear bomb that it threw itself, but that King Muto attacked the activated nuclear bomb, causing the explosion. Godzilla planted an invincible seed in everyone's heart, and some of them. It even brought out the one set in religion, and regarded Godzilla as the messenger of destruction and redemption sent by God. They believe in the statement of monster revelation, and believe that monsters are the apostles sent by God to punish human beings for their sins, and they are the punishment for human beings who have severely damaged the earth, because human beings are not qualified to live on the earth. Definitely this time it was considered a cult and was suppressed. Now that monsters have appeared again, and this cult has begun to gain popularity, more and more people have begun to believe in Godzilla, believing that it is the real God. 0. That era was the darkest era of science. Those who believe in science will be questioned, and those who believe in monsters will be regarded as truth. They gathered on the seashore, prayed over and over again, and the voices gathered together and resounded in the night sky. They all call a name and roar, Godzilla. Come back, Monster King, we need you. In this world. Miracles never happen, only inevitable and accidental. Muto's hatching is accidental, and it is a calamity brewed by human beings. And Godzilla appears, it is inevitable, because this is its mission, its work. In the North Pacific Ocean, a warship captured an unidentified biological signal from the ocean and was heading towards this side from the Pacific Ocean. Quick, bring up the screen. The face of the captain of the warship changed greatly, thinking that Muto was attacking. Then, when the satellite image was displayed on the screen, I saw that on the sea, terrifying dorsal fins formed mountain peaks, piercing the huge waves and swimming. It's it, Godzilla. When everyone saw the screen, they were in a daze and suddenly realized. I get it, it's hunting. The other person did not understand why he said that, but the soldier who was hunting Godzilla explained, I once assisted Dr. Sarazawa of the Emperor's organization, and he said that Godzilla is the balancer of nature, and its goal must be Muto. But what if it's for us? Then you are ready to take a bite of the atomic breath. In short, analyze its direction immediately. If it landed inland and fought with Muto, it would be a disaster. But the scarier thing is, at the moment, Zion Muto took more than 500,000 people in American cities hostage. It can be said that as long as it is interested in human beings, it can destroy them within a day. The United States is really unlucky, 2 monsters landed in a row. However, Japan has also been affected. Report, the radar has detected another large unidentified creature. What? Is it Muto? When the huge giant shadow of Godzilla appeared on the radar, it was strange that behind the black shadow, there was a slightly smaller shadow. No, it shouldn't be Muto. The operator immediately switched to the satellite monitoring screen. On that clear display screen, behind the terrifying Godzilla dorsal fin, the body of that creature appeared. Although, it only showed its head on the sea. But the soldier who had served with the Imperial Organization was suffocated in an instant. Then, that's King Kong. This time. Instead of hunting alone, Godzilla brought King Kong. Warship control room. Godzilla and the figure appeared on the screen. When the name King Kong rang, the whole room was tense. Since the Emperor Organization brought back the existence of the monster ecology on Skull Island in 1973, the monster thing has been exposed since that moment. The Emperor Organization also began to study monsters more and more deeply, and human beings classified monsters according to the threat level. The head of the axe is level 4. Poisonous woman and tyranny are level 5. King Muto is level 6. And Godzilla, 09 level. The reason why Godzilla is so evaluated is because Godzilla is not only a small threat to humans, but even helps them deal with monsters. But if Godzilla is angered, or human beings die as 060, Godzilla's threat level is level 9, which is enough to destroy the world. Not only that. Regarding the rating of King Kong, it was also a 4-level standard at the beginning. But now, at least 100 meters in size, right? I remember when I met King Kong last time, it was only a few tens of meters high for a teenager, but now it is a 100-meter level behemoth. This means that the threat level of King Kong has also improved qualitatively, level 6. No, it will never be lower than level 7. Different levels represent different threats. A few decades ago, King Kong could destroy helicopter formations effortlessly, and now although human beings are progressing, King Kong is also growing. Depending on the situation, King Kong and Godzilla are similar beings, they are both members of the balance faction in nature, and King Kong has the same wisdom as human beings, or even higher, and it knows how to use tools. And as long as a human weapon is shown in front of King Kong once, it can remember what that thing is. The next time you deal with it, targeted measures will be taken. According to the research of the Emperor Organization, King Kong is more like a human being, and it has a bloodline that is closer to humans than a gorilla. Although it looks terrible, it is indeed the most accessible creature. In fact, they were ready to go to Skull Island to explore King Kong again, but now they did not expect King Kong to leave Skull Island. After many years, is it finally going to appear in front of human beings? Can I ask what the Emperor Organization is? What kind of terrifying existence have they been dealing with all these years? The black shadow on the screen is getting closer. At the moment, some technical soldiers began to tremble nervously, and their voices trembled slightly. The Emperor Organization's real name is the Emperor Plan, and it was born from the study of Godzilla. This Emperor does not refer to human beings, but Godzilla. It is the Emperor, and researching it is the meaning of the organization's existence. Now that monsters are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, the Emperor Organization has begun to more monsters have begun to study. But as the ancient top predator and the supreme ruler of the ecosystem, Godzilla will always be the god of the earth. Listen to me, offend it and die, let's let the helicopter go away. After hearing what his subordinate said, the warship captain's tense face softened a little, and then he picked up the walkie-talkie and started the helicopter to evacuate. Roar, roar, roar. At sea, a large number of helicopters surrounding Godzilla and King Kong began to evacuate from hovering standby. Then, an unexpected scene appeared. I saw Godzilla let out a deafening roar, the air rippled and the sea surged, and then it stopped, and King Kong stopped too. Like feeling confused. As if thinking about something, when Muto's breath appeared on both sides of Godzilla's biological radar at the same time, Gora began to choose and decide. At the same time, when everyone on the warship stared at the screen with bated breath, Godzilla and King Kong wanted to reach some kind of consensus, but they went in two different directions. Confusion, surprise, disbelief, and fear were on people's faces. Why separate? Could it be said to be splitting up and hunting different Mutos? The more you understand and the more you come into contact with, the more shocked and in awe. History Stark Industries. Bankruptcy. Tony Stark faced a major crisis. The reason is simple. Tony Stark participated in the research and development of Mecha through the Hunter Plan, and officially entered the human stage, dealing with many scientific researchers in the circle. For his research content, after the success of small reactors, more and more people began to invest in 0.0 of his industry. Coupled with the business of selling arms in the old business, it can be said that this has provided a great help to Tony Stark's research on Iron Man battle suit. But it's not too long before the good show. When Tony Stark used his first and second generation Iron Man armors, due to the immaturity of the technology, he used steel as the material. When the flight barely reached 8,000 meters, it began to freeze and then lost power. Later, he improved the power system and flight stabilization system, and then reinforced the outer steel armor, but it was still unavoidable. Then, because many bigwigs see that the investment has not paid off, and many people are not optimistic about Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. You say you can study nuclear reactors, which is a great improvement for human beings. But what kind of Iron Man armor do you have? Nothing to study? Can the small steel coat hold the foot of the monster? Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to study the giant mecha, or other energy development. Therefore, Tony Stark made money by selling arms and research results, and then put the money into researching Iron Man armor. But Iron Man's armor is obviously more cost-intensive, and the smaller the thing, the more delicate details are often needed, which leads to Tony Stark's annual money being reduced instead of earning. Finally, on the verge of bankruptcy, Tony Stark developed a new Iron Man suit. Iron Man Battle Suit, for Malawian Kwacha's model. 1.3. Tony improved the material of the armor, the appearance uses red and gold color matching, and uses the gold titanium alloy of military satellites. The color is close to pure gold, and the melting point and hardness are greatly improved. It has completely improved the shape on the basis of 3 Malawian Kwachas, and it is more suitable for the streamline of the human body. At the same time, the weight is reduced, it will not freeze, and the weapon has been strengthened. Equipped with anti-tank missiles, shotguns, and laser cannons, it can use the energy of the reactor to generate high-intensity laser beams to destroy targets. However, the energy consumption is large, and you have to take a break after using it a few times, which is equivalent to the CD in the game. But, can you beat Muto? Even Tony Stark himself thought it was boring. However, he still has his back. Therefore, in order to change the status quo, let the historical Stark industry, which is about to go bankrupt, return to glory. He had to prove that Iron Man's armor wasn't for nothing. But this 4 Malawian Kwacha's model alone is not enough to resist Muto's attack, so Tony has been prepared for a long time. As early as he also issued this small battle suit, he was also studying the large medium body of the Hunter plan. Code name, 14 Malawian Kwachas Anti-Muto armor. Height, 15 meters. Cell, Orphan Reactor Mark II type. Color, gold, red. Equipped with anti-EMP metal clothing, assembly, and deployment. Stark called it an add-on to modular armor, the Anti-Muto heavy armor, designed to be able to resist electromagnetic pulses, coupled with the strength and speed of the heavy armor, giving him the confidence to fight Muto instead of will be instantly killed. If not equipped with this component template, the normal Iron Man battle suit will be torn apart by Muto's claw. The power of the monster is unimaginable for humans, and it is impossible for Iron Man to stop it. But on Iron Man's coat, a layer of armor is put on. This is the idea of Tony 04's history Stark, and it is the real weapon to deal with monsters. At the moment. History at the Stark Fair. It brings together scientists from all over the world and the bigwigs of the Stark industry, as well as many wealthy people and onlookers. Boss, everything is ready. It was the young female secretary, Tony's personal assistant, and the only one who could be trusted in the company. JRVS, activate the battle suit. As soon as the words fell, Tony Stark stretched his arms, and at the same time, the gold and red metal battle suit began to change combinations. Clang! In a series of mechanical sounds, the golden red steel battle suit quickly bounced outwards, began shape-shifting, and then spewed white flames from below, approaching Tony Stark with his arms outstretched. Moment. The battle suit completed by shape-shifting opens the front end of the robotic arm, fires a red mesh scan towards the front, then locates Tony Stark's arms, and then begins to cover. When the robotic arm and battle suit are fully reset, the front end of the robotic battle suit begins to wrap around Tony Stark. Yesterday, sold out. The battle suit affixed to the back of Tony Stark during the game expands, from back to front, wraps his torso, arms and legs from both sides, and finally when the helmet on the head is completely sealed, where the Iron Man of the gold-red steel battle suit officially appears. Everyone, it's been a long time. From the other side of the stage, flight landed Tony Stark in a Mark IV and Iron Man classic. The crowd was amazed. Then there was a thunderous applause, and then the helmet of the Iron Man battle suit opened, revealing Tony Stark's face. Subsequently, in anticipation, Iron Man stepped forward and picked up the microphone. I'm very glad that everyone is willing to come forward and support at this critical moment of monster attack. Tony Stark finally intends to express his purpose. He wants to take the opportunity to express himself, and let these rich people and tycoons in various fields give strong support to his company. Then, under Tony Stark's suggestion, his female assistant will always stand on the stage and lift the huge black curtain covering the anti-Muto armor, and all eyes are drawn away for a while. Then Iron Man's body began to fly. It flew towards the rear, and the artificial intelligence began to wake up the 14 Malawian Quacha's armor. Above the chest of the huge gold-red body, it began to stretch out, spreading out an operating space that just accommodated Iron Man. Subsequently, Iron Man fell into it, and the reactor on the chest of the golden-red giant armor lit up, and the eyes on his head also lit up. This is the newly developed super armor. Tony's voice came from inside, amplified out. It is made of gold titanium alloy and precision machining, and it has improved the mechanical system, strengthened structural parts, and improved the flight deployment. It has better performance than previous generations in all aspects, plus the energy bomb launch, cancel traditional flame bullets, increase shoulder missiles, chest can launch laser cannons. Anyway, Tony Stark is bragging about how powerful and excellent this armor is at this time. Then this time. I don't know if someone mentioned it unintentionally or deliberately. Can it beat back Muto? As soon as the voice fell, the entire venue was silent. Muto. Definitely. Because that's how it was born, I named it Anti-Muto Armor. Hearing this, everyone became excited and looked at the armor one after another. But, really? Does it protect against electromagnetic pulses? Can. Then it can. Faced with the endless stream of difficult questions, Tony replied as if he had been prepared. At this time, suddenly someone asked, since it is so powerful, why don't you help the military to repel Muto, but open an exhibition here at 060? That's what this exhibition is about, and as we all know, the external debt pressure that Stark is facing. Go on. Defeat Muto, we all support it. Yes, Iron Man Tony Stark, the whole West Bank is up to you. You are superhero. Iron Man. It has come to this point, and I have to bite the bullet. However, Tony Stark was afraid that these people would go back on it and ask them to sign an agreement before playing. At this time, Iron Man did not have the kind of consciousness to save the Earth that Awakening later showed. He only cares about his family and small circle, and he pays more attention to the immediate personal interests. Therefore, the company that is about to go bankrupt is the most important. Otherwise, even if the world is saved, what is the point of him losing everything? But Muto. At the moment in the United States, I don't know how many nuclear power plants I have destroyed, and after eating almost the same thing, I focus on the one that meets the female Muto. And King Kong. It's almost arriving on the battlefield, and it's the first time it broke into the human world, and I don't know what kind of sensation it will cause. Then this. In a few minutes, Godzilla is going to touch the female Muto. Japanese nuclear ruins. Although Muto responded with the electromagnetic wave of Shion Muto, he began to break out of the cocoon, attacked Sarazawa and others, and evacuated the scene. It went in the direction of other nuclear power plants in Japan, destroying 3 nuclear power plants along the way. Since the female Muto does not have the high mobility of the male Muto, although the predation speed is slow, the destructive power is strong. Because female Muto needs more nuclear energy to breed chaos, she is not picky at all, she can eat as much as she can, the more the better. Xian Muto was full at the moment, but it didn't come in a hurry right away. The reason is to know that female Muto also needs a lot of nutrition, and she is rich in wisdom, so she began to choose suitable gifts for female Muto. Humans are compared to monsters. Many people think that human beings have high intelligence, but in fact, this is not the case. Muto's IQ is no lower than that of humans. But they were just born, and they didn't know much about the world and their experience. They didn't understand what kind of race human beings were and what weapons they had. That is to say, when faced with various temptations, Muto behaved like a simple child. The smell of nuclear bombs. Like a hungry child smelling delicious food. In the raging destruction, the female Muto who was looking for food in the nuclear reactor suddenly stopped, raised her head, let out an excited roar, and then turned around and rushed in one direction. A helicopter carrying a nuclear bomb flew over the city, and the nuclear bomb was not activated. After all, this is their king, not to mention that Japan knows the power of nuclear bombs better than any other country. So, the bomb is a decoy, using radioactivity to lure Muto to no man's land, and then detonate. Routine. This is the rich experience and routines of human beings, and it is the biggest gap with monsters. If he hadn't been blown up, Muto might have learned a lot, and had a very strong attack on humans. But the helicopter can fly, the female Muto can't fly, it's very cranky. As soon as he got angry, he couldn't help yelling. When the roar spread along with the electromagnetic pulse, the helicopter misfired and fell directly from the sky. Everyone knows that Muto has the ability of electromagnetic pulse, so why use helicopters as bait? The answer is that there is no way. At the moment, the place where Muto is located is an area with a high population density. If it is transported by military armored vehicles, it will not be able to outrun Muto in a congested city. And can only bet on a helicopter, but don't start the nuclear bomb first. In case of being chased by female Muto, it can also avoid the urban damage caused by the nuclear bomb explosion. In this way, the bait becomes real food. Being treated to a delicious feast by female Muto, at the moment Japan's high population density, has become her most beneficial protective tool. As long as she is still here, no one dares to make a big move against her. It is impossible for the government to evacuate hundreds of thousands of people from the city in a short period of time, and the movement speed of monsters is countless times that of humans. If they want to pursue them, they will run away from nowhere. 2 countries, 2 Mutos. The rich have long used private jets to run away, and the poor have waited to die on trams. Muto blocked the most important traffic intersection. All they can do is to scream and be afraid. Muto's electromagnetic pulse can't be released continuously. During this time, we have 5 to 10 minutes to prepare and do the induction work, lady. Serizawa was also in the military's control room, assisting them against Muto. This is the demon he unleashed, so he has to pay first and foremost responsibility. What is it doing? That nuclear bomb, spit out. When the unmanned reconnaissance drone saw Muto approaching the potholes and the mountains, everyone had questions. Give birth to. Serizawa's face was stagnant, and he said with remorse, if they have collected enough nuclear radiation, they will find a place to breed. If a large number of Muto offspring are hatched, they will take the place of humans. Anyway, it has to be organized. But the safety of the citizens is still the top priority. To attack at this time is to gamble with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Dr. Serizawa, what can you do? The imperial organization should be very good at dealing with such monsters. Hearing this, Serizawa shook his head and sighed. We investigate monsters and study monsters, but we are not good at destroying monsters. There is only one solution at this time. Any solution? Looking for Godzilla. There has been news from the seaside that Godzilla has begun to dock. So, all we have to do is wait, and speed up the rescue. If they fight in the city, Godzilla's destructive power will be countless times more terrifying than Muto, and it happens to be not interested in humans, very it is possible to make the wrong move and cause serious losses. When Serizawa said this, he immediately regretted studying Muto's ecosystem. He originally thought that an ordinary little Muto was nothing. But they didn't expect that even ordinary Muto could not be controlled by them. America. Soon after the Shumto invasion and destruction of the city, in the early hours of the morning, they assembled an army of more than 10,000 people. And there are not only Americans in this army, but also soldiers from other countries. The number is extremely large, like a department established by the United Nations of the Earth to deal with monsters. There is an agreement in the United Nations. If any country on Earth is attacked, then all other countries have to lend a helping hand. In this way, human beings can be united and not destroyed by monsters. But it's really not enough to see. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. 10,000 ants are not enough to kill an elephant. Although these ants have needles that can be fired, they can cause slight cancer pain and physical discomfort. But for Shumato, they are very vengeful. In the face of an attack, they temporarily put their food aside and choose to destroy the creatures that attack them. When heavy weapons such as heavy machine guns, howitzers, and bazookas erected fortresses and hollowed out the city and gathered them everywhere. The helicopters stopped at the top of the building, and snipers took their places. Their task is to contain the play with fire repulsed Dikembe strive to give more people time to evacuate. Support our troops throughout Europe. It can be said to complete all aspects of the arms, to Han. With the exception of the 4th generation F-22 fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and so no way to locate the missile come in handy, these operations require radar and electronic weapons, in front of Dikembe, vulnerable. Someone must sacrifice. Someone must be at the forefront of place. In order to fight human. In support troops. Iron Man will assist us with anti-Muto armor in this fighting plan. Give the people more opportunities. We must come forward. For the country, for the world. A large number of troops gathered throughout the city. They placed an unactivated nuclear warhead in the very center of the city and let the nuclear radiation inside spread outward. In the shadow of the building beside the nuclear warhead, there are these soldiers in radiation suits waiting. When Muto approached, they first used firepower to contain them. If you can kill it, that's the best. If you can't kill it, when the people are evacuated, then fire the nuke and let Shumto eat it. Then click. Everyone will be wiped out, including Muto. To this end, the worst plan they had made was to perish together. Someone has to sacrifice. The morning air is icy. The sky, which seemed to collapse at any time, was covered with thick fog, obscuring Zion Mutuo's figure. Among the support troops, a young man with light-colored hair and pupils was waiting. A little bit of stubble was on his chin, his eyes were a little nervous and looking forward to 060, and a heavy alloy laptop was opened on the military armored vehicle beside him, which contained the system of the headquarters of Stark Corporation. That man is Tony Stark. He was in contact with the female assistant and tried his best to use satellites to capture Zion Mutuo's position. Due to the dense sky, and the fact that it was flying very fast and was elusive, it was not sure where it came from. Stark suddenly looked up at the tactical commander beside him and asked, "Sir, if we succeed, can't you do me a favor?" Success. The tactical commander looked at Stark with some sneer, and then whispered, "Don't think so much. Not surprisingly, your metal armor will be torn to shreds soon. I think we should prepare for the worst." "Wow, okay." Stark shrugged, saying that since you all gave up, there is nothing left to say about yourself. But the truth. He can somewhat understand that the golden red Iron Man battle suit behind him is indeed a disparity in odds of winning compared to that kind of monster. And after learning that Muto also appeared in Japan, the speculation given by the Emperor's organization was that Muto was going to multiply, and the leaders of the world also made a decision, that is, destroy them at all costs. Hence this decision. As Iron Man, he also had to fight. Either he defeats Muto, or Muto kills them all, or the nuke kills them all. Are there other options? Iron Man doesn't know, neither do the leaders of the world, can only count on Godzilla. But by the time Godzilla came here, perhaps the city would have been reduced to ruins. Tony. It's here. Learn. When he heard the notification for the first time, the gold and red steel battle suit behind Tony Stark instantly shape-shifted, covering his entire body. Then, he flew into the warehouse to enter the control body of the anti-Muto outfit. Next moment. There was a harsh air explosion from high in the sky, followed by the screaming of the atmosphere. The sky was roaring, and a shadow that covered the sky and the sun instantly covered the sky over the city. Muto is here. It doesn't need anyone to introduce its identity at all. When the giant metal wings unfolded and began to prepare for the landing buffer, the wind was blowing, and the sky was flying sand and rocks. Boom! The earth shook and trembled. Mutuo's pair of slender but powerful giant claws slammed on the ground, the asphalt road collapsed, gravel and concrete splashed everywhere, and the terrifying shockwave blew the dust out of the ground. Like an explosion of smoke. Hey! The target missile was launched from the military armored vehicle, followed by the missile splitting several small submunitions in the air, ebbed, and began to bombard Shumto's body in all directions like raindrops. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a violent explosion of flames spread evenly over Muto's body. This kind of intensive bombardment can blow up a mountain in a short period of time, but when it falls on Muto, except for the dust and fog in the sky, it seems that it is no big deal. Iron Man stared at Muto in the smoke in astonishment. In the data analysis in front of him, Muto's body was glowing with a metallic sheen, and those missiles didn't play any role at all except to blacken his skin. This is Muto's defense. Tony Stark couldn't help but stare. Simulated hundreds of battles. After using many kinds of plans, there are many measures: freezing, shock, electric shock, fire, temperature change, cannonball, sharp blade, heavy blow, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that he has thought about everything he can think of. I thought Muto's skin was tougher at best. It still belongs to the biological range, and even if it can resist bombs, it is tougher than ordinary metals. But the skin and defense of the monster can no longer be described as terrifying. Hey! When you're on the field, remember, when fighting it, don't treat it like a normal creature. Otherwise you will die miserably. This sentence does not need the commander to say more. Iron Man is deeply aware of it. Over the past few years, Tony Stark, while constantly researching the steel battle suit, he was still fighting terrorists, and even his chest changed, and the arc reactor that used the energy board to generate electricity has caused him to have a slight poisoning phenomenon. I have gone through so many experiences of life and death. But fighting a monster is the first time such a thing. However, he was not alone, and an army of 10,000 assisted him and fought back Muto together. Sizzle. For a short time, the continuous high-power energy jet made Iron Man's anti-Muto armor also begin to float. Then flew towards Muto. The Iron Man armor that jumped up suddenly from a distance, like a giant falling from the sky, smashed his fist towards Muto's head. What about the pot? The huge golden-red armored fist slammed on Muto's triangular head, causing Shion Muto's hind limbs to be unstable, and he began to retreat, shaking his head at the same time, his eyes flashing red, and he looked coldly at Iron Man. Don't stand still, keep attacking, and suppress it. When the sound from the outside sounded, Iron Man moved his body to one side, and in an instant, Muto's terrifying long claws tore out, and passed close to the metal armor. Then, Armored Shoulders launched 2 anti-tank missiles, heavy bombardment on Muto. Sigh. Muto screeched like he was in pain, and began to see the armored Iron Man as his primary enemy. Even the temptation of the nuclear bomb around him has been forgotten. Stay away and shoot with all your might. The other soldiers weren't watching the fun either. When Muto started to rampage, Iron Man began to distance himself, giving people a chance to bombard. Accompanied by a booming explosion. Muto was led into a minefield, and Iron Man flew into the air and began to charge up from top to bottom. Sizzle. The arc flashes, the energy is concentrated, and the terrifying laser cannon is converging and spraying from the chest reactor. Buzz. The laser beam hit Muto's body with precision and accuracy, and a group of flames burst out, and the raging energy enveloped it. Plus ground minefields and fixed-point blasting. It directly made Muto unable to control his figure, fell to the ground, and was covered by thick smoke. Stop firing. The inability to see clearly in the smoke, wasting ammunition or injuring friendly troops was a problem, so they stopped temporarily to observe the enemy. On the ground with billowing smoke. Suddenly, the large silver-white metal wings spread out, and with a sudden incitement, Jiang Shi's dust and smoke dissipated. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they suddenly woke up like a dream, and shot at Muto frantically in horror. Ah! Ah! Monster to die! As if red-eyed, the soldier facing the collapse frantically pulled the trigger. Hey! With the bombing of rockets and grenades, the high temperature and flames made Muto feel a little uncomfortable, and he immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Follow closely. The Iron Man in the air was ready, released the floating state, stopped the energy jet, clenched his fists from top to bottom, quickly fell, and smashed heavily directly above Muto. Research boom. Xiang Muto was hit hard on the spot, and he was shaking with some dizziness. Due to the disparity in size, Iron Man and the armor are only about a quarter of Muto's. Moreover, this is a battle without suspense. The bullet hit Muto, like a human being stabbed by a grass tip. The skin is most itchy and slightly painful, but it is difficult to bleed. Therefore, it is not human tactics that cannot destroy Muto's skin. But they are not rivals at all. So at the moment, in the sky above the city, in the face of the rampant disaster, people fled and evacuated frantically. While Iron Man and Muto are in a life-and-death battle, a battle that will decide the fate of mankind is in full swing. Ha! Drama. Proud. Bang. Bang. The heavy metal collision sounded in the sky, the energy thruster was activated, and then rushed over, extinguished, and the armored fist smashed on Muto. Then he was knocked back, and the energy thruster was activated to stabilize his body. Every time they passed by, Iron Man's golden red armor would be bruised again, and it would be torn open by Xiangmut's claws. At the moment, the ground was filled with gunpowder smoke and broken bullet casings, and soldiers full of blood crawled out of it, a piece of scorched earth, like hell. Wow! Shumato was enraged, and the tips of his claws flapped with red light. Seeing this, Tony Stark's eyes narrowed, and he immediately whispered, "Activate the anti-electromagnetic pulse device." Although he has double armor protection, he is still dizzy from being hit. Next moment. Buzz. A wave visible to the naked eye dissipated the smoke cloud, and the electromagnetic pulse began to spread out towards the surroundings. Zitzizi. Iron Man's internal battle suit, the screen in front of Tony's eyes flickered with snow, then began to stabilize. Although blocked, it still has a little effect. Then. Before he could react, a sudden and violent impact struck. Drip. Drip. Emergency sirens sounded. Armor damaged, warning. Armor damaged. Report battle damage. Tony Stark was dizzy and seemed to be weightless. At the moment his head was bleeding, and when he reacted, Muto had grabbed his entire body and started tearing wildly. Detectors inside the metal showed that Muto at the moment ripped off one of his armored arms. Then the entire anti-Muto armor began to be torn apart, and quickly turned into a human stick. The limbs and head were torn off, and it lost control and fell on the spot. Boom! The armor fell heavily to the ground, and the thick steel armor blew white smoke, revealing the precise mechanical structure and thick wires, and was then bitten off by Muto's teeth. 0. Ask for flowers. The arc reactor was torn out, and Muto swallowed it. Although the armor was destroyed, the Iron Man inside was still intact. Tony at the moment was lying in the body, and the thick steel on the chest of the anti-Muto armor was also torn apart, and the whole piece fell off, revealing the position of the cockpit. The exposed Iron Man was stared at by Zion Mutuo with cold red pupils. It seems to think that the little man inside is a bit interesting. Moreover, the reactor on the chest also exudes a strong energy aura. Tony's pupils in the steel battle suit shrank sharply, blood dripped from his forehead, and the view window inside was dyed red. 0, 0. But when he was ready to fight back, suddenly it was discovered that Muto was not in a hurry to attack him, but stared at the nuclear reactor in his chest. That sight, full of possessiveness. Maybe it is because the energy in this nuclear reactor looks good, and at the moment is regarded by the male Muto as a flower gift for the female Muto. I'm familiar with this look, but don't look at me. Sizzle. In a short period of time, the nuclear reactor in Iron Man's chest continued to operate at the highest power. A terrifying super-powerful laser beam was released and shot at Zion Mutuo's body in an instant. The terrifying laser that consumes all the energy in exchange is quite formidable. Visible to the naked eye, Zion Muto's skin began to melt little by little, and there were scalding scars. Soon, the arc reactor's energy remaining was less than 10%, and Iron Man stopped, because he could no longer operate. But Tony certainly angered Shamato. Seeing that the skin in front of Muto was smoking with smoke and a burn mark appeared, Tony smiled wryly and tried his best. Anti-Muto armor was demolished by Muto. For Malawian Kwacha's model Iron Man, complete defeat. But are you willing to lose like this? Tony was not reconciled, and neither was the military. So, the nuclear bomb program started. Factory. United Nations Command. World leaders looked at the latest report and frowned. Iron Man's outer armor is removed, and Tony Stark is taken hostage. Zion Mutuo broke through the defense line of the army with overwhelming force. As for these people, immediately ordered them to retreat, and Tony was sacrificed. No way. There's no way a country could be thrown into crisis because of an Iron Man. Iron Man was immediately abandoned, and the nuclear bomb program was launched. Countdown to 1 minute. When everyone was ready to die with Muto, an accident happened. Muto's emergency call for help made the male Muto immediately give up looking for the nuclear bomb. Instead he flew into the air with Iron Man in his mouth and headed towards Japan to 060 to rescue the female Muto. This. The center of the screen, watching the nuclear bomb is about to start. Everyone held Roar's breath and stared at him without blinking, and then Zion Muto flapped his wings and flew into the air, rushing to Japan with Iron Man in his mouth. Immediately, everyone's faces stiffened, their faces as gray as death. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ends. In the center of the screen, it is clearly visible that the nuclear bomb exploded, and a dazzling white light suddenly rose from the ruins of the Earth City. A blasted sun almost set the screen on fire. Huge amounts of flames exploded with smoke and dust, causing Muto in the sky to scream in horror. At the same time, he hates humans even more. But at the moment, it seems that Muto's side is in trouble and has to go to support. That's all. In the huge amount of mushroom cloud, Zion Mutuo suddenly rushed out of the smoke, swept his wings, and flew towards the other side of the Pacific like a fighter jet in rapid flight. Buzzing. When the short and long moment of the nuclear bomb explosion was over, the roaring explosion finally disappeared, and everyone opened their mouths and couldn't speak. Sir, it ran away. The communications soldier took off his earphones, sweat dripping down his forehead down his chin. At the moment, he blinked his eyes and looked at the bewildered officer. It ran away. How could it just run away like this? The voice didn't know whether it was distorted or desperate, and it had already begun to change its tone. The strategy that has been planned for so long has ended in such an ending. Who can accept this? Even if Muto resists a nuclear bomb, he will admit it if he doesn't die, but what's the matter if he just ran away? But as the mushroom cloud dissipated, exposing huge amounts of potholes and ruins, this nuclear bomb has a power of 1 million tons. The effective killing radius is about 7 kilometers, and shockwave is close to 3 kilometers. It can create a terrifying high-temperature fire area of 200 square kilometers with a central temperature of tens of millions of degrees. The only thing to be thankful for. Even if most of the people in the city were evacuated, the casualties were finally controlled to a minimum, and Muto flew away, which was a fortune among misfortunes. As for why Xiang Muto was so anxious. Then go back to a few minutes ago. Only Muto here. Dr. Sarazawa and the military are monitoring the movements of Muto. After it stored the nuclear bomb, it turned its attention to other areas of nuclear radiation. So, swaggering around in the city. There is no need to mention the destructive power of Muto, that is, the giant tanks are raging in the sand sculpture city. Wherever they go, they destroy everything, and everything turns into ruins. The military department's subpoena was removed, and the state immediately notified the TV station, raising the alarm to remind the citizens to evacuate immediately. Simply a disaster. The crowd panicked. You pushed me to flee frantically. Some of them didn't even know where to run, and they fled in the opposite direction, and were directly trampled to death by Muto. If the camera is placed on the crowd, the people who fall will be trampled to death, and there are not a few wives and sons scattered. When despair comes. Here it comes. Report. Anomaly detected on coast. In an instant, with the screen switching, the screen shows the distant scene of the coastline. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in disbelief. Boom. 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 The doomsday scene of shaking the earth and mountains came, the originally calm sea suddenly fluctuated violently, and the terrifying giant waves swept in with an irresistible turbulent momentum that instantly swept the coastline. In the high-rise building, the teacup vibrated, the newspaper flew around, and the next second it collapsed and was submerged by the waves. On the bridge, the car drove fast, was destroyed by the huge waves in an instant, and the car floated on the water. In the crowd, the people who were running and fleeing were awakened by the terrifying roar behind them, and they all looked back. The terrifying waves hundreds of feet high covered the sky, blocked the sun, and the shadows fell. That moment. Huge amounts of pitch-black dorsal fins emerged from the sea, and then continued upward, slowly standing up. Roar ao 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 ao. The shadowy shadow like a giant pillar roared, and Godzilla stood up from the coast and walked inland. Buzz. Buzz. The earthquake trembled, the tsunami roared, and accompanied by huge waves, Godzilla took 10,000 tons of footsteps and stepped on the ground heavily, and the terrifying shaking of the earth could make everyone tremble. Oh my God! The people in the center of the command center were dumbfounded and stared at the screen. Also Sarazawa, when he saw Godzilla appear, his eyes were extremely complicated. At the moment of Godzilla's size much larger than the last, 150 meters height is 1.3 to chasing, flashing blue dorsal fin, chest furnace atomic crimson glow with exquisite terror of the high temperature, the water is evaporated the moment the body surface, and from time to time, a red light like magma appeared. If it took an atomic breath at the city, Sarazawa had no doubt that it would be wiped out. La! The appearance of Godzilla caused a destructive force even more terrifying than Muto. But it doesn't care. Because at the moment the prey is in sight. Humanity. Sorry, Godzilla protects the Earth. Fleeting moment, Godzilla has been on in Death City, trails, tsunami-swept ruins of the building collapsed, ground subsidence. When it goes deep into the city. One after another high-rise buildings turned into ruins, and a sea of flames. Godzilla's roar resounded through the city. The high-pitched and loud whistling was enough to make people deaf, and the surrounding glass was shattered by the shock. When it took heavy steps and ran wildly with its long tail, the surrounding building submerged by the sea collapsed suddenly. Godzilla is not a representation of destruction and destruction, but it can incarnate at any time if necessary. It was like a warning to humans. Godzilla had already noticed that Muto was running towards the place of the nuclear bomb and wanted to escape with that thing. And urgently issued a call for help to Xiang Muto. The terrifying aura on Godzilla's body made him feel the chills down his spine, which was very terrifying. It's like an alien young girl encountered a powerful hunter with muscular muscles, and the hunter came staring at her life. With the fecundity of terrifying giant beasts like Muto, coupled with their excellent high-quality power, if they can't be stopped, human beings will become extinct. Dr. Serizawa sighed and watched Muto escape, and Godzilla at the moment chased after him. No need to think about it at all, the fate of the female Muto is already doomed. Serizawa has always known that Godzilla is a creature with super intelligence. It treats humans like ants and ignores anything. Its purpose is to kill Muto, and it will leave after the hunt is over. Muto damn. For human beings, it is damned, because their inadvertent destruction has scattered countless wives and children and died in ruins. For Godzilla. Natural enemy. The ancestors were the enemy, but in the generation of King Muto, the hatred basically ended. Unlike ordinary Godzilla. Godzilla Luochen did not have such a simple idea of killing and hunting. But out of instinct, it still quickly chased up. Every step of Godzilla caused earthquakes and roars. Its running was even more terrifying, and its speed was suffocating. The moment the giant tail swung, it smashed the high-rise buildings blocking the road. Hiss. During the process of female Muto's escape, Godzilla, who was rushed up, was directly knocked over to the ground. Rumble. She rolled on the ground several times in a row, crushing many giant trees before stopping. At the same time, Godzilla's terrifying soles of feet had already stepped down. Boom boom. The ground cracked in all directions, Suemuchuo's foot was stepped on, and his bones shattered instantly, making a miserable cry. Roar. Godzilla grabbed the legs of Muto, who was slightly smaller than himself, and pulled them over, smashing them into many buildings. Then, although Muto struggled to stand up, Godzilla mercilessly put the giant claw on her neck. Then straight up. A terrifying force clasped the neck of the female Muto, its back was against the building, the hard metal skin was rubbing against the floor, and at the same time, it was strangled by Godzilla and pinned to the wall of the high-rise building. Not a level opponent at all. If it was King Muto, he might be able to hold on for a while longer. But how could the ordinary just mature Muto be the opponent of Godzilla, the king of monsters? It's over, opponent. Godzilla stared at the female Muto with indifferent eyes that devoured everything. The front paws exerted a little force, and the depression on the skin of the female Muto's neck, and her painful neighing could already be seen. Feeling female Muto's cry for mercy, Godzilla's hand froze slightly. Then, Godzilla looked down, only Muto's abdomen was emitting orange-red light, and a large number of Muto eggs were bred in it. Although not yet conceived and unable to reproduce, life has already formed. Reason tells it. Muto must die. But human nature tells it that it is cruel to do so. But no matter what you do, it's Godzilla's choice. Godzilla and Muto are natural enemies. This was passed down from the ancestors, and now this generation is the only Godzilla. And Muto, that's all. Is the struggle for millions of years to be completely ended in this way? Can't help it. Godzilla began to ponder, and Muto, the weakness and begging in his eyes, couldn't help but become more intense. She doesn't want to die. The voice of begging for mercy, crying and shouting inwardly, let Slaw spare her life. The female Muto had understood. It is the only female Muto survivor in the world, and at the moment of seeing Godzilla. Female Muto was not surprised at all, but directly recognized this monster. As early as thousands of years ago, the Muto family passed on the intelligence and information about Godzilla through genetic inheritance. So at birth, Muto knew Godzilla. If Godzilla was still weak, she might rise up against it. But now, only Muto conceded defeat, and even before the battle began, he was timid and hated. Wu Pin. Only Muto's voice was soft and aggrieved, his claws held Godzilla's thick forelimbs, and slowly moved down under Godzilla's doubts. What are you doing? I'm not like that Godzilla, we're different races. Godzilla looked at Muto's behavior in surprise. But soon, it understood what Muto meant, and the other put his hand on his abdomen. Feel the flow of life. Godzilla understands that this guy is trying to keep these kids alive. Even at all costs. Do you want to live? Godzilla asked with a low growl. Female Muto nodded in response, then pleaded. But you will upset the balance of nature. Facing Godzilla's cold voice, Wei Muto became anxious and quickly roared twice. You mean, let me be your master? Absurd. Whose Godzilla raises a bunch of Mutos to play? But wait. The reason why Mutos are seen as natural disasters is not how dangerous they are, but how fast they reproduce. If it can limit reproduction, and train Mutos into legionnaires. That's a good choice. Okay. You can surrender to me, but after giving birth to this bunch of children, you can't reproduce at will without my permission. If I find out, then I will destroy you all. All, not a single one. Female Muto was quick to respond, bringing information to Godzilla. Then, with her knees bent, she fell to the ground, showing her loyalty. And the human who saw this scene. Now even if they are stupid, they know the seriousness of the matter. Muto, to Godzilla. Antarctica, an experimental base. As early as the Pacific Ocean, the United States and Japan's Mutos were in full swing. King Kong also looked at Xiong Michuo, who flew over his head with a confused look, and turned a corner in the sea and ran after him. At the moment, the South Pole, which is far away on the other side of the Earth, also learned about the current situation through communication. But it doesn't matter how they fight. Anyway, it won't spread to here, and it won't disturb their research. The Antarctic underground base is mainly under the ice layer. First, the confidentiality effect is good. Second, the base is originally used for many purposes, mainly for the study of monster genes. Definitely the most important purpose. It is to study the ancient monster sealed in the permafrost here, monster number 0. Not good. Its electrocardiogram is responding. At the moment, the researcher at the Antarctic base was in a cold sweat. He was dozing off, and was suddenly startled by the echoing electrocardiogram, but soon, the fluctuation suddenly disappeared. At that moment, it was as if the terrifying beast frozen in the ice layer had woken up. Frightened, he immediately picked up the radio to report to the researchers above in horror. Less than half a minute. As the elevator descended, several gunmen walked quickly, and the person in charge of the Antarctic base also followed. What happened? The person in charge just came down. The researcher hurried up to meet him, and said nervously as he walked. I don't know if I was sleepy or something really happened. Just now, I saw an electrocardiogram and suddenly had a reaction. I suspect that the creatures inside are not dead at all, but are just sleeping. Just as the researcher was panicking to explain, another researcher ran over and opened the electrocardiogram screen to the person in charge. Indeed, at a certain moment, the existence in the ice layer had a certain reaction, as if it was caused by something. What's it like now, girl? The person in charge walked along the protective railing, like a cliff fault, and came to the center of the monster, and the elevator slowly descended. I saw a terrifying monster with 3 heads, 2 pointed tails, a pair of huge wings, and a terrifying monster sealed in the huge ice layer of about 1 kilometer in the distance. It is bigger than anyone realizes. Height, 521 feet, 158.8 meters. Weight, 141,056 tons. Wingspan, 1,700 feet, 518.16 meters. Not only that, under its wings, the huge body is also covered with fine scales and sharp spines on the back of the neck. Clear. Its outline is quite domineering and evil, and its whole body exudes a sense of evil and awe-inspiring creature. The shape of the wings is very similar to the world-famous painting, The Great Red Dragon and the Woman Who Covers the Sunshine, which is like the positioning of the Devil King in the monsters. Gudong. In the quiet atmosphere, who swallowed? Hush, don't be nervous, it shouldn't wake up yet. The person in charge froze, then reacted and quickly appeased the people around him. I don't know when it will wake up, but I know if it wakes up, we'll be doomed. However, before his words were finished, a slight crack appeared in the ice layer, which immediately made everyone nervous in horror. Then, the crack gradually spread, and soon reached the side of the monster. But the crack stopped, and nothing changed for a long time after that. This relieved everyone who was worried. Quick, go check what's the reason, what's the probability of it waking up. Then, the person in charge took a deep breath, and then seemed to have made a decision. Prepare, open the ice cave, and extract monster genes. Is this really okay? Hearing this sentence, everyone was stunned. Although they are the personnel who study the monster body, the so-called monster body is EVA, which belongs to the ultimate universal human-type decisive weapon, which means that people and monsters are integrated, and there are humans to control the monsters to fight and defeat other monsters. Definitely. If the gene of the monster in front of him can be obtained as a research experiment, then a fool will know how terrifying its power is. But is it possible? Opening the ice cave means that oxygen will seep in, which may cause the monster to wake up. Definitely, self-comfort, it's not impossible to treat it as a monster that has been dead for thousands of years, but whoever sees this terrifying monster with half-open eyes, who can feel at ease? But the person in charge, at the moment, can't manage that much, and he is also under a lot of pressure. If it fails, this monster wakes up, and if he has not made any progress, he will not only go to prison and be suspended, but even be wiped out. Therefore, I can't control so much. Whether it is dead or sleeping, I will first extract the genes for research. Stop talking nonsense and do it. Hearing this, the researcher nodded quickly and hurried to their respective posts. Then the sound of starting to operate the machine sounded. The diamond bit has been activated, and spot positioning is in progress. Location confirmation, start to penetrate the ice hole. The thick diamond drill headed straight towards the monster's body and began to make a hole. The thick layer of ice was several meters, which meant that it would take a while to penetrate. Even through the ice. How to penetrate that horrible skin is also a problem, definitely if a little scale, of the kings, or impurities in the body can be extracted, there may be research significance. Now, however, the monster is in a semi-awake state. Its body has begun to gradually recover its mobility, but its sleeping will has not been awakened, and it is very dead, but it may wake up at a certain moment. For the Antarctic base, the nightmare has just begun. Huge amounts of shadow roared from the sky. It's Muto. In the ruins of the city, the earthquake kept shaking. Boom! A pair of sturdy feet suddenly landed on the ground, and it took time for countless flying sand and rocks to scatter into the sect, and a terrifying shockwave swayed and spread around. Roar! The male Muto stood on the ground on his hind legs, flapped his wings, turned his head and stared forward, with red light flashing in his eyes, and looked at the female Muto and Godzilla beside him in surprise. Roar! Although Muto's roar is more oppressive, the Muto family is dominated by females and the males go out hunting. In terms of combat power, females are inherently stronger than males. Muto's low roar was full of anger and irritability, and seemed to be scolding Shion Muto for being too rude, daring to yell at her master. The little guy looks very unique. The majestic and domineering Godzilla stood upright in front of Zion Mutuo, and the tyrannical breath almost crushed it. More than 3 times the size difference. Just like a bodybuilding muscular man and a child who has just walked, there is an extreme visual gap in height. Roar! Xiong Mutuo roared, kicked his legs under him, flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Hooao 060 cough. The domineering roar that shook the sky directly suppressed Xiong Mutuo's voice. Immediately, Godzilla turned around and swept away with a violent supersonic tail whip, hitting Xiong Mutuo's body in an instant. Boom 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 boom. This was an instant kill without any suspense. In an instant, Xiong Mutuo was directly knocked into the air and smashed into the building, dying. It was supposed to die this time, but Godzilla didn't kill it. Just gave a warning. Not long after, Xiong Mutuo, covered in blood, crawled out of the ruins and struggled staggeringly. Ming. Xiong Mutuo struggled in the pool of blood, flapping his wings, unable to stand up, falling over and over, looking at Godzilla in fear. Not a level opponent at all. King Muto's height is over 100 meters, which is comparable to that of Godzilla, but the average Muto is still far behind. Roar, ong. At this moment, only Muto heard a pleasing sound of joy. She doesn't care about the life and death of the male Muto, but about the elite in it, because sometimes, after the reproduction is over, the female Muto may eat the male Muto to evolve towards the Muto king. Hurry up, this is the territory of human beings. The more humans there are, it will be a guarantee for us. If humans die, they may throw nuclear bombs recklessly. I'm fine, I'm afraid you can't bear it. That high temperature, ashes. Godzilla turned around, signaling the female Muto to hurry up and complete her multiplication plan. Then, Godzilla began to witness the divine plan among the grown-up monsters. Well, the process is boring. Many insects do not need organ contact when they reproduce, such as scorpions and some spiders. When they reproduce, the male will produce sperm from the body and put it somewhere, and then the female will get it, put it into the genital hole, and then reproduce on its own. Muto is very similar to the family of insects, and they reproduce in several ways, all of which are rooted in their adaptability to nature. The female Muto walked to the injured male Muto, and then the other side took out the sperm bag with a slight trembling, which was then taken away by the female Muto. Then, it started hatching in the hole dug by the female Muto in advance. There are a large number of egg sacs hanging there. In the translucent yellow membrane inside, groups of small Mutos can be seen rolling and absorbing the energy of the unactivated nuclear bomb. Little Muto is different from Godzilla. They need parasitic growth. If they don't have it, they need artificial nuclear radiation. If there is more, they will become stronger and stronger as they grow up. Ability is also quite abnormal. It was at this time. Xiong Muto's mouth was suddenly pried open, and a gold and red steel villain drilled out, which was the gift that Xiong Muto planned to give to female Muto, Iron Man. What the hell? Godzilla turned around abruptly and stared at the little steel man, which seemed very miniature to it, smaller than a figure. My god. Tony sure Stark. After recovering from the dizzy state, he stared at a huge cone-shaped ovary hanging upside down in the nest. There were countless embryos, all of which were basketball file-sized Muto, rolling inside. And under these ovaries, there is a nuclear bomb that has not been activated. If it is activated, everything here will be wiped out. At the same time, Iron Man filmed this scene through video, conveyed it to the satellite, and then transferred it to the company's female assistant. At the same time, people in the military also saw this scene. Oh my god. The members of the United Nations, who had lost contact with Iron Man, suddenly regained their signal, but they were in the place that the Japanese female Muto had destroyed. And they looked at this picture sluggishly, their faces were numb, and their eyes were full of horror. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Isn't Godzilla Muto's natural enemy? But how does this scene look like one of my pets is about to give birth? There was a dead silence in the conference room, and everyone was panic-stricken. I don't know if Godzilla is keeping pets, but I know that if I don't stop this, if it wants to attack humans, it will be over. With Muto's powerful power, coupled with such a terrifying breeding ability, when the overwhelming hordes of beasts attack, what do humans do? Even today's wood, our proud technology and smart, modern electronic information, can't resist electromagnetic pulses, not only has no advantages, but has become a waste. Then what do you mean, if you want to solve these two Mutos, you must first defeat Godzilla? Have you forgotten the impact of that Tsar bomb last time? Godzilla may have a grudge, but this time it's for revenge. When Iron Man presented the scene he saw, it immediately caused a roar. No matter how stupid people are, they all know how terrible the problem is. Report, the Japanese military sent an intelligence. It is said that the researcher Dr. Muto of the Emperor's tissue biology called him and said his name was Serizawa. What did he say? He said that Muto and Godzilla reached some kind of agreement, and to put it bluntly, Muto went to Godzilla. What? The meeting room was full of shock, and everyone's faces showed complicated colors. What does Godzilla want to do? Have no idea. When the words arrived, the correspondent translated Dr. Serizawa's last sentence. Dr. Serizawa said that Godzilla is watching humans, and if we move, it will destroy it mercilessly. Hiss. At this moment, everyone had a headache. Muto's lair. Iron Man Tony dared not move at all. He froze on the ground, staring at Godzilla, who was almost 100 times his height. At the moment it was looking down at the ground. Hey dude, well, I mean we can talk. Maybe even sit down and have a cup of tea. Well, no tea. Iron Man looked up from bottom to top, from the soles of Godzilla's feet to the top, and he stopped talking. The field of vision swept across the dark giant beast's strong and powerful hind legs, then to the magma-red chest cavity, then to Kong Wu's powerful forelimbs and claws, and then to its indifferent beastly giant pupils, deep and deep. And contains the indifference that devours all things. Godzilla tilted her head, and doubts appeared in her indifferent eyes. What is this? Iron Man figure, toy. No, there seems to be a little feeling that it was the sound he made just now. Immediately without thinking, Godzilla bent down and stretched out the cover of the giant claws that covered the sky and the sun, trying to grab it in his hands. No, no, no. Iron Man's palms and armor spewed blue-white flames, and flew into the air in an instant, shouting, "No, don't come here." Iron Man, who escaped through a few cracks, once again caught Godzilla's attention. No, this can't be done, it's too dangerous. Iron Man flew in front of Godzilla and shouted in cold sweat, "Hey, listen, big guy, you'll crush me. I know you're as intelligent as a human being. Look, I'm for you. There's no threat, so it's pointless for you to trap me here, right? You just let me out, I'll negotiate with the military to let them scatter the people here and give up the land to you guys." Buzz buzz. Gravity manipulation, gravitational pressure field. Boom. Iron Man's flight speed was getting slower and slower, and when the gravity suddenly became heavier, his whole body was under heavy pressure, and his heart was almost shattered. But suddenly, the gravity returned to normal, and the steel armor that doubled the power to keep flying did not hold back the energy for a while, and flew directly towards Godzilla's palm. Then, the Iron Man held in Godzilla's hand couldn't move, and Godzilla's indifferent eyes seemed to say, "You fly, you continue to fly." Cough, cough, cough. Iron Man's helmet suddenly opened, revealing the face of Tony Stark. He didn't care whether there was any radioactive radiation here, and Roar sucked in a big mouth. His forehead had long been covered with blood, and now he looked at Godzilla with a wry smile. "You win, I surrender." Godzilla knew what Iron Man was, but he didn't know the Tony Stark of this world. But Tony, who grew up under the influence of Godzilla, is not an exaggeration to say that he is a monster idol. Boys always like to use all kinds of powerful things for comparison, be it monsters or mechas, they always like to compare the parameters of who is stronger. Tony also often compares Godzilla's numbers to other things. If anyone has ever beaten Godzilla, Tony can guarantee that it is definitely not a product of the Earth. Therefore, Iron Man's monster idol is Godzilla. Therefore, he knew that he could not escape death, so he simply stopped resisting, and directly chatted with this big monster. He is really a chatter. It seems that he wants to say everything he has to say to Godzilla in his life. How do you usually sleep? Do you know any other monsters? Do you understand human society? Why don't you kill these Mutos? Are you really fighting for the Earth? Oh yes, you have a target. In the face of Tony Stark, who was gushing endlessly, Godzilla couldn't bear it. Throwing him out on the spot, Iron Man, who flew out urgently in midair, kept his stability in panic, and finally slammed into the giant ovary. 0. Ask for flowers. Immediately. Iron Man is together with many slime and Muto larvae, and the rich radioactive energy of his body is quickly absorbed by other small Mutos. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Iron Man's energy is quickly drained, and the energy is dropping every second. Oh, that's disgusting. Iron Man looked at his hands, and the baby Muto, who was constantly swimming towards him, suddenly struggled with disgust and headed outside. Until this moment, Godzilla is still thinking about whether his choice is right or wrong. Ancient humans called the Titans gods. The Titans are also divided into two lineups, Balancer and Expansion. Muto family is the public enemy of all Titans, belongs to the Expansion faction. The purpose is to hunt down all the creatures and Titans on the entire planet. It should be mentioned here that Muto was even included in the hunting list of Ghidorah, which shows their ambition and power. Moreover, there are a large number of Mutos and the ability to reproduce is super strong. Female Mutos can easily lay hundreds of thousands of eggs, and can produce giant beasts with a body length of 100 meters and a height of 50 meters. This is the terrifying side of the Muto family. Words though. Although the earthquake bug is Godzilla's old enemy, the biggest enemy is undoubtedly Ghidorah. But these second-generation Mutos do not have the ability to reproduce. Only the Supreme Muto, after killing other Titans and laying eggs in their bodies, would hatch two Mutos, male and female Mutos. This may be related to the nuclear energy in the Titan. If King Muto lays 100 eggs in the Titan, it is possible that because the Titan has more nuclear energy, the number of male and female Muto hatched eventually will be more. Muto is like the movie Alien. The racial genes of the hosts are different, and the Muto races produced are also different. For example, Muto, which is produced after parasitizing monsters such as Godzilla and Ghidorah, is what is that concept? Reproductive power represents digital display, and quantity represents strength and force. So, what a dangerous race Muto is, it goes without saying. And how difficult it is to control this race. Godzilla may not have dared to think about it before, but now, the overall situation has changed. Factory. Godzilla understands that there will be more and more enemies in the future. Even a large-scale invasion from other planets is not impossible. At that time, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't take care of all the places. At this time, Muto Core came into effect, controlling Muto to a certain number and ensuring the natural ecology at the same time. The abundance of eggs does not allow them to hatch, but to sleep. When they need to come out to fight, they will be hatched on a large scale and sent to the battlefield. Fight, die, multiply, respawn. According to this cycle, family planning is done well, and everything is balanced. Simple words. In practice, it is really difficult. How to ensure that Muto does not defect, and how to ensure that they listen to themselves. Verbal promises are not enough. Although the loyalty of monsters is 060 and reliable, Godzilla, after all, has a part of human mind and is well aware of the sinister nature of intelligent life. And how to control Muto. Godzilla also thought of a way. That is to use their own blood and radioactive energy to transplant G cells on them. G cells can give Muto the ability to heal instantly, and at the same time, it will evolve even more terrifying, such as Supreme G Beast Muto. But at the same time, if they were to die, Godzilla only needed a thought. The Godzilla G cells in these G beasts will proliferate wildly, quickly devour every Muto's cell, and then Muto will die instantly. As Godzilla evolves, G cells will become stronger and stronger, because it is a part of its body, inseparable. Staring at the dense ovaries as Iron Man sneaks out, Godzilla approached, and the G cells in the body began to divide and proliferate, and they gradually merged into the ovaries. When they noticed this nuclear energy that was so intense and terrifying, the little Mutos scrambled to get milk, accompanied by uptake of G cells. The bodies of these little Mutos also gradually found changes, getting bigger and bigger, and their appearances became more and more ferocious and terrifying, full of danger and powerful aura. At this time, the male and female who bowed their heads to them. When I saw that Godzilla was actually feeding these little Mutos, it was not an exaggeration to say that I was grateful. But who knows? Their offspring have begun to grow in the direction of Godzilla assimilation. Soon, the Dark Backstab and the little Muto with Godzilla features were born. Their eyes were not as red as Muto's, but approached like Godzilla, full of abyss-like color. Then, Godzilla stopped G-cell feeding. The cells in its body are very manic, but Godzilla suppressed these cells and allowed these little Mutos to live. Otherwise, little Muto would die instantly. Although these cells are detached from Godzilla's body, they still appear to be part of Godzilla's body. Each little Muto has a number on its body, which is presented in Godzilla's mind. It can be said that Godzilla can be positioned, tracked, controlled, and remotely issued commands in the form of data. Race, Little G Beast Muto. Host, Godzilla. Quantity, 1000. Form, larvae. Characteristics, it has stronger evolutionary adaptability and retains the characteristics of male and female Muto. The destructive power is stronger, the attack power is more terrifying, and after a certain degree of evolution, it can release a compressed hotline breath. If hatching is not required, the larvae can go dormant forever. If hatching is required, they will burst open the ovary. Then use the energy accumulated in the body to find a place to form a cocoon, and when the metamorphosis process is completed, it can evolve into a body. Iron Man Tony Stark looked at this scene in horror, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. Godzilla, it's feeding Muto. Don't you love us? Although I really want to shout like this, it seems that since the time humans attacked Godzilla, it has distrusted humans. Even if he didn't clearly attack humans, he was deliberately avoiding humans. In the final analysis, it is not caring about the ants. No, if the Muto group hatches, it's over, nuclear bomb, if it can be activated. Iron Man set his sights on the nuclear bomb in the distance, he didn't have much energy right now. If a nuclear bomb was fired, they would all die. But will Godzilla die? The answer is no. At that time, Rage's Godzilla may run rampant and destroy the world. One is to destroy the Muto group, but it may be to offend Godzilla. But you will die. On the one hand, escape now, and obey natural selection while staying alive. I will not die myself. Just when Iron Man's hesitation was undecided. Cuckoo. Xianyuchuo's red pupils stared at him, and Iron Man immediately spread his hands, saying that he didn't have to play. Even if he tried to detonate a nuclear bomb, Shamuto's EMP would stop it. Therefore, choosing one is completely unrealistic, this is not a movie, he has no protagonist halo, and it is impossible to detonate. Because Godzilla's bioradar is omnidirectional in range. With his back to Iron Man, he knew his every move. Want to deceive Godzilla? Unless Godzilla is distracted or in a daze, even when Godzilla is sleeping, the real Godzilla's system will autonomously use its tail and radiation stream to attack the enemy that threatens it. I am leaving. The Iron Man walked out from under the ovary, and the light from outside the lair shone in. Facing his words, Godzilla did not respond. Godzilla didn't respond, and Muto didn't dare to respond either. After seeing Godzilla default, Iron Man slowly took heavy steps, and walked out with a metal steel battle suit that was about to shapeshift. Research. Suddenly, a giant tail that fell from the sky blocked 1.3's way, and Godzilla, who was lying on his side, tilted his head and stared at him. As if to say, I haven't agreed yet, and you can't go there either. At the same time, the chaotic electromagnetic waves emitted from the tail directly interfered and shielded the signal here. All communications with Iron Man were completely cut off. Oh, see, I'm still a hostage. Tony tugged at the corner of his mouth, then sat down on a stone pier and slowly watched the little Mutos grow up. Every time they rose, his heart trembled slightly. Monster Skynet. The balancing faction titans, after perception to Godzilla's mutiny. They were starting to get restless. The one who responded the most was Mothra, who was closest to Godzilla. The so-called Monster Skynet refers to the group chat between monsters. Yui's head is a special monster like a satellite network, and the monsters of the Balance faction are gathered in the form of radio waves. And if these monsters want to convey the message, they can also broadcast and spread through special monsters. The monster currently in control of this system is called Kakar. The main body is a mysterious giant monster that basically does not move, like a ley-line creature, but more like a monster that absorbs magnetic growth. Initial. To discover and use such monsters is the Titans. It is also a tool beast in the Titans. 17 Titans. 7 of them are independent and not part of the lineup. 5 belong to the Balancing faction. 3 are expansionists. 1 belongs to 25, that's Raton. A silly son belonging to the landlord's family, King Kong Liangzi. Note that there is no Godzilla in the 04 list above, because Godzilla is the 18th Titan. And the above are the Titans that humans have discovered and will wake up in the near future. That said, they're not all Titans. Because the Emperor's plan originally counted 34 giant Titans, and nearly half of them have yet to wake up. At the same time, Godzilla is a member of the Balance group, but has long since dropped out. The magnetic monster, Kakar, needs to actively leave breath through these monsters to contact them, but the previous generation of Godzilla died a bit miserably. This generation of Godzilla belongs to the savage single player and does not participate in any small groups. In Balance, 3 of the 5 monsters were awakened and contacted. They were in a semi-sleep state, but the mentally diffused messages poured out. Briefly introduce these 3. The monster mammoth titan mentioned in the Old Testament, Behemoth, Mon. It looks like a mammoth, but the front 2 feet are similar to the arms of an ape. It is currently located in the number 58 Emperor Project Organization base in Brazil. A giant monster with a shape similar to a rock, Methuselah. It is from the Catholic scoop of the Bible. According to the records of the Hebrew Bible, it is the 7th generation descendant of Adam. After becoming a butterfly, its dazzling wings are called extremely colorful monsters, Mothra. The Yunnan Emperor Organization base of the Celestial Dynasty is undergoing larvae pupation, the queen of monsters, and will experience 4 stages of reincarnation in life: birth, survival, death, and rebirth. Their names are all taken from famous myths and legends, although they are no longer noisy. Beeman, I don't know if I sensed it wrong, or it's true. The boss of Godzilla is getting along with the Mother Earthquake. Methuselah, although it is unlikely, it is possible for Godzilla to forget his identity and mission after a long sleep. Mothra, if it dares to get along with the Mother Earthquake, Muto, I will be the first to settle accounts with it when I form a cocoon. Baisu, Mothra, have you been reborn again? Mothra, it wasn't because of the sealing of Ghidorah. At that time, Godzilla and you both lost, and I was desperate to seal it with a scale powder attack. But I have been restless recently, and I always feel that something terrible is going to happen. Methuselah, how long will it take for you, Mothra, to end Nirvana? Mothra, I don't know. Usually, it can break out of the cocoon overnight. But this time I felt uneasy. I always felt that Ghidorah was going to be resurrected. If he appeared too early, he might be defeated quickly. So I'm going to be reborn in the original form. Beeman, primal form. Could it be, eternal form? Mothra, that's right. If Godzilla dares to betray, I'll handle it myself. Therefore, it must be in the strongest form. Methuselah, it's terrifying. Your relationship has always been very good. If we really meet each other, who should we support? Mothra, go with the flow, the winner is king. Beeman, got it. We just wait and see, who is the best with whom. The conversation ends here. The above are all brain supplements. In fact, it is impossible for monsters to speak with complex and diverse human languages. But the meaning is what it means, and what they want to express is this idea. It can be said that in the side that Godzilla does not know, undercurrents are surging all over the world, and the old titans, who dominate the earth, are gradually awakening. For the high-level officials of the countries of the United Earth, the changes from last night to today have made many people terrified. When they learned that Muto was alive again, they immediately frightened a large number of people. When they learned that Muto had taken refuge in Godzilla, they immediately frightened a group of people. Done. Godzilla doesn't help them anymore. It can be said that the scene was chaotic. At this moment, news came that Iron Man was taken hostage, Muto began to breed, Godzilla acted as a bodyguard, and some people fainted in panic. And now, they've made their final choice. So someone suggested. Tell me, what else could come in handy now? The people at the top of the Federation have become exhausted, and even the 060 duty is of no avail. The most urgent task now is to find a solution. As the heads of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they were unable to deal with a few monsters. We have only two options, one is to wait and see, or the other is to strike with devastating weapons. Nuclear bombs can no longer be used. Although the high-level people don't know much about monsters, they are not stupid. Going to the nuclear bomb with strong destructive power is undoubtedly suicide. The people of all countries urgently need us to speak out, so there is not much time to make a decision as soon as possible. There is a way to destroy the monsters together. Any solution? Mysterious weapon, codename Oxygen Destroyer. Speaking of which, the researcher in the white coat shivered slightly involuntarily, and the surrounding area immediately sucked in cold air. Some of them didn't know what kind of weapon it was. But hearing the name, it is known that it is a terrifying weapon with extremely destructive lethality, and no one immediately objected this time, but fell into silence. In 1 minute, tell me the lethal power of the Oxygen Destroyer, and the specific parameters. But it can't be used now, just wait and see, unless it is a last resort, don't use it. Yes, sir. Antarctic permafrost. The frozen no-man's land here is a place that no one cares about. In addition, the continent on the other side of the Earth's Pacific Ocean is so noisy, and no one has the mind to pay attention to the Antarctic. Therefore, even if they all mysteriously disappeared, it is estimated that they will not be discovered for a long time. But now, for the researchers at the mysterious base in Antarctica, it is somewhat of a situation called ignoring every day. F***K. At the moment, the person in charge of Antarctica was sweating coldly. Just now, Monster Zero's body reacted weakly to the electric current, so scared that they immediately stopped the power supply facilities. Moreover, the biologists in charge of studying the monsters also recorded the life state of the monster number 0 with a slight trembling. In this ice-covered underground base, they can't leave if they want to, and they can't go without completing the task, but if the monster is awakened by them, it's the same game. It is necessary to collect the most valuable samples in the shortest time. Report. Our supervisor's camera captured an unusual aurora near the 9th district, and captured a strange picture. Just when the person in charge was in a panic, a staff member hurried over and displayed the captured picture on the screen. I saw that in the shooting of the camera, the sky in the 9th district seemed to be distorted by light from a singular point, and then the light began to shape-shift, and the sky showed a spiral twist. Soon, a strange point appeared. A few lights and shadows flew out from which point, and the next moment, a terrifying electromagnetic pulse swept the surrounding hundreds of kilometers, and even the survey cameras in the 9th district were instantly destroyed. However, this picture was uploaded in real time, so the headquarters that was far apart was not affected. What's this? In that picture, the image that appeared in the distorted light spot was rapidly enlarged many times. Then you can vaguely see strange creatures slightly larger than humans, standing for a long time, in the air. Their heads are covered with a layer of purple-black, thick like exoskeleton terrifying bone plates, and there seems to be something behind them flashing, floating in the air, limbs coordinated. More than one appeared at the same time, followed by several strange creatures, standing in the air like aliens. It's quite eerie. Aliens. The person in charge can almost confirm that he has never seen such a thing and has not been exposed to research. I don't know, it may be the ancient creatures of the earth, or it is simply the refraction and distortion of the natural light that has been photographed to produce an illusion. After speaking, the staff quickly turned on the video screens in other areas, and almost half of the cameras stopped working. But there were still a handful of them running, and suddenly, one of the surveillance cameras captured a terrifying picture. ZZ. It was an indescribable strange figure, and the light formed a refraction floodlight on them, isolating them. At the same time, they seemed to raise their hands, and a shockwave hit, and it took time for the surveillance camera to become a snowflake, completely blurred. Damn! Seeing the interrupted screen, the person in charge and the staff all gasped, and then began to make decisions. Immediately, block this area and prohibit anyone from entering and leaving at will. Is that all right? Since the research base is under the Antarctic ice, they will not be able to go out once outside intrusion is prohibited. It seems that they are blocked in it. If the strange shapes outside do not disappear, they can only wait to die after the supplies are exhausted. Don't talk nonsense, go. Clear. Immediately, the broadcast sounded, and the alarms sounded so that the deployed soldiers immediately entered a state of battle. Soon the thick steel gate outside the underground base slowly closed, and the soldiers carried their guns and used their aiming goggles to scan everything outside vigilantly. At the moment, the cold wind roared, and a thick layer of ice fog filled the ice layer, and the situation could not be clearly seen from a distance. Warning! The area is being blocked. Please evacuate the stranded personnel immediately. The heavy steel gate slowly closed, and then the fighters slowly stepped back, then relieved and released the fighting state. When they all turned around, intending to go deeper. Kick! The heavy steel giant gate instantly shape-shifted, as if it had been hit by some kind of terrifying giant beast. There is a situation. When the enemy is attacked, sound the alarm. In an instant, the lights in the whole room turned into a striking red, the alarm sounded frantically, and at the moment the heavy metal door outside was smashed again. Then, there is a gap that sees through the light. Asterisk, Kachacha. The fully armed soldiers pointed their guns at the door, and at the moment, a pair of terrifying giant hands inserted into the gap of the giant door, and then opened it with force towards both sides. The door that was dozens of meters high was torn apart bit by bit, and the terrifying power accompanied by the cold air from outside made people horrified. Ah ah ah. He opened his mouth wide and made an inhuman paint sound. The soldiers wearing protective helmets and tactical goggles watched this scene in horror, and soon the door was knocked off and destroyed. What catches the eye is a terrifying giant shadow covered by ice fog. It has 6 pairs of ferocious blood pupils, 12 eyes spread all over its head, and at the moment grinned at the human inside with a smile. But strangely, it didn't attack the crowd. Instead, Zhao Zhao turned his head toward the back, and then took a step back. Then, MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 MZU2 NDMXOJE smiley face. Just when the soldiers put their hands on the trigger and tightened their nerves, a sphere egg with a file size of 2 meters was thrown in. Then the egg began to swell and exploded quickly. Dark blue, with a pointed head and long tail. P.S. Monster Skynet is an original communication tool and cannot perceive Godzilla's ideas. But I know what it is doing. It was bound by the previous generation of Godzilla, and then this generation of Godzilla is completely regarded as air. In fact, it is not very useful, it is a large expansion, it's just a sound instrument, and originally it didn't have wisdom. Beeman has orc telepathy, so he can know Godzilla's location to some extent and the things around him. He is fierce on the outside, very receptive on the inside, and he is also a young man. Ratone, today I'm going to kill a few of you here, or be beaten to death by someone here. Buzzing. It takes time for the shape-shifted monster to have several vents on its body, and a terrifying poisonous gas that is extremely rich and terrifying emanates from its body to the outside. With the gushing of the highly poisonous dense fog and the release of electromagnetic pulses that made the surrounding electricity flicker, the entire defense mechanism was completely paralyzed. Next second, it opened its mouth and let out a hissing sound, and then in the sky and the ground covered by the ice mist behind it, several alien creatures with blue fluorescence and floating in the air approached. Quick! Manually close the second gate and evacuate immediately. With a terrified scream, the leader of the soldiers began to shoot at these monsters. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets were as fine as rain, shooting frantically with a flaming tail. But those monsters seemed to have metal skeleton armor, and bullets had no effect at all. And the terrifying alien floating in mid-air has a translucent barrier on its body, which directly isolates the bullets. DDD's dazzling red alarm sounded throughout the underground base. An enemy is invading. This message spread to any part of the base in an instant, causing the person in charge of the Antarctic base to turn pale and back away in horror. Quickly, go up and eliminate the invaders 077. In addition, speed up the operation of the facility, and prepare to evacuate at the same time. In the depths of the Antarctic underground base, a large number of maintenance personnel ran desperately and began to operate the machinery, and the armed personnel also began to run towards the upper floors. But in this base, there are still a small number of armed personnel, because this is the Antarctic. What can the armed personnel do? All they can do is forbid ordinary humans from approaching. But if you face something related to monsters, it is a decoration. You can only run or wait to die when you encounter a monster, and there is basically no hope for resistance. So, bullets are here, not even as good as a thermal bag. 0F. The staff on the lower level is progressing smoothly, the ice layer has been cleared, and the next step is to cut the parts of the monster's body. Hiss. What sound? Hearing something moving behind him, the terrified staff involuntarily turned to look slowly. Accompanied by the weak and frightening begging for mercy, the person in charge of the Antarctic base slowly stepped back from the exit elevator that had just run out, with his hands raised, his expression extremely frightened. Hiss. The voice sounded again. Hearing this voice, more than a dozen researchers felt chills, and instinctively alerted them deep inside, reminding them not to look, but even so, they couldn't help staring at the elevator entrance. A shadow slowly extended from inside. That is not the shadow that human beings should have. Ah! The next moment, the head of the Antarctic base was pierced by a terrifying thorn, and then blood splattered. He was thrown under the steel bridge by the creature as if he was treated as garbage, and fell from a height. Fear. Whether it is a visual impact or an inner change, it can be described as horror. The miserable scream resounded from the bottom of the valley, scaring everyone who was working. At the same time, at the exit of the elevator, several figures floated out following the monster that killed the person in charge of the Antarctic base. How to describe it? If anyone who has watched Alien can think of the alien queen flying in the air, with her limbs hanging down and coordinated, and with extremely terrifying dense compound eyes, it is not difficult to imagine its hideous horror. The whole body is covered in pitch black, with a sharp bone-shaped fan-shaped head, like an alien crown, and 4 pairs of blue insect wings behind him. His eyes are cold and not human-like, and he is very indifferent. Then, after they emerged one after another, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded behind them, and a monster several meters long with a narrow head and a sharp tail ran over. That is KJ. When the researchers dropped the things in their hands and looked at these monsters in amazement. The next moment, ebbed, from the hands of the monster floating in the air, a ripple of air that is visible to the naked eye spreads outwards, and all the human beings who come into contact with this moment instantly increase in size, then explode with a bang, and their flesh and blood splashes. With the spread of terror ripples, in an instant, the entire Antarctic base became dead silent. All dead. Not even a few screams and wailing were heard, and there was only a dead place left. When all humans die. The monster standing in midair, the development engineer of Kaijum and the pioneers put their sights on Monster Zero. Fizz. Staring at this huge and terrifying creature, the pioneers made a sound of excitement. Then they started to communicate. Wake it up, then let it kill Godzilla. When one of the pioneers expressed this meaning, the other pioneers nodded in agreement. But Godzilla has evolved several times, and it has become very terrifying. They feel that this frozen beast may not be able to match. On the spot. A bio-laser-like scanning light appeared in the eyes of the bishop-level pioneer, and then the arc-shaped ripples were detected in layers in the air toward the inside of the ice layer. Moment. Information about this huge monster with 3 heads and 2 long sharp tails appeared in the eyes of the pioneers. The pioneers began to capture and analyze how its cells work, how to regenerate ability, what kind of energy is needed to maintain it, and what can strengthen organs, etc. He is an expert in the study of monster biology in the universe. How to create monsters, how to strengthen monsters, how to use monsters, these are the things they are best at. Among them, the best thing is to transform monsters. In biometric scans, the skull showed that it had 3 distinct frontal lobe densities. It shows that the brains of its 3 heads can think independently and have different cognitive functions, but the head in the middle is dominant. Secondly, there is a small amount of metal in the epidermis, and the scales on the surface can conduct biological electric current, and can act as a biological electric conductor in the storage body, and release it as a certain energy ray, gravitational ray, which can absorb the electricity of lightning and artificial power grid. When the data of Monster Zero was analyzed by the pioneers, they looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This time, Godzilla can definitely be killed. Boost Ghidorah's energy rays while strengthening its various organs, and try to wake it up. The Emperor Organization, the base headquarters. Everyone was very busy, and began to analyze and research data in embarrassment. Why did Godzilla help Muto reproduce? They have no way of knowing, and Iron Man's life or death is unknown, losing contact in the monster's lair. This time, the Emperor organized them to get together and start to study the seriousness of the problem. First of all, monsters are also multiplied, not appearing out of thin air and lurking on the earth, and Muto is among the Titans, and the total number is more than other Titans. Since the Emperor Project began to study Godzilla, they have successively discovered the habitats of 17 ancient giant beasts, controlled them, and built bases for research. These giant titans grew up on the Earth in ancient times by absorbing all kinds of radiation, and they were huge in size. With the passage of time, the radiation became weak. In order to prolong life, these giant monsters went underground or deep sea, relying on the intensity of radiation. High place energy absorbing. Among them, such as the seabed, the center of the earth, the interior of volcanoes, etc. Nearly 10 years ago. The Monarch's Outpost 56 entered a volcano on Mona Island, citing environmental surveys, and established an isolation zone around the dormant volcano. They built a working area in the crater, and beneath the crater lay an ancient giant beast dormant. The local people call it, the Sleeping Flame Demon, the Lord of the Sky, Raton. Through years of research, Regarding Ratton's research report, at the moment is shown on the screen. Height, 154 feet, 46.9 meters. Wingspan, 871 feet, 265.5 meters. Weight, 39,000 tons. Legend has given it the titles of Flaming Demon and Born from the Fire, and there is a resounding name that has been circulating in ancient temples in the volcanic area for many years, that is, Leighton. In the records, magma flows through its rock-like scale-encased body, forming geothermal armor and camouflaging a volcanic environment. At the same time, Ratton is brutal and loves to destroy and destroy. This has been mentioned in the history of the ancient temple, which is why it is called a devil. That is, once Raton wakes up, there will inevitably be a place of destruction born, which is endowed with the terms of fear and despair. It is a monster forged in a volcano. Due to the extremely high temperature inside the volcano, numerous instruments were rendered inoperable, making it impossible to collect thermal data on the behemoth. Leighton is special. It will attack other giant beasts with all its strength. If it is recorded in the legend, it will go to fight with other giant beasts. The researcher of the Emperor organization and the manager in charge of the volcano area explained. You mean we wake it up? Let it fight Godzilla? It's a matter of time. Godzilla wakes up, and Muto wakes up too. It won't be long before all the Titans wake up one after another. Compared to this, what do you think of King Kong? A King Kong with its head swimming appeared in the Pacific Ocean. The detection from the helicopter found that its size was over 100 meters, its weight was tens of thousands of tons, and its bone and muscle density was dozens of times that of a normal human. It can be said that it is a terrifying monster that has forged its flesh to the extreme. But its bloodline and behavior are more inclined to human beings. I think it may become a helper for us humans. Do you want to turn it into a human superhero like Iron Man? It sounds funny, but it's not impossible. What do you think? No, communication is a problem in the first place. We could try to get close to it, withdraw weapons and threats, and let scholars of orangutans and apes try to get in touch, do whatever it wants, and then guide it to where the monsters are. Maybe I will sympathize with us humans, and fight against monsters. Why do I think humans are the most terrifying monsters? You're right. Another researcher glanced at him and sighed. It is precisely because humans are the most terrifying monsters that other monsters choose to destroy us. Because our existence affects the natural environment, it also endangers their ecology. Then, they will apply for Raton to wake up and provide a plan to let King Kong participate in the battle. Answers were dispatched quickly. Awakening Raton was directly rejected, and there was no room for it. But King Kong was brought by Godzilla, and it may obey Godzilla's orders. However, seeing that it swims normally without attacking human ships, it shows that it does not regard human beings as dangerous creatures. There are two reasons they want to find out. First, why did Godzilla help Muto? 0. Ask for flowers. Second, just now, why did the Emperor organize multiple branch bases at the same time, and there were signs of the Titan behemoth showing signs of awakening? What exactly happened? Let these Titans still become so restless in their sleep. At the moment, in Muto's lair, Godzilla stared at the little Muto in the ovary. The second stage of evolution had begun, and the physical development was basically completed. Cocooning can take up to a week. Shumto at the moment, Flight is entrenched outside the lair, constantly guarding the surroundings. Godzilla gave it an order, saying that it would release electromagnetic pulses in this area every once in a while to stop all human equipment here. The female Muto has just completed reproduction, and her body has also changed a lot. In human words, it is said to have become slimmer. 0. An Iron Man. At the moment, when Godzilla was lying on his side, releasing nuclear radiation to transform Muto, he thought about everything, and finally couldn't help standing up. I want to make a call to my assistants and have them withdraw from the combat deployment here. After Iron Man said this, Godzilla seemed to have a slight reaction and shook his tail. Then, Iron Man sighed and said as he walked, "If that's the case, then I'll go outside and answer the phone first." The words fall. Godzilla opened her eyes suddenly and sat up suddenly. Coercion spreads. The terrifying dark body began to exude unparalleled oppressive force, and the dorsal fin behind him shone with terrifying rays of light. At the beginning of that moment, the atmosphere in the surrounding air became extraordinarily terrifying. This, just kidding. Iron Man was startled on the spot, thinking Godzilla was going to eat him. But then, female Muto also felt Godzilla's throbbing, and suddenly screamed twice uneasy. Roar! The long howl shook the world, and at that moment Godzilla suddenly stood up. Walking toward the outside, its roar was filled with some kind of anger and other emotions, as if encountering enemies and roaring at each other. And that roar that only giant beasts can understand. It is translated. Ghidorah. Antarctic permafrost. Ghidorah is about to wake up. OM. The head of this three-headed demon seemed to have passed through some kind of biological electric current, and with the feeling of an electric shock, the thinking in the brain gradually became active. It has 3 heads like a dragon, supports the head, long neck, and 2 tails. Subsequently, these intelligent bioengineers, bishop-level pioneers and other pioneers in the universe have perfectly integrated a large amount of biological strengthening energy, as well as things that improve the cellular structure of the body, into Ghidorah's body. This operation gradually brought it back to consciousness. Whoa! In the next second, Ghidorah's body, which was full of energy, glowed with a dazzling flash of lightning and a golden 077 color, extremely powerful and terrifying. With the fragmentation of countless ice layers, the underground base suddenly began to collapse. Then, Longway erupts. The terrifying and suffocating Longway burst out without reservation, and the kaiju beasts who were swept inside burst out completely in this powerful electric current and coercion, and the blue blood splashed directly. Land died on the spot. Subsequently, the kaiju beasts fell to the ground so softly that even Ghidorah's electric current dragon might could not bear it. Because the body is full of powerful ability, the power of Ghidorah when he wakes up overflows, and the air is filled with all kinds of electric particles, killing many creatures. See this scene. The eyes of the pioneers flickered wildly, and they looked at Ghidorah as if they were looking at some kind of supreme masterpiece. Moment. Click, click. The ice layer completely collapsed, and the roar resounded around. Boom. When the king monster broke out from under the Antarctic ice, a terrifying breath instantly enveloped. The pioneers were frightened by the sudden and terrifying hurricane, and began to develop some kind of energy field on the body surface to resist this hurricane. Strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately after that, Ghidorah began to wave his powerful wings with huge amounts of body, and for a moment, his legs gusted violently, sweeping all directions, and the blown ice fragments splashed all over the sky. Slowly rise up. Rumble rumble rumble. Lightning shot into the iceberg, and a burst of ice debris burst out in an instant, and then the solidified and hard iceberg shattered into pieces, accompanied by a deafening roar of collapse. Ghidorah appeared on the ice surface. When a beam of light ripped through the dark clouds and Ghidorah's huge wings unfolded, the shadows that covered the sky hit the sky. Huang-ong-ong-ong-ong-ong. Ghidorah stood at the cave of the iceberg, spread his wings and roared up to the sky, his voice shaking the sky was mixed with manic domineering. At the same time, when countless lightning-like gravitational rays erupted, only the 3 shuddering heads erected in the mad thunder were still faintly visible, making the shocking and magnificent face produced by the already large and terrifying giant wings turned hideous. The air is screaming. The atmosphere is screaming. In this terrifying and arrogant shockwave, countless air was forcibly squeezed and pushed away, and the thick and terrifying lightning flashes formed on the big wings made the sky under the surrounding dark cloud surrender. In the dimly lit scene, only the majestic and domineering 3-headed dragon spread its wings and roared. It seems that everything around is surrendered to its roar. The terrifyingly huge body and the breath of despair swept across the sky, and black clouds suddenly struck with huge amounts of destructive thunder and lightning storms. The stratosphere in the atmosphere seems to be torn apart by lightning storms from other worlds, welcoming the awakened king. It is King Ghidorah. Boom boom boom, boom boom. In the thunder and lightning storm, like thunder, like chant, like singing. It presents an ancient picture, which is presented in the gaze of the pioneers. The surrendered humans and herds of beasts were all black, kneeling and kowtowing. On the huge temple-like pyramids, Ghidorah spread his wings and raised his head to roar, and countless people began to sing praises to the greatness of the gods and the reign of terror. The lyrics are to the effect, "Supreme glory, mighty king. The dark sky covers the sun, like a god. The roar sucks, like thunder, roar wind calls rain and rain. The earth is dry, the wind is howling in roar, O king. Please calm down. The dragon, which fell from the sky, is extremely powerful, infinitely powerful, and invincible in battle. Like the sun, moon, and stars, the halo shines endlessly. Ghidorah, the lord of all living beings, is supreme. Heavy and solemn and loud singing, as if coming from the thunder and lightning gathered by the storm. After knowing what the King Ghidorah was in ancient times, the pioneers had a thought in their hearts at the moment. This time, Godzilla, sure to lose. Finally able to take revenge, this monster that has plagued them for countless years and destroyed their colonial plan many times, can defeat it. Only its strongest enemy can make a move. Oh oh oh. The bishop-level pioneer floated up, with a huge fan-shaped skeleton alien head, and flew towards the position of King Ghidorah. It communicated with Ghidorah using biosensing radio waves. It's saying, it's what wakes Ghidorah. It also says that it has transformed Ghidorah's body to have more power than Godzilla. It also said that they fed Ghidorah with the energy of their planet, and that was the little remaining power in the Star Corpse, which was used to strengthen Ghidorah's body, making it fearless and invincible. At last it said, let Ghidorah obey his orders and hunt Godzilla and other creatures of this world. It did not continue to make sounds. The roaring sound was mixed with the extremely high temperature generated by the violent friction between countless scales and the air, and the friction on the edges of the countless sharp scales produced fine flames. The terrifying sharp teeth after the strengthening directly smashed the energy position of the bishop-level pioneer, and the dragon's mouth closed immediately, and the flesh and blood flew out in an instant. Whoa! The roaring ice air was squeezed frantically, and Ghidorah's three heads roared at the remaining two terrified pioneers. 1.3 It's talking. No one can command it, the world can change how it wants to change. Disobey the king and you will be destroyed. Next moment. When the three heads looked around the sky, the small pioneers fell on their knees in its shadow. Godzilla. Hiss off. Ghidorah's domineering head in the middle pondered, the calm head on the right roared at it, and the head on the far left was unclear and looked at them both with its head tilted. Then. They seemed to have reached a consensus. Godzilla, mortal enemy. Find it and destroy it. Ancient. In mythology. There is a dragon that descends from the stars, it brings thunderstorms, devours humans, and devours gods, titans. The ancients called it Ghidorah, and were quite afraid of it, even reluctant to leave a legend, as if it was destined to be forgotten. It is the image of dragons and snakes in all myths. Dacia calls it a dragon, and the West calls it an evil dragon. It's Hydra, it's Typhon in Greek mythology, it's also Ouroboros, it's left endless legends and myths, it's a tyrant, it's a demon, and it has no sympathy, it has no concept of good and evil, it is Ghidorah. A dragon scale, fire pupil, sky wings wrapped around a hurricane, with powerful thunder and lightning dragon breath. Ghidorah does not aim to destroy the world or exterminate all creatures, it is just enjoying the feeling of dominating the world and wanting to be the king, and by the way, whoever is unhappy will be destroyed, such as human beings. Ancient times. Godzilla fought Ghidorah with Mothra and other titans, and some hominids. The battle was a dark day, with countless casualties, and finally Ghidorah slept in the Antarctic permafrost. Now, it's back. With stronger power and a more terrifying body, come to dominate this world that should not belong to it. United Nations Government. The Godzilla incident has not yet settled, and now dozens of kilometers around Muto's lair are listed as a restricted area, and everyone has been evacuated. The monsters didn't move, and they didn't dare to move either. But this is the time. Suddenly, the personnel on the monitoring satellite sent an emergency message, saying that an unknown storm was approaching here, and the speed was extremely fast and very terrifying. Long. When the prompt sound in the control room sounded, a huge amount of dark clouds suddenly appeared on the screen, and the thunderstorm swept over. Report, the mysterious storm group we found is heading towards where Godzilla is, the source of the storm, the South Pole. When seeing this picture, the United Nations Defense Headquarters was already in chaos. Immediately, analyze the interior of the storm and notify local personnel to prepare for natural disasters. The top UN government officials clenched their fists at the moment. The incident of monsters hasn't stopped, why is there another natural disaster? I don't think it's a natural disaster, it might be some other monster or something. Are you stupid? A monster? Are you sure a monster can manipulate a storm and change the natural sky? Unless it's a god, not even Godzilla can do that. The executives, who were holding back a burst of anger, at the moment couldn't help but want to swear. So what? Storms and monsters are not all natural disasters. Even if human beings are about to perish, it is up to us to decide how to die. Bullshit. What if they weren't intended for us? What's more, haven't you noticed that every time a monster appears, the land will be full of vitality and produce a new natural ecology? But as long as we humans intervene, it will become a land of death again. Then tell me, how can you let these monsters go back to your own house and stay in your own house, and never sleep? But who put them out? Listening to the quarrel of the crowd, the technicians at this time wore headphones, as if capturing some kind of terrifying dragon roar in the storm, their eyes widened. What is that? With the surprise of more than one roar, the high-level people stopped arguing and looked at the screen one after another. My God, what the hell is that? While muttering to themselves, they opened their eyes wide and stared at the dark clouds on the screen, and the thunder and lightning storm swarms swept by the hurricane. This is a sudden natural disaster. No one knows the cause of its occurrence, only that it comes from the South Pole. As the distance approaches, when the device captures its appearance, everyone finds that the fact is not as simple as imagined. I don't know who said it in shock. All eyes gathered. Infinite black clouds condensed in the sky. Lightning thunders, hurricanes roar, darkness envelopes the sky. In an instant, huge amounts of flashes tore apart the dark sky, violent thunder and lightning cracked the dark clouds that collapsed in the sky, followed by a dragon roar resounding through the sky. Boom boom boom. The dark golden thunder and lightning that enveloped the sky whipped the sky, and soon, everyone in this world saw a power from God. They raised their heads in disbelief and looked into the thick black clouds. The head on the left is slightly rebellious, a little dull, and needs the guidance of the elder brother. The head on the right is indifferent, and has been thinking about something, which is considered a calm think tank. In the dark cloud, 3 dragon heads. As the 3-headed dragon opened its mouth, countless thunderbolts flashed in its mouth. The thunder light illuminated the inside of the black cloud, and from a distance, it looked like a dragon-shaped creature with 3 heads, spreading its wings in the dark cloud, like a god descending from the sky. At the moment, the head on the left, which is curious about everything, keeps poking out of the clouds, while the head in the middle bites its neck and hugs it tightly, making it look ahead to speed up flight hurry. But actually behind the scenes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ghidorah also has a side that others don't know. At the moment, he looks domineering and earth-shattering, like the dragon god of heaven and earth. However, it also persuades from time to time, because the leader in the middle often picks up the 25th boy on the left. The dark gray and golden gleaming scales shone brightly, and as its body twisted, a terrifying thunder and lightning quickly wrapped around the long pointed twin tails that flashed through the clouds. Clouds. The head in the middle is domineering and manic, spreading coercion outward, and the main body casts spells. The dragon head on the right is very Buddhist, with a face that has nothing to do with him. Like Godzilla. Surrounded by the endless sea of terrifying clouds, a terrifying giant dragon shadow with a sky-swept potential swept through. Different styles, domineering, flirtatious, curious. It's like Godzilla, standing on the sea and raising his head to breathe. The surface is very domineering, in fact, it needs King Kong to fight under the sea. Otherwise, the short legs will flutter. In the dark cloud. Ghidorah's domineering and terrifying dragon roar sounded above the sky, and soon a pair of giant wings tore apart the thick dark cloud. That's all. Inadvertently, a huge dragon head appeared above the sky, and then the dragon head was retracted, as if it was arguing with something, and at the same time, two other dragon roars were heard, although their roars were one and the same. It sounds very similar, but if you look closely, there are differences. This also means that this monster has more than one head. What the hell is that monster? Hearing the high level of surprise, the monster researcher's mouth trembled slightly. I heard that a mysterious organization at the Antarctic base is researching something. According to their information, there is a demon sealed under the Antarctic permafrost, and that demon has 3 heads. Antarctic Organization, do you mean the All Souls Organization? Speaking of which, a certain high-level person looked at the other leaders, and they matched each other. Many of these people have invested in the research of monsters by the SEAL organization, but they also quickly shook their heads. Because Quanling Organization's branch base at South 077 Pole, just a while ago, suddenly lost contact. But now it seems. It is estimated that they were all killed by that terrifying 3-headed dragon. So it is also a monster that can control natural disasters, right? Almost so, after all, monster number 0 has other names. You see, it suddenly appeared, suddenly rolled up a black cloud and called for lightning. This is not comparable to any monster that human beings have ever seen. After all, it doesn't look like it. Funny, seems curious and hostile to our fighters. Drop. However, as soon as the words fell, a sudden alarm sounded, interrupting their conversation. Then came the voice of the military commander on the screen. Report. All the fighter jets have been destroyed. The monster captured by the radar is moving towards the city at a speed of 550 kilometers per hour. There are 10 minutes to reach the nearest human city. Sure enough. As a top priority, the leaders asked the Imperial Project Organization and the All-Spirit Organization to integrate the identity, characteristics and origin of this monster, EBD, as soon as possible. The most important thing is to identify its weaknesses. As part of the defense of the planet, what can be done now is to keep as many people as possible away from the disaster site. The fate of mankind is in our own hands, and everyone will act immediately to analyze the monster's direction and goal, and once it hits the ground, immediately start action. Imperial Organization. I just sent a letter, and the information on the monster number 0 has been sorted out. Professor Amanda, its origin is very strange, and it can be said that it is terrifying. The researcher in the white coat handed over all the documents that he had sorted out. None of these documents are scientific data. All are legends and myths from all over the world, because no one dared to mention and record this name in history, so only various versions of myths and legends are left behind. A dragon descended from the stars, it brought storms, devoured humans, and devoured gods. Dora. Is that its name? Professor Amanda held on to the frame of her spectacles as the other assistants spun around in the swivel chairs in the office. Professor, the cave painting you asked us to investigate earlier has been confirmed. This mural shows the mythological side described by ancient people. Look at this, it is very similar to Godzilla. Above Godzilla's head, a mysterious giant moth monster is flying. At the same time, on the other side of the picture, a three-headed dragon, a pair of huge amounts of wings, two long pointed tails, and huge size, it should be the monster in the storm, Ghidorah. Only mythological records. And no more details. No. The ancients called it Ghidorah, and were quite afraid of it, even unwilling to leave a legend, as if it was destined to be forgotten. Hearing this, Professor Amanda closed her eyes slightly and fell into contemplation. The frescoes of Ghidorah and Godzilla fighting. Could it be that they were mortal enemies in ancient times? Yes, I thought so too. That monster is too scary, twice the size of Godzilla. But in fact, the only one who can deal with it, for now, is Godzilla. This is not something we humans can deal with. Also at the moment. Report. Suddenly there is news from Dr. Sarazawa, saying, Godzilla is on the move. Sure enough. Investigate their location immediately, guide them to an uninhabited area as much as possible, and use a biosonic device. Creature, sonic. But that would wake up the other beasts. Not good. The crater on Mona Island is about to erupt. But this is not the worst. At the same time, another researcher of the Emperor Organization, the person in charge of the branch base in Mona Island, said the original words. What? At a time like this? I understand. At the moment, he stared at the group of fighter jets that whistled overhead, and immediately followed up without thinking, and started heading towards the direction of Mona Island. INMD. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It floated all day. Oh, my God. Quite irritable. It has been analyzed that at their speed, it will be too late to encounter near Mona Island, Puerto Rico in 10 minutes. Where 3 million people are evacuating, even if the rescue is carried out at the fastest speed, it will at least be nearly hundreds of thousands of people have been implicated in the fighting and are in a dangerous area. Amanda shook her head and looked like she was a little dazed, and then he slowly shouted, Quick, notify the military immediately, completely block Mona Island, enter the highest level of combat to prevent monsters from approaching the crowd, reckless, and do all you can to fight against the crowd. Go. Damn it, clear. This is the battle of the titans, the duel of the kings. It is also for the hope of our humanity, Ghidorah, our common enemy. After the King Kong boy left Godzilla, sure enough, he got lost in the sea. It seems that due to the influence of Ghidorah's lightning storm, the flame demon who was sleeping inside woke up. With that said, the communication was immediately sent to the nearby US military base. Is this to destroy the world? The person in charge of Mona Island, the Imperial Organization, could not help but stare at the sky that was gradually taking on the heat. Below that, was the volcanic crater on the ancient island. At the moment he had heard the notice. In that crater, a terrifying demon was still sleeping, not so much sleeping, but absorbing the scorching energy of the volcano. With the baptism of the heat, the rock-like scales became tougher, covering the volcano. Sediment, the surface temperature is as high as 1,200 degrees Celsius. Boom! The terrain near the crater was shaking violently and was in a period of intense activity. The temperature of the steel base just above the crater rose, and all the research members of the Emperor Organization began to evacuate desperately with equipment and various materials. Originally, this dormant volcano would not erupt at all, but for some unknown reason, the giant beasts inside became violent. Hurry up! The volcano is about to erupt, get on the helicopter. The roar is getting louder and louder, and the more turbulent the volcano is, the more violent it is. It means that the giant beast inside is in a very bad mood. Definitely. Its current state is just turning over and has not really woken up yet. Therefore, the eruption of the volcano was still a long way off, and during this time, the Emperor organization had no intention of caring about other things, and had to run away desperately. Then, the terrifying black smoke and high temperature burned the surface of the steel base to a crimson red, and then the edges and leaking places began to gradually form billowing black smoke that reached the sky. The shadows covered the sky over the island, and the dark clouds formed by volcanic ash reached the sky. Accompanied by Ghidorah, who came with a thunderstorm from far away. Huge amounts of smoke and sparks engulfed the sky, and the thick smoke crossed around the volcano. At first glance, it seemed that the entire volcano was covered with some kind of black-gray smoke belt, and the surrounding sky was as terrifying as it was on fire. Boom! In the terrifying roar, the volcano trembled violently, and a terrifying momentum swept the sky, causing the dark clouds in the sky to spread out like mushroom clouds. Escape! The volcano is about to erupt. The people near the helicopter who were rushing to board the plane were pale and smelled the sulfur in the air, and suddenly understood that time was running out. Same. Far below the island, humans along the coastal city, watching the gradually changing sky, and the shaking near the volcano. The earthquake and the poisonous sulfur smell became stronger and stronger, causing countless people to start fleeing towards the rescue mothership in the port. In a thunderstorm, Ghidorah's roar resounded through the sky, and the invisible electromagnetic waves spread across most of the world, awakening the giant beasts in many areas of the earth. Then, the flame demon that has been sleeping for many years has opened its eyes. Buzz buzz. Moo ran, as if the whole world began to tremble slightly. On the volcanoes of Mona, the earth is crumbling and the sky is destroying. Suddenly, a terrifying giant claw suddenly stretched out from the top of the cliff. Along with the giant claws tearing apart the steel base, the magic dragon also spread its wings impressively. Boom! The volcano began to tremble, the islands and the sky seemed to be terrified. Starting at the top of the crater, spider cracks began to spread out in all directions. Soon, in just a few seconds, huge amounts of cracks were born. Then, the flame demon slowly raised its giant claws, and it looked at the environment that had become unfamiliar for tens of thousands of years with its sober eyes. With its giant claws avoiding the crater, the terrifying scarlet volcanic cave began to overflow with magma, rolling down toward the bottom. Boom boom boom. From the initial small-scale Martian eruption to the current full-blown eruption. In the heavenly palace, a large cloud of volcanic smoke was forming, slowly covering the island. A sharp long howl pierced the silence of the sky, and a thunderous roar frightened all the creatures on the island. The sky was overcast with clouds, and the fire was blazing into the sky. Along with the roar that terrified all things, the soot of flames soaring into the sky finally announced its arrival. The dark red magma erupted in the billowing black smoke, and the huge rumbling sound collapsed in layers, and the red-hot rocks were pushed up into the sky and fell suddenly, leaving thousands of fiery red meteor scratches in the smoke screen. Then, it unfolded its incomparably huge wings, and it took time. Behind the flame demon, the flames rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky. 0. Ask for flowers. Anyone can see how terrifying the dazzling radon at the moment is. That scorching power is drawn from the terrifying heat of the billowing magma. As the lava erupted in the sky, this huge and terrifying ancient pterosaur beast was bathed in the magma, and the flames were spewing out as if it had split open, and the flame pterosaurs formed a shocking scene. They rushed towards the sky. Every scale on its body was trembling, and Raton opened huge amounts of bird's beak as if feeling a shudder and some kind of threat, and the scorching hot breath spurted out of his nostrils. Jaya. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The sky and the earth changed color, and the smoke billowed, as if the sky had surrendered, welcoming the Lord of the Sky to wake up. In the process of absorbing heat. Then, under the gaze of the crowd fleeing the city, Raton suddenly lowered his head. Its noble and domineering head was buried in the crater, and countless magma was rolling. At the moment, Raton also realized that a very threatening existence was rapidly approaching. then it was like drinking water, gradually swallowing the terrifying high-temperature flame energy down its mouth toward its body. Flame Raton climbed on the highest point of the volcano. It stepped on the crater and overlooked the earth, making people feel the desperate power of disaster. Under this supply of absorbing a lot of energy, the flames stretched out the wings that covered the sky and covered the sky. When Flame Raton entered its peak, the sky seemed to be crushed, the jet of magma fell on it, and it quickly turned black, the heat energy was absorbed, and the dust, smoke and flames in the sky seemed to be related to its body. Scales fused together. Raton's wings seemed to be wrapped with fiery red lines, and the unruly stripes made the scales particularly eye-catching, and the entire dark appearance also exuded flashing red energy. This moment. Huge amounts of pterosaur claws grasped the edge of the volcano and looked into the distance, the flowing magma brushed along its gray-black rock-like scales, and the high-temperature power in the magma was instantly absorbed. Volcano erupted. On the volcano. In that black and red flame scales in Renton, it has a rock-like shading big way, each piece of scales are super defensive cohesion come. Scales below. Shining red light red, it is the power of the flame, is the energy source of Renton. The chest near the heart, and the organs storing thermal energy. Those blood heat like high temperatures generally in the body it is flowing, there is unparalleled strength and power. Godzilla's interlinked with the red hot, red symbolizes the powerful pulsating life can be ejected from the mouth of the shaft can hotline. Flame Raton. Rather it enters this state, compared to this monster, natural disasters, what they count. Hiss, it becomes stronger than ever. See Raton Physical Changes 077 Imperial members, stared at the shocking scene, I have felt the oppressive burk from the head of the monster on the volcano body. Renton is like a living volcano, it's double to wield, everything will burn out, it is the beginning of a large disaster. Death Wing, Flame Raton. Oh. Flame Raton suddenly opened their eyes wide, that red rock on dark-skinned, glowing lines like lava flowing through terror, as if brewing a terrible destructive power. Its line of sight into the distance the sky, dark cloud blocks out the sun, lightning, hurricanes roar Tian Dome. In that clouds of the sky, extremely frightening lightning storm swept. In that King Ghidorah terror slam, the status of the king feel like the sky was provoked in Renton, double vision becomes full of fierce and brutal. Jaya. Flame Raton issue extremely scary wailing, and suddenly the sky in shouts. Then, under the watchful eye of a human fighter group, huge amounts of wings unfold, the black-red giant pterosaur wing as if tearing the sky, instant activation of the body lines, hot atmosphere of terror breath accompanied by gray flame winds howl roar come. This is. With each Flame Raton in sight the wings, they swept the top along with the terrible shockwave volcano. Instant tornado flames born, the whole island will collapse in a different tremor, earth, boiling hot breath across the sky. Flame Renton grabbed Jujua volcano, suddenly toward the bottom skimming down. With the dismay of the watching human soldiers, that is like magic Mishi large pterosaur-like terror roars of Armageddon. Warm information. Flame Raton body vested with full force swooped down on the horizon leaving empty sound a blast shook the air. I ask, how fast is Sky King, Renton dive speed? It did not fly fast fighter, but far from across the eardrum began roaring sound of the moment, it is already close to or even instantly breaking the sound barrier, to the extent 10 times the speed of sound. And in that very large wingspan, Renton dive flyby moment of terror sonic wave will be swept. Long rumbling. Near the ground, the Renton hastily stopped himself, will dive into a taxi. Momentary terror blast generated when the buffer collapsed the city, along with it through the ground are recessed into huge amounts of empty. OM. Sonic wave of terror accompanied by the Raton flight, began erupting in the city at low altitude. Buzz sounded the moment, things are at the moment began to burn up, Renton wings carry the death flames, all the way flyby, trails give all burning embers into the final. This. Oh my god. With huge destruction of coercion suddenly hit Raton, sweeping the sky with the extremely alarming that a large body and breath despair. It produced a sonic waves to destroy the city while flying over the sky. A short period of less than 10 seconds, the whole city was shrouded in a wide range of areas sonic waves, like the end of the general collapse of extremely frightening. Raton. Fellow Imperial Organization took a deep breath through, loud and empty of God's name, that is worthy of the name is not excessive. But its destructive power range too. At the same time, that electrical storm on radar has been monitored, began to rapidly converge from over the sea, they come into the field of vision in Renton. Appeared, Renton vs. Jidwa Law. Under the public eye gaze, in the twinkling of an eye Raton flyby of the city changed direction and began moving. Jidwa La Carry Lightning Storms Group rushed 0. In an instant. Battle of the Gods sky like a general form of appalling horror of the scene. Jaya. Need time. Then. Roar proud. King Ghidorah open wings sky and roaring, tremor sky sound mixed with manic domineering. Flame Raton carrying Armageddon trend, with dark stormy violent collision together. Dark clouds countless lightning like gravitational light scattered when the outbreak, only that shudder in Quanglei erected 3 head is clearly visible, making the already large terrorist wing of the giant shock produced magnificent face became grim horror. Jidwa La Putian volume way, the 3 dragon biting forward, Renton claws open, tore 3 dragons body, the beak pecking at the 3 dragons in which ahead. At that moment, with the arrival of the flame Raton, countless air and clouds in stock and terror outrageous shockwave, the direct extrusion was forced open, exposing the twinkling of an eye which, including 3 dragons true, it under that thick terror thunder in the form of giant wings, crashing in a collision between 1.3 and Renton together. When 2 monsters fighting mad, and for the bottom is like the destruction of like blow. When the moment King Ghidorah and Flame Raton collide together, the atmosphere of a tremor ripples appeared in the sky, the terrorist forces generated in a collision blast will instantly break up surrounding clouds. Cameroon roaring. On the other side, it is the dark shadow of terror thunder and lightning, the storm constantly flashing Quanglei, a large body of 3 terrifying dragon hideous look to the front. The sea sword storm, even heat waves and hurricanes direct electric current of any fighter in the vicinity of these are not close to push back the slightest mistake will plane crash. Next, a face-to-face, let everyone mind blank. Temple swept aside, along with the tornado flame strike smoke flowing air with vigorous twist visible changes. I saw that the flames with burning wings were directly overwhelmed by the 3-headed dragon with absolutely terrifying power. In the sky, his body was torn apart by the opponent, and he stepped on it fiercely. Following the ripples generated by the triple power in the sky, Raton fell at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With a loud bang, Raton was smashed into the sea by the 3-headed dragon, and suddenly thousands of waves broke out, which was extremely terrifying. Afterwards, Ghidorah, the king in the sky, fell heavily, and the sharp claws of his hind limbs stepped on Raton's chest like a falling meteor. With the splash of hot sparks, Raton's magma armor scales were torn apart. Hiss! I don't know if it was a scream or an angry roar, but the flame Raton, who was unilaterally ravaged by the 3-headed dragon at the next moment, rolled his body in the sea, using the advantage of air power, turned around and stood up. At that moment, Ghidorah's 3 heads attacked mercilessly. The terrifying dragon head opened its bloody mouth, revealing a huge mouth full of sharp fangs. Then, the 3 heads clearly bit on Raton's body and wings, and when they pulled hard, the scales were torn off a large piece, and the blood flying horizontally, it dyed the nearby sea red. Ka! The screaming Raton was once again shot down by the violent King Ghidorah and smashed towards the land of the human city. The terrifying 04 shockwave instantly shattered everything around him, and at the same time, the hot and numb air spread to the nearby people. In the tip of the nose. For a moment. Everyone's brain is blank. This is the battle of the King of the Sky. That 3-headed dragon is so terrifying. It actually knocked down a flame demon like Raton to the ground mercilessly. Terrible power, the strongest and most tyrannical monster in the world. Apparently everyone was stunned by the blood-to-blood battle between King Ghidorah and Flame Raton. That terrifying fight that was deadly and bloody, really made countless people's scalps go numb. Roar! The three heads of King Ghidorah stared down at the Flame Raton on the ground, stepped on its wings with their feet, and gathered gravitational rays in their mouths. The three-headed dragon gradually raised its neck. At the same time as the dragon's horns flashed, a strong energy began to gather from the abdomen to the throat. The next moment, golden lightning with terrifying and destructive power intertwined, attacking Raton. Go with. Hiss. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, the flames immediately mobilized the powerful heat energy in the body, and at the same time, the whole body became red, and the high-temperature terrifying uranium energy hotline was ejected. The red uranium energy hot rays collided with the golden-blue gravitational rays. At the same time as the energy storm erupted, a violent gas explosion occurred. But Ghidorah's gravitational ray is on the same level as Godzilla's atomic breath. After all, the energy of a volcano is still slightly worse than the nuclear energy of a planet. Flame Raton didn't hold on for long, his body was pierced by the lightning, and a large amount of blood flowed out, and he fell to the ground dying. Leighton. King Ghidorah did not immediately kill the flame, but kicked it to the ground, and then squinted downward with indifferent and fierce eyes. Then it opened its monstrous mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Ghidorah is talking to Raton, it's an alien monster, and this ability can be done, just like Godzilla's telepathy. King Ghidorah is one of the few monsters that can communicate with other creatures by voice. Your fathers have challenged us beyond their own capabilities. In the past, the sun rose, and the sky fell. Submit to me, the god of the sea, and I will give you the master of the sky. The three-headed dragon pulled down and roared at each other, and the three heads were entwined like snakes, spitting out letters, and looked around at Raton. Listen to what it means. It seems that Raton was once the name of a race, but that group perished, and Raton's parents were killed by Ghidorah at the time. And the remaining Flame Raton became the last god of the sky monster. And the god of the sea refers to Godzilla. Ghidorah wants Raton to submit to it and go to Godzilla together. At the moment, Raton stood up trembling slightly, and then, with his wingspan lowered, he bowed his head to show his submission. Ha! Come on. Let me see your power. The storm was shrouded in gusty wind and rain. Ghidorah's wanton laughter resounded through the heavens and the earth like a dark thunder. On the screen of the human base, the majestic and domineering three-headed dragon spread its wings and roared. All things surrendered because of its roar, the terrifyingly huge body and the breath of despair swept the sky, and the black clouds suddenly struck with huge amounts of destructive thunder and lightning storms. Then, Ghidorah was about to be shocked, soared into the sky, and flew to the highest peak of the volcano. It slowly landed on the crater, and the thunder and lightning were woven into a strange and terrifying picture behind it, which was shocking. It was a very classic scene. Ghidorah stood on the volcano, spread his wings and roared in the sky. There was a cross in the lower right corner of the picture, which appeared on the human monitoring screen. P.S. The giant beast Raton is actually relatively simple, with a brutal personality, likes to destroy, and obeys all creatures that are stronger than himself. There is no standpoint and principle, and he will always play the role of a younger brother. Godzilla is the god of the earth and the god of the sea. It didn't take it by itself, but the human name roar. Will the world belong to it? Crack crack crack. Godzilla. The meeting room was terrifyingly silent. The appearance of Ghidorah and Raton's surrender made them unable to imagine what kind of situation it was. Thunderstorm, thunder and lightning. Dr. Sarazawa looked solemn, then pointed to another screen, and his voice trembled excitedly. It is the only king on earth. We are all his subjects, and now, someone is destroying its land, now, it is here. The religious implication of this scene is very strong. Ghidorah symbolizes the devil, and it is extremely similar to the big red dragon in the Bible, the incarnation of the devil Satan, which means that it falls from the sky. The evil, strange and domineering of Dora, the great devil, is vividly reflected. The sky trembled and the earth shook. No, the world doesn't belong to it, it's a false god. With the gathering of energy, Ghidorah's big wings seem to be densely covered with a net of lightning, and the golden blue lightning with terrifying destructive power flashed outwards. Couldn't find any weapons that could deal with this monster, and everyone was staring at the icon of the oxygen destruction device in amazement. When the tsunami rolled and the dorsal fin burst out of the water, the Godzilla march sounded, and everyone was excited. Joint Command Center. The source of the storm, the power that gradually condensed from Ghidorah's body. Not pretentious. Unnecessary. When Ghidorah spreads his wings, Roar calls thunder and lightning, and stands on the volcano when Roar calls the beasts to surrender. The shaking of the earth became stronger and stronger. Serizawa clearly felt that all this came from the sea, and he seemed to hear Godzilla's roar. This is a warning. He quickly reacted. Godzilla was warning Ghidorah not to act recklessly, this is its territory. At the same time, with divine awareness, Serizawa, like many others, stared at the sea where Godzilla appeared. It was a feeling of pilgrimage, the raging waves rolled heavily, as if beating in his heart. The birth of a devil does not mean destruction. Stormy seas, when seeing the hideous huge amounts of pitch-black dorsal fins. It was an incomparably heavy and down-to-earth feeling, and everything was silent in an instant, because he knew that the next moment Godzilla would appear as the king and kill the enemy. You are our hope and will help us usher in a new dawn. Report. Godzilla arrives on the battlefield. At this time, a surveillance officer spoke excitedly, and the screen instantly switched to Godzilla. I saw that the originally calm sea suddenly fluctuated violently, setting off an incomparably terrifying monstrous wave, sweeping the coast with an overwhelming momentum. Tsunami. Everyone who saw the screen was excited. It's it. All the members of the Imperial Organization, including Serizawa, and ordinary people were all excited. Godzilla. Holy cries, representing their despair. I don't know if I heard Roar's call. A ferocious black head suddenly protruded from the sea, and then kept going upwards, standing upright in an instant. Ghidorah. Godzilla was breathing heavily, and a fiery mist like white smoke came out of her nostrils. Huang-ong-ong-ong-ong. Carrying Godzilla, which came with the tsunami, its violent roar shook the world, its dorsal fin lit up with a dazzling blue light, followed by the terrifying magma-like atomic furnace in its chest that instantly gathered energy. Go to hell, go. Super Spiral Hotline. The terrifying breath ray pierced through dozens of kilometers in an instant, showing a spiral-shaped super hot ray, and attacked straight towards the volcano of Ghidorah. Rumble rumble. A mushroom cloud like an atomic bomb exploded into the sky, and the entire volcano exploded in an instant, razed to the ground by Godzilla's breath. Ghidorah, has he been killed in seconds? In the United Nations conference room, the people watching this scene held Roar's breath and stared nervously at the mushroom cloud-like thick smoke. At the moment of Godzilla's electric giant tail, the giant beast-like body walked towards the land. Ka! Wow! The earth was trembling, and along with the majestic waves, Godzilla took heavy steps and walked unswervingly towards the mushroom cloud's explosive embers. From the look of it, it's clear that Ghidorah isn't dead. The violent hurricane Roar roared, rolling up a large amount of smoke and dust and black mist. When the thick smoke near the flattened volcano was blown away by the terrifying giant wings, the King Ghidorah stuck out 3 heads and spit out a letter from the come inside. Along with its footsteps, the ground seemed to burn with blue smoke, and it was obvious that the move just now was resisted by it, and it was unscathed. Ghidorah's recovery speed is much more terrifying than Godzilla. Although Godzilla has also evolved again, let's not talk about the attack aspect, but the numerical parameters of defense on both sides are almost the same. Therefore, if Godzilla could handle the power herself, Ghidorah wouldn't be able to die. And at the moment, everyone in the command center was stunned and speechless. Godzilla's breath explosion just now, even if there is no nuclear bomb's lethality range, but in terms of core power, it is comparable. But even so, Ghidorah can be unscathed, which means that even if they human beings drop a nuclear bomb, Ghidorah will not die easily. Quick, let's go, speed up the evacuation of citizens and find shelter. The commander stared at Chibi, his face twitching slightly. He had already expected that the next battle between these two monsters would be like a nuclear bomb duel, even if it was a small fight for the monsters, but for the ants, it would be devastating. Serizawa hurriedly said to him, "Let it spread out, only it can deal with Ghidorah." Understood. After speaking, Serizawa looked at the screen. I saw Godzilla's tail rise again with a terrifying blue light, which quickly spread to the entire dorsal fin. OM. Godzilla opened his bloody mouth, and through the atomic furnace in front of his chest, he transformed the blue atomic breath into an extremely terrifying red-hot line, which was sprayed towards Ghidorah's position. And along with its concentrated rays, it changed from a thick blue hot line to a reddish red, and then, to a very penetrating purple hot line. Buzzing. Godzilla turned his body, and the terrifying purple rays were like cutting laser knives. When they crossed the horizon, the clouds split open, and when they crossed the earth was cut open, and when they crossed the mountain peaks slid down diagonally. And this hotline shot towards Ghidorah's three heads suddenly. But when Ghidorah opened his wings, a strong burst of thunder and lightning burst, and a terrifying ionization energy net appeared on the surface of the body, intercepting Godzilla's rays, and a violent explosion occurred on the surface of the energy net. #Layton. Ghidorah roared in the sky, taking time to slam into Godzilla from the flame Raton, which was swooping down with a supersonic terrifying momentum. Immediately after. Gravitational ray, triple tornado. The terrifying thunder light condensed by Ghidorah's three heads flickered, and gravitational rays were sprayed from the three mouths at the same time, and the golden thunder and lightning energy began to spray towards Godzilla in an instant. Go away. There was no imagined Godzilla being knocked down, by Zhao Zhao, but Godzilla turned around abruptly and pulled out the sturdy long tail with tearing air sounds, knocking the flames down to the ground instantly, damaging many buildings along the way. This time, it was also just the opportunity for Ghidorah to prepare, and a powerful gravitational ray came through. But Ghidorah seems to have expected it, and the moment he turned around, he began to prepare the instant atomic breath, which directly collided with the gravitational ray. In an instant, between heaven and earth, the situation changes. It's like a battle of gods. Boom! The screaming flame Raton was knocked to the ground by Godzilla's tail whip, and smashed into the high-rise building. The blood-spitting flame Raton screamed, and looked at Godzilla with hatred. In the original, Godzilla maintains the balance, Ghidorah ravages the destruction, Mothra is brave and fearless, and only Raton has been pretending to be his grandson. No matter how gorgeous and domineering language and myths are used to describe it. 25 boys are still 25 boys, and they can't get tough at all. But in fact, this is the reason for the excessive strength gap. Raton is no longer the opponent of Godzilla and Ghidorah today. If he is not a grandson, he will be torn to shreds. 10 minutes ago. Raton, arrogant Lingyun, Ghidorah, you are doing bad things on Earth, killing my parents, Ramu has long thought that he will meet you. A few minutes later. Latin, blue nose and swollen face, the skills are not as good as others, and I am willing to bow down. Lamu is willing to send for the elder brother. Another few minutes passed. Raton, sneak attack on Godzilla, Godzilla, you are as famous as my eldest brother, but now it is necessary to distinguish who is the primary and secondary. Back to the present. Raton, mouth vomiting blood, don't you know what kind of monster I am, Raton? You Godzilla will always be my eldest brother. At the moment. That's how Raton whined, beaten by Ghidorah and beaten by Godzilla. But its temper was as violent as a volcano, shaking its aconite and gradually stood up. And Godzilla and Ghidorah's terrifying ray duel came to an abrupt end. The hurricane roared, the flames burned, the earth trembled, the sky turned into night, dark clouds shrouded, sand and dust filled the air, and the picture seemed to freeze. The terrifying embers of energy turned into white smoke and dispersed in Godzilla's mouth, and at the same time, the three-headed dragon Ghidorah also opened her eyes with ferocious rays of light, spitting out white mist. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Godzilla electric giant tail, the giant beast, swept across the earth, opening the prelude to this magnificent battle. At the moment Godzilla's senses, Flame Raton staggered up, wanting to sneak up. Ghidorah was staring at him, and he couldn't spare his energy to deal with Raton, but at the moment, the familiar breath approached. Make a prompt decision. Godzilla roared up to the sky, and the sound waves resounded through the sky like thunder. Beautiful boy. In the sea, the swimming King Kong caught this roar, and immediately let out a beast roar, responding to Godzilla. Roar. After hearing King Kong's response, Godzilla stared at the flames indifferently. At the same time, there was a big wave on the coast, and everyone who saw this scene was once again one of them. King Kong. When they saw that terrifying figure, everyone in the command center was shocked. King Kong is a monster they are more familiar with. It was only more than 40 meters in the statistics, and now it has grown to 108 meters. The muscles of the terrifying knot, the strong body, and the swaying posture of walking. Everyone understands that King Kong is also growing and it is constantly evolving. When King Kong came on stage, Leighton also stared at it, showing fierceness and hostility, and King Kong also stared at it as if looking at the enemy. Beautiful boy, pick it up. Godzilla let out a low growl at the rear, motioning King Kong to kill the Raton Air 5. Hoo ho 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 ho. After hearing Gora's words, King Kong boy looked at Leighton with anger full of anger, and stood upright on the spot, hitting his chest with heavy fists and making a rattling sound. King Kong, are you going to fight with Raton? The people in the command center watched this scene in amazement. King Kong provoked Raton directly, and Raton was also successfully attracted attention. Serizawa was trembling and excited, because they officially came into contact with the monster, which was the time of Operation Skull Island. It's here, it's Godzilla's helper, it's here to deal with Raton. Leighton, ebbed, can fly, which is not good for King Kong. The commander came back to his senses and immediately ordered, Raptor F-22 fighter formation, assist King Kong to deal with the big strange bird. Try to contain it as much as possible, and King Kong keep a close distance. Finally. Time for an exciting counterattack. But on the other side. Flame Raton didn't think so, it tilted its head, its eyes showed a fierce look, it was very irritable, and it was incapable of anger. Ghidorah, can't beat it. Godzilla, can't beat it. But King Kong. What are you, when I fly over your head, if you don't fall, I will lose. The eye-to-eye match between the monsters made it clear what Leighton meant. If King Kong is wearing human clothes, it is estimated that at the moment Rage will tear open the clothes on the chest, and then reveal the strong and huge chest muscles and dense muscle groups to shock Rage. The two sides looked at each other for a few seconds, without yelling, just making eye contact. But the pair of terrifying beast pupils became colder and more terrifying, and finally the fighting spirit erupted. King Kong swooped down suddenly, grabbed a building similar to a signal tower on the ground with one hand as a stick, and at the moment Raton flapped his wings and opened the bird to peck and attack. Woolen cloth. But Raton obviously knows the brute force of the King Kong family, and King Kong is also a survivor of the ancient Titan family. After many years, the strongest enemy finally encountered. It's up to you to see who comes out on top. Obviously it treats Godzilla as the most important enemy, and its eyes are full of anger, contempt and resentment, as if wanting to avenge the past. At the same time, The huge amounts of iron tower smashed directly on Ratone's head, and it broke on the spot. King Kong strode forward, grabbed the fragments of the iron tower, and slammed it into Ratone's mouth. The terrifying uranium energy hotline stopped, the hair on King Kong's arm was scorched, and the skin was slightly blackened, but there was no serious injury inside. The heat energy in Ratone's body gathered, and his body became red with burning hands. The high-temperature terrifying uranium energy hotline melted the iron tower into iron juice, and sprayed it towards King Kong's position at the same time. Let King Kong rage get up and grab Ratone's beak with his big hand. If Ratone is approached by King Kong and his throat is locked from behind, King Kong can tear his bird's beak open, or his tongue and brain can be searched. Come out. Roar. But one is a handsome boy, and the other is a 25 boy. Still, it hurts. Ghidorah's roar came from the sky again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It, like Ratone, is one of the last races in the world. Soon. King Kong crossed his arms and blocked his chest, resisting this hotline. Although Godzilla's majestic body like a stalwart mountain, strong and powerful giant tail and limbs, and a very sturdy body look real. But if you compare the height and body shape file size, it is only about half the size of Ghidorah. Ghidorah today. Standing tall in the clouds of smoke, and looking down at all beings, Ghidorah's embodiment has undergone an evolution after absorbing the power of the pioneers. Its size can be said to be extremely terrifying, its wings spread out to cover the sky, and it cannot be described in words. If the wings are closed, it can be said that Godzilla can be easily wrapped in it completely. Roar AO 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 AO. At this moment, Godzilla's high-pitched fighting spirit climbed to the extreme. Under a terrifying stormy sky, the wind of destruction blows. It was like being in hell, with the burning wasteland of the building as the background, tumbling thick smoke and burning flames around, but the dark giant beast roared with a large amount of blue light from its dorsal fin. Godzilla. In the roaring sound, in the screeching and rolling clouds, King Ghidorah also responded with a terrifying roar. Then, with a cruel expression, he flew down from the sky. Instant. Godzilla sounded and took a step, and the heavy footsteps caused the earth to vibrate, pouring out in all directions. Buzzing, a huge amount of silhouette swept over in the field of vision, the scales rubbed against the atmosphere, emitting sharp tearing air sounds, and sparks were ignited at the same time, and the terrifying figure collided. This moment. Godzilla and Ghidorah are in frontal contact, the collision of blood and flesh, the fusion of force and force. The terrifying and sturdy giant claw slapped Ghidorah's head, and the other giant claw suddenly tore down. At the same time, Ghidorah's three heads were also wrapped around Godzilla like snakes, locking his throat, blocking the strength of his limbs, and then the three heads bit towards different places and began to absorb the energy in Godzilla's body. Then, everyone saw it. Godzilla's body showed hot magma power, and when the Red Lotus mode was activated, the terrifying high temperature dissipated directly in the form of thermal radiation. Heavy heat radiation blasted out, making Ghidorah's golden scales somewhat eclipsed. Boom! The second layer of heat radiation poured out, melting the building, and various heat surgings began to appear on the ground. Roar! Ghidorah was endured by this terrifying temperature, her skin was almost burned, her scales were fragile, and at the moment just tightened and wanted to hang Godzilla and had to stop. Ghidorah in the original book has a strange power that does not lose or even suppress Godzilla, and at the same time has a very high intelligence. In this case, when Godzilla found that it was a big fireball when it entered the Red Lotus state, Ghidorah definitely did not dare to continue to wrap around it, but quickly backed away to distance. And in order to interrupt Godzilla's continuous release of thermal radiation, Ghidorah released the gravitational light from the red eyes of the three heads to destroy the lightning, and suddenly a powerful lightning that was comparable to Godzilla's radiation sputtered out. The burst range of the Red Lotus mode is very strong, but there is no way to focus on destroying Ghidorah. Godzilla didn't know that Ghidorah had also evolved, otherwise the temperature he had just now could burn down Ghidorah who had not been strengthened. But now it seems. In the hand-to-hand combat between monsters, if you want to decide the winner, unless it is a fatal injury, it will not be a problem to fight for a few years. Although the King Godzilla has evolved many times, it has already surpassed the version of the legendary Godzilla. But you must know that under normal circumstances, the legendary version of Godzilla is not an opponent of Ghidorah at all. In the movie, Mothra is sacrificed, and she gets her healing in scale powder, and then eats a nuclear bomb to defeat Ghidorah. And here, Godzilla does not rely on any strength, and can still gain the upper hand in fighting Ghidorah. The most important thing is that this Ghidorah is an enhanced Ghidorah, and it is the hatred and resentment of the Sojourn pioneers against Godzilla all in one. Ghidorah is open. But do you think Ghidorah is the only one with a cheat? The real wall-hung duel, the fairy fight has just begun. Come on, let's fight. Godzilla spread out his dark arms, his hideous dorsal fin pierced into the sky, and began to charge forward like a tyrannical heavy-armed monster. Ghidorah does not need any monsters. As long as Godzilla dares to confront it, it will not run, showing the majesty of the king. After all, both sides have huge bodies beyond imagination. Boom! The two king monsters collided together, and a brutal shockwave was generated in the air, pushing the surrounding dust away. Okay, so strong. Serizawa's mind blankly looked at the two giant beasts on the screen, and the violence of Godzilla and Ghidorah was vividly displayed at this time. 0. Ask for flowers. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still hit by an instant shock. Atomic breath, cack. When Godzilla was preparing for the energy jet, Ghidorah's head hit Godzilla's chin from bottom to top, directly deflecting the atomic breath and shooting it aside. In time, the ground that the dazzling blue atomic breath swept across all burst into flames and exploded, and the ruins were instantly submerged into the sea of fire. Seeing Godzilla like this, the three heads that Ghidorah looked down upon from the top roared together, laughing at Godzilla. Jaya! Ghidorah let out a loud roar, and the next moment, it opened huge amounts of mouth, letting the lightning storms gathered in its body spurt out. 0. If you don't let me use the hotline, you don't want to use it either. As if to refute Ghidorah, Godzilla stepped on the ground with her strong hind limbs, and instantly narrowed the distance between it and Ghidorah. At the moment Ghidorah's three heads were about to spray gravitational rays, but Godzilla punched the middle head, and it was misfiring on the spot, and then the moment the right head opened the dragon's mouth, Godzilla bit it with sharp teeth, and then the giant claws tore at the dumbfounded head on the left. Selling time, the stupid dragon head on the left sprayed gravitational rays towards the dragon head in the middle, felt the severe pain and gravity to tear the head in the middle, and quickly bit the neck of the stupid dragon head on the left angrily with his teeth. The left head, which was suddenly awakened by the beating, looked bewildered as he attacked the wrong enemy and attacked the friendly army. Godzilla also looked at this scene in astonishment. It's really enough to swallow, the left one. But, what a great opportunity, F***K at plasma cutting. In an instant, the blue light that lit up from Godzilla's tail was cut with a high-frequency terrifying plasma and cut towards Ghidorah's head. Hum. The terrifying cutting force quickly broke Ghidorah's scaled skin. Due to the influence of the red lotus pattern, Ghidorah's defense was continuously reduced by Godzilla. At the moment even cut off its head, it fell heavily on the ground. Release your violent side, you are the last king in this world. In the dark. There seemed to be a gentle and elegant divine female voice conveyed to Godzilla's mind. That voice was supporting it, as if it were all her sustenance and hope. The sound of flesh and bones twisting and rubbing trembled in the air. The screaming Ghidorah's right head was directly torn off, bitten off by Godzilla, and then vomited out. At the same time, the head on the left was also torn apart by Godzilla's tail plasma cutting, and it broke off on the spot. Need time. Ghidorah is left with only the leader in the middle. This violent and bloody battle undoubtedly greatly stimulated the senses of others. Although, Ghidorah's blood was evaporated in the blink of an eye, 077, but there is no doubt that human beings cannot participate in the battle of this monster. Because if you don't keep a distance, you will die. Even if you want to run, you may be destroyed by the extremely wide hotline. It's a monster after all. Ho! Like a kite with a broken string, Ghidorah screamed in anger, and the gravitational rays accumulated in his mouth formed a scorching beam jet, which immediately burned the ruins around Godzilla. And a lightning storm appeared at the location caused by it, turning this area into scorched earth. The destructive power that was enough to destroy the city in an instant, bombarded Godzilla like this. But then, Ghidorah's wings suddenly fluttered, and he instantly lifted into the air. It has to distance itself from Godzilla, and in just a few seconds, both of its heads will grow. But will Godzilla give it a chance? The answer is absolute. Next moment, a blue light lit up from behind Godzilla, and a dense circle of energy particles spread outward. Hypergravity manipulation, the field of absolute gravity. The sudden gravitational pressure field seemed to want to kill Ghidorah without mercy. And Ghidorah, the king of at the moment, was also woken up by the blow just now, and dare not underestimate the Godzilla today. Although it once fought with Godzilla, the Godzilla at that time was definitely not as good as the Godzilla today. One of the powerful. Hey-ong-ong-ong-ong. Ghidorah's wings expanded and spread out, and a terrifying thunder light spread out in an instant, anti-gravity light. The pressure field formed by Godzilla's graviton manipulation was dissipated, and Ghidorah's body surface also spread out some kind of light star energy, which looked a bit like a force field shield. The force field is a vector field, and the three major force fields in the universe are gravitational force, electric field force and electromagnetic force. Ghidorah's scale body surface can produce the above positions, and the gravitational rays ejected from its mouth are comparable to Godzilla's atomic breath. Unfortunately, now that there is only one head of Ghidorah left, he lacks power and dares not fight Godzilla head-on, so he has to distance himself and fight back after a wave. Ghidorah. Godzilla roars at the sky at the moment. Godzilla can't fly, even if it can jump and float without gravity, but it is definitely not as fast as Ghidorah. Simply, Godzilla opened its mouth on the ground, and together with the backup atomic furnace energy, high-power overclocking output. While you are sick, it will kill you. Decisive and ruthless. Big move. Red Lotus G-Flash Hotline. Buzzing. Godzilla charges the red super spiral hot wire, and then integrates the plasma energy before releasing it, causing its dorsal fin to emit blue light, and then turns around in the body, transforming it into a terrifying purple-red light and squirting out. This move consumes a lot, but the power is extremely terrifying. If it is hit directly, the small planet celestial meteorite will be shattered instantly. Ghidorah senses a deadly crisis approaching. It was extremely frightening. It quickly spread its wings and flew back, and then it did not dare to hold back, and used the super energy provided by the Pioneer in its body. Anti-gravity ray, destroyed Kaiser. While being strengthened by the Pioneers, Ghidorah's energy has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, this move required 3 heads to be used at the same time to destroy Godzilla. However, due to the carelessness of the moment of the battle, Godzilla found a flaw. 2 heads were cut off, and the 3rd head used this energy in an emergency, and the terrifying golden light flashed towards the purple light spit out by Godzilla in a lightning-like manner. In an instant, the heaven and the earth were in turmoil, the earth cracked, the sky was torn apart, and the space was also screaming and shattering. The energy that is madly advancing every second is vented like a waterfall, and the aftermath once reached the edge of the ground, causing a deep hole in the earth to appear out of thin air, passing through the air, igniting a terrifying high temperature, in the human body. There are signs of space distortion in the field of vision. The cosmic space is composed of countless dark matter quantities, and these dark matter quantities are dissolved in this powerful energy, so the crowding out of dark matter quantities will lead to cracks in the space. The dust and smoke rolled up all over the sky, and a purplish red hot breath began to tear and swallow the golden lightning. A skull vs dual power atomic furnace? Can this energy be eaten up? Ghidorah was no match at all. At the moment when he couldn't stand the pressure, he rushed out in embarrassment. Immediately, the energy duel that was interrupted at that moment made Godzilla's hot line run through Ghidorah's lower half of the leg and the tail. Under this indescribable force, he was directly torn and broken, and his body melted into the air, leaving only Ghidorah with wings and a single head flying high in the sky, getting higher and higher. Roar AO 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 AO. Godzilla roared at Ghidorah angrily, but unexpectedly gave it a run away. It's true that I just dealt a lot of blow to it, but this 1.3 is simply painless for a monster with resilience and horror like Ghidorah. In less than half a minute, it can quickly grow a new body. At that time, Ghidorah, who has fallen into a state of vigilance, will go all out, and the three heads will work together to enter a fighting state. At that time, Ghidorah should not be underestimated. But so what? From the point of view of human science, the so-called high-vacuum universe is actually full of unknown matter, dark matter and dark energy. What exactly are dark matter and dark energy? No one knows. Dr. Serizawa and other scientific researchers only know that they account for about 95.1% of the mass of the entire universe. But they guessed that space was actually the origin of dark energy. Their ubiquity has led to them occupying the vast majority of the mass of the universe. And now, due to the terrifying light showdown between Godzilla and Ghidorah, the entire silent space seems to be being swallowed by a huge amount of black hole. This force crowds out or absorbs the dark energy, causing the sky to open a terrifying crack, allowing a large number of floors and the ruins were sucked and pulled in. That's Godzilla. The people in the Joint Command Center who were watching this scene did not dare to breathe, and their legs were unsteady. I didn't expect Godzilla to become so powerful. Is it because of that Tsar hydrogen bomb? After realizing this problem, at the moment the commander's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly to the others, "Quick! Activate the oxygen destruction device." What? Are you looking forward to throwing it on 04 Godzilla? Someone immediately startled roar, lest Godzilla would change again. No. Don't throw it to Godzilla, it would be bad if it gets stronger. Go to the location of Ghidorah's flight, intercept it, and take advantage of its serious injury, maybe you can destroy it. I see. Everyone suddenly realized that this is indeed a good opportunity, and it is also the first time that humans have made the correct choice since this game, and there is no move by the pig teammates. But still stupid. Why you say that, you will soon know. When Ghidorah began to regenerate his severed limbs, a human fighter jet began to roar with the oxygen destruction device roar, crossed the Tiangong, flew over Godzilla's head, and charged towards Ghidorah's position. Godzilla looked up. It looked at the human fighter jet, and at the same time that it had doubts in its heart, the radar senses quickly detected some kind of terrible weapon carried on the fighter jet, because Godzilla was very sensitive to dangerous breaths. But when you see that the target is Ghidorah, not yourself. Godzilla felt that human beings are not parasites that must be eliminated, and they still have some effects. As if aware of something. The King Ghidorah, who was flying, looked back at night, people had already held their breath, and the military facility in the distance kept giving orders. Same. Whether it was the people who fled, or those who saw this scene through the rebroadcast screen, at that moment, Wan Lai became silent. The dazzling light is like a small sun. Together with the airspace where Ghidorah was located, the radius of 3.2 kilometers was swallowed by the strong light in an instant. Oxygen destroyer, exploded. 10 minutes ago. On the volcano, Ghidorah, who unfolded his wings and roared in the sky, sent a signal to order the many titans in the world. That message, Godzilla, King Kong and both received. Therefore, Godzilla directly found its position and fought when he came up. King Kong also quickly supported him from the sea and fought with Raton. But far away. The other titans also woke up one after another, and these awakened titans were Titan, Yabartan appeared in the 9th chapter verse 11 of the New Testament revelation made by the Apostle John, is the messenger in charge of the bottomless pit. Yabartan was originally a Hebrew word, meaning it is the place of destruction, the destroyer or the abyss, which means hell. In the New Testament Central Asia Bartan is described as a horse with a human face, a woman's hair, the teeth of a lion, wings on its back, and a scorpion's stinger on its tail. Titan giant, Scylla, is a sea monster who devoured sailors in Greek mythology. Her body has 6 heads and 12 feet, 3 rows of sharp teeth in her mouth, and a cat's tail. At the moment it broke out of the base of the number 55 Emperor Project in Arizona, USA, and the claws tore the earth and woke up from the soil. Other titans, such as King Kong, Godzilla, etc., will not be mentioned. Definitely. Titan Behemoth, befanged, with the appearance of a black sheep's head, a human body, sheep's hooves, and a crow's wings on the back. It is one of the famous demons in Christianity, and it is also a sheep-headed devil. It is also one of the pronouns of Satan. It first appeared in the late 12th century, and it is also the official symbol of Satanism. In short, it represents a very evil guy. Titan Behemoth, Stegosaurus titan, looks like Angelus in the Godzilla series, a dinosaur with a thorny turtle shell. What a Stegosaurus looks like, no need to describe. Titan giant beast, Typhon. Typhon is the monster giant symbolizing the storm in Greek mythology. There are hundreds of dragon heads, each dragon head can spray flames, the roar is changeable, and it is human, and it is like a bull's roar, a lion. Howling, barking, sound like thunder, resounding through the 4 poles, the power is enough to deter the gods of Olympus. According to the Theogony, Typhon is the son of Gaia, the mother of the earth. Note, Godzilla is not related to Gaia. Secondly, the image of Typhon is in conflict with Ghidorah. In ancient times, it and Ghidorah were often confused by humans. Titan, Leviathan, the Loch Ness monster seen in Loch Ness in northern Scotland, looks like a plesiosaur. The only monster queen in the giant beasts, Mothra. Titan Behemoth, Methuselah, woke up early. One of the other 2 titans who communicated with Mothra, at the moment stood up in Munich, Germany, just like a mountain suddenly woke up and started walking. Every step of the way, the ground is shaking, and the mountains are terrifying. The back is like a mountain, the head is small, the bite is strong, the limbs are the same length, but the forelimbs have sharp claws, and the tail is slender and hanging down. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Titan Behemoth, Mammoth. Titan Behemoth, also known as Behemoth, the ape arm, and the appearance of a mammoth. Another monster associated with Mothra. At the moment, she completed metamorphosis at the Yunnan Emperor Organization branch base. There is another existence that has to be mentioned. Titans, Ben Yep, a mythical creature of Australian legend. According to local Aboriginal legends, they have dog-like faces, dark fur, horse-like tails, fins, walrus-like tusks, and duck-billed, living in swamps, dead pools, rivers, riverbeds and puddles. Titan, Sargon, named after the conqueror Sargon the Great who conquered Mesopotamia and created the kingdom of Akkad. Titan Behemoth, Mokrambianbi, a huge mysterious creature living in the swamps of the Congo River, the second longest river in Africa, but its sleeping place is not in Congo, but in Sudan. It is a gray 4-legged behemoth with a downward-facing ivory head, large forelimbs, 5 claws, slightly smaller limbs, a tail twice as long as the body, and an open mouth like a crocodile that can be seen sharp teeth. Titans, New Muto. Instead of King Muto, the new Muto is a brand new female Muto, who has undergone evolution on the Earth, reproduced for several generations, and has become an Earth creature, and is currently with Shion Muto and Iron Man, hostage. Mothra, Mothra. The servant under the wing is singing. I hope you can hear the desolation of this song. Please use your unforgettable faith to give us the light of eternal peace. Song of Mothra, J. Yunnan. Imperial Organization Branch Base. 1973, after the monarchs would capture the survivors on Skull Island, Brooks, a member of the organization, displayed an ancient mural that clearly showed an ancient titan in the shape of a butterfly. 2000. In the early days of the study of mythology in the temples of the Huaxia dynasty, the emperor organized personnel to a high-altitude jungle in Yunnan. Because the ancient giant beasts would emit bioacoustic signals of specific frequencies, Dr. Emma Russell and her team did so. Mothra's whereabouts are discovered. They found the giant insect eggs in the cliff behind the megalithic temple through 6 underground connections. Under the leadership of Dr. Emma Russell, Project Monarch's Outpost 61 was officially established. Dr. Emma is young and talented. He joined the Emperor Project early. He is also the Director of Bioacoustics and Echolocation Research, and has a profound research on Godzilla's acoustic roar. Her status security level is 5, which belongs to a very high level. At the same time, Emma Russell has 2 children, and now she is young, just born, not yet to the level of running in the movie, and not yet dead. At the moment research base. Emma, Doctor, the beating heart of the creature inside the cocoon is racing, it's about to break out of the cocoon soon. On the other side of the cliff, are huge amounts of waterfalls. And just not long ago, the eggs suddenly burst open, and a larva with a file size of tens of meters climbed out and came to the edge of the waterfall. Then it cocooned. The members of the Imperial Organization who have blocked themselves and saw this scene are no exception. This kind of creature will go through multiple developmental stages and live in complete metamorphosis. From the very beginning of the egg, to the larva, to the pupa, to the adult. Mothra is the strongest creature of all the titans, official daughter, stronger than Godzilla, but no Godzilla will hang. Because Mothra in the movie hatches too early, the process of forming a cocoon is only a few days, and it is impossible to compare with the other ones that have absorbed several years, decades, or even tens of thousands of years. But for this case, coupled with the awakening of Ghidorah, the palpitating Mothra chose the atavistic bloodline, and what she needed most was not a cocoon to evolve over a long period of time, but a stable, large and reliable energy source. As long as it absorbs enough energy, Mothra can evolve again similar to Godzilla after becoming an adult. Mothra. Under the waterfall. All the researchers of the Emperor Organization stood aside, their mouths half opened, staring blankly at this scene, even they didn't know what was going to happen in the next moment. Under the waterfall, the fluorescence gradually lights up, and a will, gradually wakes up. Doctor, don't we withdraw? Others are a little timid and panic, afraid that they will be torn apart by the giant beasts whose evolution has ended. No, Mothra is a gentle giant beast and has a strong sense of self. She will not be summoned by Ghidorah, nor will she harm us, as long as we do not show actions that endanger her. Dr. Emma stared absently at the scene in front of him. In the dead silence, the light in the waterfall was bright, and then, there was a long cry that shook the soul. Jaiawea. One after another light pushed through the layers of waterfalls, little golden light appeared, and finally dominated the audience in an instant. Dr. Emma and the others just felt that their eyes were not enough and could not move them away. Even so, they couldn't help staring at their dazzling eyes. Big, can't bear to ignore the scene that blends the sacred and the faith. When a beam of light split the waterfall, and Mothra descended with the light, indescribable excitement flooded everyone's heart. ***. Like the goddess of holy light, like a god descending from heaven. Under the blue sky, when the pair of wings bloomed in the waterfall, the bright light reflected in the sky also paled. The incomparably dazzling light condensed on her wings. When she sensed some kind of roar call, she fluttered her wings and flew to the heavenly palace. A light cleared the clouds, a rainbow fell from the sky, and a sacred halo shrouded her body. With a longing, a warmth, and a fighting spirit, she flew towards the very far horizon until she disappeared from the sight of everyone. Instant explosion. It engulfed Ghidorah in an instant, the sky in an instant, and the sea in an instant. The strong light dissipated, and countless dead fish surfaced on the sea. When the originally dim sky was instantly covered by dazzling light, the clouds were washed away and the sea was shrouded. Kill all life, just as the makers of this weapon had in mind. The oxygen destruction device is a fatal blow to the roar suction system of carbon-based organisms, and it is not just as simple as turning oxygen into poisonous gas. It should be known that basic organisms are organisms based on carbon elements. P.S. The oxygen destroyer is a foreshadowing to Wake Up Destroyer. However, according to the Marvel worldview, Ghidorah does not seem to be particularly strong at this level, but sooner or later, the monsters headed by Godzilla will conquer everything. Enveloped by the oxygen atoms that destroy everything, first the fish and other living creatures, the Zhao who got it, die in the room, and then the molecular structure is completely disintegrated, and the dead fish are dissolved in the water. Oxygen Destruction Device. This chapter contains pictures. Click the Illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. All known organisms on Earth are carbon-based organisms, including humans, which are based on carbon and water. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Moment. The terrifying oxygen destroyer directly destroys the oxygen atoms, and it is referred to as the existence of no solution within the killing range. Just like an atmosphere stripping bomb, after destroying the molecular structure, the life in the vicinity is directly decomposed and liquefied. The version in the movie is different, the effect is different, and its makers once declared that only one ordinary shell is needed. File-size oxygen destroyer can turn Tokyo Bay into the Dead Sea. It then turns into bone at a speed visible to the naked eye, and is then decomposed and liquefied. A large number of fish in the sea instantly turned into bones, which is not as simple as destroying oxygen as ordinary people imagine. There is no other color in the whole world, and it is all between pure white. Ghidorah is dead. The moment of excitement has come. At the moment there was no figure in the dazzling white light, it seemed that Ghidorah was dissolved. But just when everyone was ready to cheer, roar loudly. The terrifying giant wings unfolded, fully recovered from all injuries, and Ghidorah, who entered an ultra-perfect posture, radiated thunder and lightning from both wings, and shouted in the sky. The oxygen destroyer device uses a special substance to generate an electromagnetic reaction. And that energy response, absorbed by the new Ghidorah, and entered the strongest and most terrifying state. Beyond the King Ghidorah, he is even stronger than Caesar Ghidorah, who is known as the strongest cosmic super monster. If in the original book, Ghidorah's threat level is 7, then it is 8 after being strengthened by the Herald. And Godzilla is level 9. But today's Ghidorah is also level 9. God Ghidorah. Although the strongest monster in the universe does not refer to the multi-universe, but it belongs to Ghidorah. Even if it returns to the planet of the Ghidorah race, it is one of the strongest. Are you hanging up again? Godzilla at the moment looked at Ghidorah in the distant sky in disbelief, but soon it found out. Although Ghidorah has become stronger, 107 is temporary. It can't maintain this form for long, but as a battle, it is enough. In an instant, the wind was surging, and golden thunder and lightning fell from the sky and hit Ghidorah. At the moment Ghidorah has been able to harness the power of nature, constantly drawing power from thunder and lightning. It can also manipulate huge amounts of lightning storms, with the highest damage performance unleashing huge fields of lightning storms that destroy a range of kilometers. General, found an anomaly. At this time, the terrified surveillance personnel suddenly spoke, and the screen switched to the locked Ghidorah. Ghidorah's body, which was full of energy, glowed with a dazzling flash of lightning and a golden color. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. The 3 heads grew back, and the 2 tails became thicker. The tip of the tail hissed like a rattlesnake. The whole body was covered with golden scales. At the moment, the thunder and lightning snapped on the wings of the body, and it looked terrifying. The threat level of the god Ghidorah and its power were quickly analyzed, and the area covered by the lightning storm would soon reach the nearby cities. Everyone in all, Ebd, is compatible, and every time they go to a weapon with a large lethality range, there will be problems, but unfortunately, they have no way to stop it. The general hurriedly contacted the president and arranged for military rescue to buy time for the citizens to evacuate. In fact, those powerful and rich people fled in private jets as early as the moment the monster appeared. The global media is paying attention and reporting on this matter, including the fact that the oxygen destruction device cannot have an effect on the monster, and it is exposed to everyone's eyes. The Emperor organization is no longer secretive, and directly posted Ghidorah's research report and data on the news, so that people all over the world can see its information, regardless of whether it will cause panic or not. It is still up to now. Time to let people know something. When the information is published. Giant beasts such as Godzilla, Ghidorah, Raton, Muto, and King Kong all appeared in the eyes of the people, and at the same time, the Emperor Plan organized a lineup for them. Godzilla and Ghidorah are mortal enemies. King Kong and Godzilla are both naturally balanced as guardians, which also gives hope in people's hearts. People finally discovered that the natural world they thought they were in control of was actually hiding such a deep, terrifying monster. But the good news is that not all monsters are evil, and Godzilla is the greatest savior. Not long after the news report, various TV stations started broadcasting to remind that a large number of giant titans woke up from the ground, and asked people not to panic when they saw these monsters, and to cooperate with the government to evacuate. Anyone knows. Because human beings are too destructive to nature, now, the era of monsters, has come. Ghidorah dived. At the moment of landing, it collided with Godzilla, fighting hand to hand, and the power exploded. Under the two giant beasts. The raging shock wave and the terrifying force poured out, causing the ground to collapse and crack. Buildings dozens of kilometers away were gradually collapsed, the ground was riddled with holes, and the wind and force raged in the embarrassed city, mercilessly taking away this lively life. Not far apart. The flames swirled in the air, rolling up a storm of flames and rushing towards King Kong. King Kong didn't have any special ability, but half-squatted on the ground, with his arms in front of him, and a flaming storm swept along with the vibration, and the surrounding rubble was blown away. The temperature of the flame pulling the shot is very high, more than 1,000 degrees casually, and the flame storm has a very high combustion power. But King Kong fought Godzilla for a long time. Although he used it as a sandbag, he also exercised his physical body to the extreme, and also grew up in the bath of high-temperature atomic breath. With its absolute physique and strength, it stood firmly in place against the flame storm. When the storm dissipated, Flame Raton hovered high in the sky, as if he wanted King Kong to fight a war of attrition with a dogfight. What to say? In the animal kingdom, human beings have extremely strong endurance. And King Kong is similar to humans, and in terms of restoring ability, it is much stronger than Raton, who has not experienced the energy tempering of Skull Island. But Latin can fly, which is the most troublesome point. When they were at a stalemate, Godzilla and Ghidorah on the other side were wrestling with each other. It was a violence, and their battle could not be described as brutal. Ghidorah's three heads attacked different areas of Godzilla respectively, and at the same time huge amounts of wings were also attacked by lightning. On the other hand, Godzilla's strong and powerful forelimbs were the best weapon, and at the same time, it was nearly half the length of the body. The tail is also quite flexible and powerful. They were entangled and scuffled together, and they simply punched the flesh, biting frantically, constantly rolling on the ground, and colliding. Plasma cutting. Anti-gravity light. In an instant, Godzilla's back was bright with blue light, and the tail swept across, and the terrifying cutting beam collided with the golden lightning ejected from Ghidorah's head. Just when they were fighting. All eyes are on, shouting for Godzilla, "Come on, Godzilla, come on, Godzilla, beat it, Godzilla." With a roar, a beam of light pushed through the layers of clouds. Next moment. The far side of the ocean, the end of the sky. When a beam of light splits the dark clouds, and Mothra spreads its wings and descends with the light. The sky and the earth are pale. Qinghong builds a bridge in the sky. The scene when Mothra appeared on the ocean instantly shocked the humans on the aircraft carrier. A light cleared away the layers of clouds and mist, and the sea surface was filled with golden light, and finally the light occupied the heavenly palace. It makes the eyes feel painful, but it will feel that the eyes are not enough and cannot be removed at all, just like the goddess of holy light. What happened? All the people in the command center were stunned. The monitoring personnel immediately reported that it was the number 61 outpost of the Emperor Project Organization, and Mothra broke out of the cocoon and flew towards this side. I don't know if it's my dazzling eyes or something really happened, the sky, showing a cyan rainbow. After watching the huge light and shadow on the screen, the generals and commanders stared dully at the blue dust floating from the sky and the true face of the beautiful monster. Quick! Send all her information. The researchers acted quickly, and along with the start of communication, the faraway outpost number 61 also displayed its research report on the screen with the appearance of Mothra. There is. The people in the command center hurriedly looked at the documents developed by the technicians. It depicts a large, winged, ancestral lepidopteran creature that, in various legends, Mothra is comparable to the Queen of Monsters, a benign representative of the natural order in mythology. While looking at the information, and then looking at the dazzling holy light on the screen, one can't help but feel lost. Its beauty and influence are also beyond everyone's imagination. Code name, Mothra. Feature, giant moth, butterfly. Ability, spinning, healing the unknown. Adult height, recumbent state 15 meters. Adult wingspan, 803 feet, 244.8 meters. Adult length, 52 feet, 15.8 meters. Weight, unknown. The adult moth looks like a silkworm moth, but Mothra is more colorful than the pure white silkworm moth, so it is also called the extremely colorful monster. Moreover, Mothra's flight ability is very fast, with a speed no less than that of the flame demon Raton. Those huge and beautiful wings were covered with azure-colored scales and powder. From her chest cavity, a biological light wave could be emitted, and the light wave would be projected onto the complex structured wings, becoming a dazzling, holy light, weapon. At this moment, along with the roar of Godzilla and Ghidorah's battle, the sky on the other side reflected a large amount of light. This scene is worthy of a classic, epic monster war. It changed direction. On the ocean, aircraft carriers and other battleship groups quickly moved away, and the fighter jets and helicopter groups hovering in the sky also moved aside. Then, the Mothra, who spread out the dazzling huge wings of the holy light, slid downward, dived, and flew away. Target, Ghidorah. At that moment, as if a beam of aurora ripped through the dark clouds, Mothra descended with the wings of light, carrying an extremely fast offensive, piercing the sky in an instant. Moment. Almost people only saw a ray of light flashing past, and then Ghidorah, who was pressing on Godzilla, was directly knocked out, shaking his body, and quickly took a few steps back, causing a violent explosion of fire behind him. Boom! While the roar sounded, the dazzling huge and beautiful wings stopped in front of Godzilla, and they bloomed instantly, protecting it behind him. Even humans were stunned by that scene. Mothra screamed, opposing it. It was Ghidorah who roared in the same rage. Mothra, Queen of Monsters. As guardians of life and civilization, Mothra's clan will continue to devote themselves to the battle of protection. As an Asgardian, she will risk her life to protect other life's sense of fate. At the moment, standing in front of Godzilla at this moment, screaming at Ghidorah, her holiness and faith are set off very brilliantly. Her wings whispered to Godzilla, as if to say, "It's okay, I'm here." Then, it fluttered its huge and beautiful wings and flew towards Ghidorah. Suddenly, Godzilla was stunned. "Although, I don't know who you are, don't go. If you can't beat it, you will be forced to quit." Godzilla didn't recognize Mothra for a while. It also basically does not know, after all, the memories passed down by his ancestors have long been forgotten in the days when he was a fat man. At the moment Godzilla couldn't help shouting, "Don't give people the head." It finally fought with Ghidorah at close range to weaken its energy, allowing it to gradually consume the blue bars, and then be torn apart by itself. The appearance of Mothra seemed to disrupt the battle. But Godzilla was still moved by helping him knock Ghidorah out of his body. Because no one but King Kong Boy cared so much about its battles. However, just when Godzilla thought this beautiful giant butterfly monster would soon be defeated. Stab! Mothra collided with Ghidorah, Ghidorah bit towards it, and Mothra turned his body at that moment, and staggered past with his wings sticking to Ghidorah. Like a razor-sharp blade, Ghidorah's half-wings were ripped apart with swiftness. This scene was watched by humans. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Mothra created a rift with Ghidorah, who had been unable to defeat Godzilla for a long time. P.S. I don't know if there are readers who know that Godzilla is officially linked with EVA. Ayanami x Mothra, Osaka x Godzilla G Beastization. There are pictures to look at. Do you want to try EVA all models vs Godzilla? Then come to all G-Beasts assimilation. The era of Avengers will come soon, and the super-powerful monster alliance will also be formed. The specifics will not be disclosed. It is a small preview. Suddenly, the people in the research center took a breath of excitement. She's an ally of Godzilla. To be honest. She's attacking Ghidorah, and she's on the offensive. Godzilla looked at Mothra's offensive in amazement, but it seemed that after this blow, her arrogance disappeared a lot. The light flickering on the scales also dimmed a little, which was a sign of insufficient energy supply. So fierce. I see. In an instant. She seems to have a special relationship with Godzilla. Could it be that there is an emotional connection between two different species? Godzilla understood that the energy in Mothra's body was in a state of semi-depletion. She had been holding on forcibly and had undergone a forcible cocooning metamorphosis, so that her foundation was unstable, and she began to tremble after a full blow. However, he just wasn't full, because he was too worried that Godzilla couldn't deal with Ghidorah and ran out ahead of time. Although Mothra repelled Ghidorah. But the strength of the god Ghidorah is doubtful. Mothra is the strongest Titan beast, yes, but she lacks energy, and the defense of Ghidorah just now has been cut down by Godzilla. It was only then that Mothra almost cut off the huge dragon wings in a staggered manner. Roar tender tender tender. Ghidorah opened his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, spread out his wings, shot terrifying lightning in and out, showing a threatening posture, grew wings. His body color turned golden mixed with light and ejected anti-gravity rays from his three mouths to destroy the Emperor's wave. That moment. Godzilla had already rushed forward, it came directly under Mothra, the dorsal fin lit up with blue light, and then it gathered energy and nuclear fusion. Need time. Facing Ghidorah's destructive lightning, Godzilla ejected high-powered atomic breaths and collided with it. 107, Jaya. Mothra watched Godzilla intercept this terrifying attack for him, and immediately looked angrily at Ghidorah who attacked him. Immediately after. While Mothra flapped the wings of the cyan holy light, a small amount of energy in her body gathered in her mouth, and then a burst of shining energy penetrated towards Ghidorah at an exceeding speed. Ghidorah, who noticed this scene. It quickly unfolded its wings, and from its wings it seemed to condense the power of thunder and lightning in the sky. With the roaring thunder, it fell, and it was full of power and unfolded a protective shield similar to a stand. But it's okay to fight against Godzilla. Also distracted to defend against Mothra's attack, isn't this hitting Godzilla in the face? Do you still have other things in mind? Tail radiation hot ray red lotus flash. Harvested energy from the spare atomic furnace split from the body, then changed from blue to red, and then the dark purple cutting beam tail was cut away from the flavor. The terrifying purple beam slashed across the ground, a deep ravine appeared, and then flashed in the direction of Ghidorah, concentrating on one point to attack. Buzzing research boom. Ghidorah's stance shield was quickly melted away, then shattered, blazing terrifying purple beams piercing holes in its wings. Because this hot ray has extremely strong penetration, but the range is small. It can break through Ghidorah's defense and cause substantial damage, but there is no way to kill it quickly, and when Godzilla was about to cut off all three of its heads, Ghidorah's roar became extremely violent. Need time. As if with its call to respond, a terrifying scene appeared. On the earth, in the deep sea, and in the sky, three distorted spaces appeared at the same time, along with the cracks in the space, the pioneers, and a large number of kaiju beasts invaded. You also brought helpers. Godzilla finally understood why this guy was so fierce. It turned out to be a partner. But what is the kaiju beast? They are not even qualified to participate in battle. When the wormhole crack appeared in the direction of the Earth, a large number of monsters drilled out from it, and the radiation heat rays from Godzilla's tail moved directly from Ghidorah and swept toward the wormhole. Almost at that moment, the terrifying purple-black hot ray at the tail ripped apart the black earth and smelted the monsters rushing out of the black hole. Like a beam of light piercing the air, it cut them neatly and exploded. Follow closely. The terrifying external energy burst, the wormhole exploded directly, and huge amounts of vortex were generated to absorb the surrounding things. But that doesn't solve the problem. Because the pioneers are constantly supplying energy to the wormholes, as long as they don't die, the wormholes will constantly open, and even if they are closed by Godzilla, they will continue to open. Also at this time, the energy rays of Godzilla, Ghidorah and Mothra accumulated to a certain extent in space and exploded directly. The terrifying shockwave blasted the three of them straight out. And just when the extremely terrifying burst of energy swept through Godzilla, Mothra screamed, gave up the defense, and flew towards Godzilla, hugging it with huge amounts of wings, forcibly resisting all this shockwave. Roar AO 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 AO. Ghidorah had no defense and needed time to be swallowed by the energy storm, rushing out thousands of meters away, rolling on the ground, huge amounts of body crushing and destroying everything. And at the moment, great time for a formal attack. But Mothra's scales and powder withered and fell off, the broken wings became eclipsed, and the breath of life was dying. Godzilla looked down at Mothra, who was lying on the ground, curled up in pain, and hesitated. Hey! Mothra growled at Godzilla, let it end Ghidorah, kill it, end the battle zero. But her wings had begun to gradually turn into blue dust from the edge, as if they were burning, and gradually walked towards death. Still, Mothra anxiously urged Godzilla to fight, leaving her alone. Wasn't she worried at all about her own life? Suddenly, it fell from the sky, like the goddess of holy light. Suddenly, repel Ghidorah and protect himself. Suddenly, he resisted that terrifying energy storm for himself. Who is she? Why try so hard to help yourself? Godzilla had doubts in her heart. Suddenly, it sounded the scene of falling toward the deep sea when it suffered the explosion of the Tsar's hydrogen bomb not long ago. That gentle and tactful, light like a bell, flowing like a spring, the elegant and solemn voice sounded deep in my heart. It was a voice that could shake the soul, and there was an unparalleled anxiety in the voice. And that voice. Soon. Godzilla faced Ghidorah and knew what to do. In bioradar. But after 8 seconds, Mothra would die. The human defense line, 1.3 biting, fishy, raging sea breeze, accompanied by the roar of the sky and the opening of the wormhole, caused thousands of daisy beasts to pour out continuously. As long as you concentrate the atomic breath, you can burn it out within 10 seconds. Countless people and beasts shouted in their hearts. At the same time, Godzilla, you are the Asgardian of Earth, you know what to do. Godzilla also made its choice. Go on, kill Ghidorah. Just kill Ghidorah, kill the Herald, then destroy the wormhole, take out all the remaining monsters and it's all over. P.S. Judging from the level of that burst of energy, no matter what Sister M.O. does, she can't escape death. Don't worry, this is a plot mission, and there will be a twist in the next chapter. Without the slightest hesitation. It is exactly the same as the butterfly behemoth that fell to the ground at the moment and is gradually approaching death. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They are rushing towards this side frantically, but they are no threat to Godzilla. Ghidorah's body was rapidly healing, its scales were shattered by the energy just ablated, at the moment the core was exposed. Kill Ghidorah. The black shadow like a giant pillar, the whole body is pitch black, the raised dorsal fin lit up with blue light from time to time, as if threatening and intimidating, a pair of icy beastly eyes staring at Ghidorah. Ghidorah also opened his fierce dragon eyes and stared at him. It looked at Godzilla, saw the hostility and killing intent in the eyes of the other party, and at the same time began to get nervous. No doubt. Just when Ghidorah thought he might die, the others, including Mothra, seemed to smile with relief. They waited for Godzilla to destroy Ghidorah with a terrifying atomic breath. The blue light on the dorsal fin flickered wildly, and some kind of energy was accumulating in Godzilla. Who knows? Godzilla, who was supposed to be heading towards Ghidorah, stopped suddenly, turned around, and quickly approached Mothra, who was curled up on the ground. Godzilla opened her wide claws, took Mothra into her arms, and the light of her dorsal fins soared. A burst of blue energy visible to the naked eye continued to converge towards Mothra's broken wings and chest from Godzilla's body. That is biological atomic energy full of vitality. Godzilla understands that basically the existing Titan giants on the Earth need to absorb biological nuclear energy to maintain life, and the same is true for Mothra, who is closely related to Godzilla. Even if it doesn't know her at the moment, it can still feel the close connection in that blood. Mothra's forewing has a large eyeball-shaped pattern, and if you look closely, it is exactly the same as Godzilla's eyes, just like Godzilla's features are engraved on his body. It's not just about being close. Humans and monsters who saw this scene all had some common thoughts. Is this interracial love? But who knows? There was a sudden sharp pain on the tip of the tail. After seeing Mothra's body recovering gradually, he hugged Godzilla's long tail with his tiny limbs, and then bit him fiercely. Godzilla was in pain, and with a subconscious flick of her tail, she broke free from Mothra's tight embrace and roared at her. "What's the matter with you, guy? Why do you suddenly bite, monster?" Mora's gentle water-like eyes suddenly became sad, and she had never been murdered by Godzilla when she grew so big. Her aggrieved eyes were red, and she whispered to Godzilla, "You are becoming more and more disobedient." Godzilla burst out and roared at her, "Why should I listen to you? I am saving you, are you blind? See what Godzilla looks like." Mothra's gentle personality also came to an end, and gradually became the queen's attack, and suddenly screamed and cursed at Godzilla, "Well, you Godzilla, how to treat my mother like this? What about what? Why do you say that to me?" Having said that, Godzilla didn't stop energy splitting, feeding this big-winged, petite guy. "Why don't you attack Ghidorah? Why don't you take advantage of the opportunity one desperately created for you? Who asked you to save me?" Perception to Ghidorah's life began to recover rapidly. Mothra was furious. At the moment, Godzilla was heavily pressed under him. Several long slender limbs were constantly scratching at its abdomen, but they didn't exert any force, as if they were venting. "Then why are you helping me?" Godzilla was speechless for a while, and Mothra was stunned, and his scratching movements also froze. Mothra stared at Godzilla with a pair of jewel-like eyes, shining strangely. The corners of her eyes rose slightly, proving that she was in a good mood at the moment. Those clear and moving eyes looked straight in Godzilla's heart. It seems to be saying, "You have changed in the memory passed down from generation to generation, you are not like this. You will always rush to fight and destroy the enemy regardless of everything, and never care about other monsters, and my clan, also will protect you because of your injury, and have to die and be reborn in Nirvana." Because Mothra is also a race, every time the previous generation of Mothra dies, there will be an egg left behind, which is the next generation of Mothra. And Godzilla is similar. They are all unique titans in the world. Once Mothra leaves her eggs and is reborn, the next generation of Mothra will only inherit her memory, but it will no longer be the familiar Mothra. To this day, the reborn Mothra meets the reborn Godzilla. Always felt. Have you been single for a long time, looking at a moth and a butterfly, you have a pretty face. No, that's not the point. Godzilla thought of this, and his heart was suddenly moved. Next. An unexpected scene appeared. Godzilla slowly flexed and stretched the majestic body forward, and the domineering pitch-black head slowly lowered, approaching Mothra's body. Surprisingly, Mothra used a pair of small tentacles on his forehead to touch Godzilla's terrifying head gently. It's like a mysterious fusion between some ancient beasts. Need time. Through the faint light of scale powder, a large number of memories passed down from ancient times poured into Godzilla's mind, about Mothra's identity, origin, her mission, and her relationship. All were enlightened. Wastes Law, you. When Godzilla knew that Mothra had a symbiotic relationship with herself, she was stunned. If Godzilla was born soon, the first thing to do is to find Mothra's whereabouts and grow and evolve with her. Immediately. As soon as this word comes out. At the same time. It refers to the close relationship formed between two different organisms, lacking a kind of interspecies relationship in which neither can survive each other. If they are separated from each other, neither can survive. The same is true for the Mothra clan. Even if the two cannot live in the same place, they should know each other's whereabouts. What is a total of 107 relationships? Godzilla looked serious and said solemnly. Then. Mothra suddenly let out a neigh in a very good mood, and the small short hands holding Godzilla's head suddenly tightened. P.S. In the official setting, the character of the monster Queen Mothra is weak and aggressive, and speaks the sharpest words in a very gentle tone. Godzilla is domineering, and while being reckless, her head is still very iron. Mothra cast doubts in her eyes, as if to say, you can't forget it. Godzilla's heart was sweating coldly as she looked at him with those sharp eyes. Mothra. My ally. You are here just in time, please help me deal with the cunning evil enemy together. Arguably. If they encounter a strong enemy, then both sides will fight side by side. Godzilla actually forgot all about it, and doesn't remember this at all. Weak attack and strong accept. I mean Mothra and Godzilla. Gong is a beautiful, lovely, weak and moving butterfly, while Sho is a mighty, strong and domineering brutish monster. The two quarreled first. Then yell at each other and quarrel. Mothra had never been murdered by Godzilla when he grew up so big. With jealous eyes, he whispered, Godzilla, you are becoming less and less cute. How could Godzilla suffer from this kind of anger, and directly yelled at her, F***K, I'm not cute. I'm so cute, are you blind? People watching. Although they didn't understand and looked confused, they still felt very strange. And Ghidorah. At the same time as it recovered its body, it looked at this side fiercely, seeing Godzilla and Mothra showing their affectionate expressions, it was not angry, and it seemed to be sour. Then. Ghidorah roared in the sky towards this side, as if to say that Godzilla is its prey, if Mothra doesn't want to die, then stay away as soon as possible. When Cutie Slaw heard this, she raised her head and glared at it fiercely. Roar! Ghidorah roared, as if to say that if he is not convinced, he can come to a duel. Seeing this, Mothra was about to get up and rush up when Godzilla pressed her paw to the ground. Godzilla roared at her, don't be fooled by that guy. It's better to single out this kind of thing. But would Mothra compromise? If she compromised so easily, there wouldn't be so much complexity behind it. Mothra knew that Godzilla looked down on her, believing that she was incompetent. He simply flapped his wings and landed on Godzilla's back. Then. From Mothra's tiny tentacles, after touching the atomic energy of Godzilla's dorsal fin, her body began to rapidly transform. After getting the legacy memory. Godzilla understood that Mothra wanted to use the huge energy she had stored to help her complete the rest of her evolution. So Godzilla didn't keep anything, followed by a powerful infusion of power. Soon, at a speed visible to the naked eye, Mothra transformed into his ultimate form and entered a fighting stance. A layer of gorgeous and dazzling armor appeared on her body, completely covering her tentacles, feet, fluff and other vulnerable parts, and her beautiful wings that were originally tough turned into powerful blades. Subsequently, she danced and hovered above Godzilla's head, showing her new form, the broad-armored Mothra. "Why are you showing it off, and wearing a layer of armor will make you more powerful, Chi?" Godzilla stared at Mothra at the moment contemptuously, seeing that her body hadn't grown much, or what special effect does that layer of armor have? At the same time, Ghidorah's body had already recovered, staring at this side fiercely, and then charged towards Mothra. And the armored Mothra was already full of anger, and Godzilla could actually ignore her feelings at all. As the queen of monsters, Mothra is a weak girl. After all, Godzilla can be said to be a steel straight man in her previous life, and now she can't run. A ray of light flickered, and the armored Mothra came to Ghidorah in an instant. Boom! The two powerful monsters fought. Ghidorah opened its huge mouth full of fangs, and Mothra twisted its wings, a hurricane that produced a tearing feeling like a strangulation. As the name suggests, the whole body is covered with hard armor. Mothra can ignore Ghidorah's terrifying gravitational light. It is said that Godzilla's Red Lotus state can be protected by burning light, and the defense is extremely terrifying, while the attack power is ridiculously high. Roar AO 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 AO. Ghidorah's three heads erupted with a rather terrifying gravitational light beam attack. The triple tornado focused on Mothra's body and destroyed it. But Mothra didn't seem to be affected, and its wings turned into terrifying blades, bursting out with the power to sever and destroy everything. Then, she slammed into Ghidorah with an unrivaled offensive, and instantly made the Ghidorah people fall on their backs and lie on the ground. It seems like a simple blow, but it has the terrifying power of destroying the world. Fantastic. Godzilla is convinced in her heart, whether it's the opening or your big sister Mothra is amazing. But that power was given to her by Godzilla, at the moment fighting for protection. Can Mothra be strong? Godzilla absorbs the powerful energy that has evolved over the years and is fed to Mothra one by one. Although there is still a lot of body left, it is by no means what Mothra can accumulate in a year or two under normal circumstances. It can be said that energy is equivalent to the power that primordial Mothra can only get after 130 million years of cocooning. It's just utter destruction. Directly soaring the level of 9th level threat monsters, officially listed as the same level as Godzilla and Ghidorah. But it is also temporary. When the time is up, when the energy is exhausted, they both have to return to the level of 6-8, Godzilla can finish the abuse with one hand. Roar! The roaring Ghidorah exploded with power, and fought hard against the armored Mothra. Immediately following, Godzilla took a few steps forward, roaring up to the sky with its head held high and roaring, as if they stole his limelight. Then Godzilla charged the atomic breath, but instead of firing, it misfired in the mouth. Subsequently, the skin around Godzilla's chest and tail, as well as around her limbs and neck, became hot. The terrifying high temperature seemed to tear the skin turned red and steamed, and the surface was like hot magma, which immediately covered most of its body, and it took time for the surroundings to be like a fire. Raising the cold light animal pupils, Godzilla stared straight ahead. Boom 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 boom. The agitated heat wave flames made Godzilla seem to be engulfed in flames. As it walked forward, visible air waves were stirred in the surrounding air, and even the ground began to melt. Turn on the Red Lotus state. Wormhole. Pioneer. Kaiju. Ghidorah. Excuse me. The game is over. Fighting so fiercely, do I want to lose face? Talking. Godzilla had an unparalleled terrifying aura that radiated out. Flames, burning. The endless flames of destruction began to burn and spread all over its body. Every step of Godzilla caused the high temperature on the body to spread outward, causing ripples in the sky. ZZ. The ground turned charred black, and with the traces of Godzilla walking, the ground began to sizzle, creating lava trails. At last. Monsters are born to crush most humans and aliens. P.S. Mothra is not as strong as imagined, more of a nurse support type, but just got a temporary buff bonus when he just appeared on the stage. In the later stage, Ghidorah a Star Eater state is on the same level as Marvel Dormammu. Godzilla turned to look at the thousands of chamomile beasts that were attacked by the densely packed terror, grinning with a rather terrifying smile. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The massacre has begun. I got Chow. King Godzilla, Intelligence 5, Genius, Strength 7, Difficult to Calculate, Speed 4, Speed of Sound, Endurance 7, Nearly Undead, Energy Launch 6, Various Energy Forms, Combat Skill 6, Proficient in several fighting styles. Just want her to consume Ghidorah's energy. Come on, brothers, revenge after many years. Mothra is also a fighting maniac. If she is not happy, it is estimated that she will be unhappy later. Not to mention, many of these monsters are members of the mythology. Currently. God Ghidorah, Intelligence 4, with ability, Strength. Difficult to Calculate, Speed 5, Supersonic, Endurance 7, Nearly Immortal, Energy Launch 6, Multiple Energy Forms, Combat Skill 6, Proficient in several, Fighting Style. Talking. Post a Marvel character ability value. King Kong Z put on the Infinity Gauntlet and shouted, "Brother, I will not be a monster." Few people noticed that. While Mothra and Ghidorah were fighting fiercely, Godzilla walked towards the kaiju herd, staring at the figures of the pioneers with a terrifying smile. Pioneer. It seems to be the setting of the alien life engineer. Godzilla has the wisdom and knowledge of human beings. At the beginning, it was not that it did not remember Mothra and other related settings, but the Mothra in memory was a rainbow-colored butterfly, and it was not as shocking as the one I saw with my own eyes. In addition, what is the relationship between Godzilla and Mothra? The part of human thinking is difficult to imagine. The point is, at the moment Godzilla stared at the figures of the pioneers, full of danger, because it wanted to catch these guys as insect specimens, and then lock them up in one place and study them wantonly. If you can get the biological strengthening ability on them, it is a great gain. This is the thinking of human beings. If it is the thinking of monsters, it is to destroy, kill all. Think so. Godzilla stepped on one of Ghidorah's fallen heads, smashed it on the spot, and countless debris was burned to ashes along with the high-temperature magma trajectory. On the contrary, Yubo Zhenfei's other right dragon head rolled down on the ground and drifted far away. Then, with a thud, it was dropped into the sea by a gust of wind. Following the waves of the sea, it drifted far away. Even more incredible. Nearly half of the Titan behemoths awakened from various bases began to move in this direction. On the sea, storms gathered in the sky, and the air was filled with the fishy smell of sea water, and the dense beasts that looked like ant colonies rushed to the shore desperately. Their target is Godzilla, and they seem to want to kill him. Rush up and be torn apart. Behind, follow along. In the sky, land and sea, in the three wormhole whirlpools, endless kaiju beasts gushed out. They were swept across dozens of heads by Godzilla's tail whip and instantly turned into powder. They were destroyed by Godzilla's atomic breath, and instantly turned into embers. They flew down from the sky, were swept away by the high-altitude grid vortex of tens of millions of degrees generated by the explosion of the charged particles condensed in Godzilla's mouth, and were directly destroyed. Although the high-temperature field in the Red Lotus mode melted the surrounding ground and buildings into molten iron and carbonized them, these kaiju beasts still rushed upwards without fear of death. The reason why they are not afraid of death is very simple, because they have low intelligence and are not afraid of pain. The dead pioneers can recreate them. They are self-explosive weapons. Even if they die, they will pollute the environment here. Facing these circumstances, Godzilla has to figure out a way to destroy 3 wormholes at the same time, but those pioneers are really smart enough to confuse the kaiju beasts, because they are biological experts who understand Godzilla's senses, so the biological radar is invalid, and then at the same time 3 points that Godzilla can't easily reach open the wormhole. After observing for so many years, the pioneers have almost studied Godzilla's behavior, habits, etc. What they lack most is not quantity, but quality. Just like this scene, if there was no Ghidorah, they would not dare to challenge Godzilla at all, because it was suicide. In this situation, the only way Godzilla wants to destroy them is to use the Great Red Lotus Corona. A large amount of heat energy in the aggregate diffuses outward in the form of thermal radiation, covering an area of tens of kilometers in an instant, and the temperature will soar to more than 1 million degrees in just a few seconds. It's like a biological nuclear bomb. The lethality is extremely strong, but it does not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. But for now, that's the only way to instantly destroy them, just when Godzilla was going to do it. Bioradar senses. From all directions, black shadows have risen one after another. They have unimaginably huge bodies and unparalleled vitality. Each of them is a giant beast. Finally. Come yet. Long-lost monsters gather. Huang-ong-ong-ong-ong. Godzilla stepped on the high, ebbed, peaks, with bright dorsal fins, and spit out atomic breaths that smashed into the sky. All the titans who saw this scene and felt its breath. Accelerate with all your strength, and gather here. Serving the new king, let's fight, let those alien invaders see what is the power of the oldest and ultimate titan behemoth on Earth. On the aircraft carrier, Raptor fighters wandered around several kilometers in the sky, and along with capturing Wang Yang, huge amounts of ocean waves were seen by everyone. They saw those turbulent, with unstoppable giant beasts, attacking mightily. 5. Observers are one of the oldest known cosmic races. They carried the technology of atomic energy to other planets, and as a result, that planet died of nuclear weapons. The reason is that there is no Godzilla. 233, just kidding. 7. There is no accident, every 8 watch, 1 chapter less live broadcast. Coming from the ruins of the human city, the mammoth titan behemoth, known as the behemoth for short, stepped out of the trembling footsteps of the earth, waving the arm of the orangutan, and attacking the nearby rat-like kaiju beasts with double fist smash. It roared at Godzilla and Mothra as if to say, "Ally, here I come." The behemoth beast stood upright on its hind legs, and the 2 anthropomorphic fists pinched left and right, directly smashing the brains of the 80-meter-long kaiju beast, and instantly fell to the ground. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Woo-woo. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 4. The outline of the book is very long and tends to be slow. It belongs to the kind that gets better as you read it. Since the writing will be very long, it will not be a eunuch, so the development is to seek stability, not to play the overall situation, and to achieve perfect evolution. If the character of the protagonist does not reflect well, then it will change slowly, and people will grow and change, and it takes a process to change their mentality from immaturity to maturity. In addition, if there is something wrong with the writing, please point it out. The author will try his best to improve and revise it. If you spray it directly, the author will be sad. Then. P.S. A few sentences improve the setting to avoid some readers overthinking. This is the author's last long-winded, and I won't waste words on settings in the future. The dark stormy sky and sea fog in the distance blocked their sight, but they could barely see. At the end of the fog, there were huge monsters that were extremely terrifying. Hi. 6. In fact, what I want to express most is to pave the way for the monster civilization that follows. As if responding to Godzilla's roar, countless huge amounts of black shadows gradually emerged from the ocean of Wang Yang, and the crowd gradually became chaotic. Whether it was soldiers or ordinary people, their eyes widened in horror. 2. The protagonist is developing and evolving, and it is impossible to single out the gods, OAA, and beyond the gods as soon as they appear. 1. The book is a monster text set in the Marvel Universe. Most of Marvel's characters will definitely show up, going through the movie timeline first. 3. The battle strength of the protagonist and the future monster army is completely irrelevant. It can be said that the monster is the most vivid explanation of the word evolution. Quick. Show the information on that monster. As ordered. Inside the command center, the technicians quickly displayed the detailed research report of the behemoth on the screen. Eudemon's behemoth. Alias, Mapinguari, the legendary creature. Body length, 68 meters. Weight, 63,000 tons. Habitat, Brazil. Description: it has a long sloth-like appearance and 2 mammoth-like tusks. Its body hair is highly fire-resistant, so it will not burn, and it can restore the tropical rain forests and jungles it has walked through. When its information appeared, the screen of the command center immediately switched to its body. But it hasn't waited for everyone to react. Hum bang bang. On the other side, the shaking of the earth caught everyone's attention. In the stretch of the ruins of the city, with every step it took, a large number of houses collapsed. Just like a moving earthquake source, when Methuselah appeared with a mountain behind her back, it was like a moving giant mountain beyond everyone's imagination. Long-lived monster, Methuselah. Body length, 153 meters. Weight, 100,000 tons. Habitat, Munich, Germany. Description: walks on 4 legs and has bull's horns. His eyes are cloudy and his eyesight is not strong. He carries a whole mountain on his back. The carapace on his back has the power to make life grow rapidly. What kind of monster is this? The researcher murmured. Indeed, apart from natural disasters, they really couldn't think of how to describe this behemoth. Its existence is like a moving source, similar to King Muto. King Muto uses the receding vibe to generate earthquakes, and this giant beast has its own earthquake effect when walking. Following the rebroadcast on the screen, they could more or less see the fear mixed with the unusually pale faces of the UN soldiers. And its fighting style is more simple and crude. The kaiju beast swarmed up, bitten and tore off, and then the tail whip flew away, pounced on its back, and was pierced by the sharp peaks. As it collided, the heavy tank entered the wheat field. Wherever you go, you will be crushed. Body ton class is not a class at all. How to fight a 100,000-ton giant beast with a 1,000-ton kaiju beast? Do you want to take the route of flexible consumption? Don't think about it. Methuselah's defense is not to be mentioned at all. It is a super armored behemoth, a heavy tank in the monster world. Sessis. The fission of the earth, the giant spider monster Scylla stepped forward with graceful and destructive steps. The sharp blade-like feet are like wearing meat skewers. The sharp claws tear apart the fragile body of the chrysanthemum beast. The 6 heads can spread the field of vision everywhere without blind spots, and the 12 feet are like it was the harvester that was harvesting wheat, and everywhere it went, it was slaughtered by bloody storms. The 3 rows of teeth in its mouth were open, making a harsh screeching sound. It can be said. The giant self-propelled life harvester refers to it. Currently, only the 3 of them arrived on the battlefield, and more giant beasts were still advancing in the sea and land. Even the flower beast, a plant-shaped monster with a body length of 120 meters and a weight of 200,000 tons, wanted to cross the ocean of Wangyang to join in the fun, but since she couldn't move so fast, she had to give up. Definitely. Only 10 giant titans have really received the call. What's more, maybe he didn't wake up, maybe it was because of environmental restrictions that he couldn't leave casually. In the original book, King Kong had his own thoughts, guarding his own 1/3 of an acre of land, and refused to leave. But now, King Kong and Raton fought fiercely. That scene was like King Kong, some kind of you come down. Rattan, there is something for you to come up. If the hand-to-hand combat fails, the war of words begins. King Kong threw whatever he could pick up, smashing the cannonball like stones hard, while Raton flew around, dodged nimbly, and scorched King Kong with sonic waves and huge waves of flames. Hey! Thanks! As the behemoth Titan and Methuselah approached, the war of words between King Kong and Radon stopped abruptly, and looked at them both. Don't fight, go and smash all those alien bugs, they pollute our home. 0, ask for flowers. Stepping out of the spider giant beast as long as a knife, Scylla roared at Raton King and a chaotic skill like a mental wave, which calmed them down a little. Lamau has exactly this intention. It's right to work for the eldest brother. Radon, who was hovering in the sky, glanced at Mothra who was fighting Ghidorah, and then looked at Godzilla, who was destroying the world. Immediately understood who has the best chance of winning here, and who is the big brother. As the saying goes, the one who knows the times is Raton. Godzilla shows the destruction and killing to the fullest, it is simply a spike. But King Kong boy, Raton refused to accept it, and that guy was stunned, and his head was iron. Godzilla's mighty arm was holding the corpse of a Kadai beast whose head had been crushed, and one foot would directly trample the Kadai beast that came to bite it. King Kong spewed white mist from his nose, and then roared at Godzilla, as if asking something. Hoo. This chapter contains pictures, click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. With the whipping of the tail, several kaiju beasts in the back were directly cut off by the middle. At the same time, the head suddenly protruded toward the right side, biting the wing of a kaiju beast and tearing it off directly. Godzilla turned around when he heard Kongo's roar call. So it decided to take refuge in Godzilla. Soon, a huge amount of kaiju beast Roshan appeared. Factory. You stop it from attacking, and I will destroy the wormhole in the sky with the flame storm sonic wave. Now there is not much to do, only kill all kaiju beasts, and then purify the environment by flower beasts or other titans. Boom. What? The blue blood flowed into rivers, the terrifying red lotus evaporated at high temperature, and those highly toxic gases were becoming more and more numerous, requiring certain giant titans to purify them. The mob is ferocious and terrifying. Raton screamed and roared at Scylla and other giant beasts. Immediately after stopping the attack, densely packed kaiju beasts immediately surrounded and covered Godzilla. Kaiju beasts climbed onto Godzilla's back and body and directly drowned it. Even though the high temperature melted their flesh and blood, they still covered them in batches. Go up. Layton. Leave it alone, you guys, clean up all this rubbish. I'll help Mothra deal with Ghidorah. By the way, catch those 3 flying bugs, heralds. Word to hear. Godzilla, who was submerged by the terrifying kaiju beast, suddenly lit up with a terrifying light on his dorsal fin, followed by the dense beams of light shooting indiscriminately behind him. The instant destruction left a blank space in the entire battlefield in a short period of time. All the kaiju beasts disappeared, or fell to the ground, or were melted into slag. And Godzilla, without looking back, walked towards Ghidorah's position. It has been besieged by kaiju beasts many times, and it has fought for a long time, but it is unscathed, leaving only the domineering and inexplicable back of the giant beast and humans. Follow those titans and attack. Missiles, mortars, anti-air missiles, warships and fighter jets also participated in the battle. 107, can do whatever you want. Blocking the spread of the deadly poison as much as possible is the top priority. It seems to understand that the giant beast is helping them. The human fighter jets roared through the air, and directed at the area of the kaiju beast, casting a large area of nets, using high-speed refrigerant, and walking down 2 teams of 20 from the aircraft carrier. One of them is Dashia's Red Storm. These nuclear-powered and diesel-powered giant mechas are mixed and fully armed. Although they are not the opponents of the Titan behemoth, it is still possible to kill the chrysanthemum beast. Even if it doesn't have the crushing pressure of the giant beasts, it can still play a role in guarding the line of defense. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, all kinds of cannonballs began to launch, huge amounts of flame cannonballs crossed the sky, shuttled in the air, and then exploded in the kaiju beast group, making an earth-shattering sound. And then, a giant heavy tank-like beast rushed over from the battlefield. The mountain-like beast Methuselah was like a large truck. From one side to the other, a large number of kaiju beasts bleed from their internal organs and died. Just a bulldozer. Methuselah's character was sometimes mild, sometimes violent. But as humans study it, it's also studying humans, and these guys haven't done anything too harmful to it. So much so that it is different from other ferocious titans. Methuselah's view of human beings is like the worms on their backs, which are optional. If they don't bite themselves, there is no need to get rid of them. Nearly 100 special troops ran over from Methuselah's crotch, went to the other side of the cover fortress, and then used the machine guns and muzzles near the fortress to fire armor-piercing bombs to repel the chrysanthemum beast, while letting the wounded buried in the rubble retreat. They started urgent action, not to kill how many monsters, but to clear a place for these monsters to fight unscrupulously. Only monsters can deal with monsters. Therefore, this is not the beginning of killing and destruction, but the redemption of hope. It is the first time that mankind has stood by the giant beast and fought side by side to eliminate the invasion of alien species. It's just like in ancient times, primitive humans of tens of thousands of years, wearing animal skins and holding spears, attacked Ghidorah without fear of life and death. Fight with their gods, Godzilla, god of earth and sea, and Mothra, god of life and peace. King Kong boy has been red-eyed. It doesn't even know what it is doing, punching a chrysanthemum beast, and the suffocation caused by the battle with the flame Raton. At the moment, it vented out in the form of violence, like a violent beast. And Huoladen's character is fierce and cruel, and he also belongs to the second or fifth boy. It is convinced that monsters stronger than itself, whether it is Ghidorah or Godzilla, can be its big brother. It's King Kong boy, it won't accept it. At the moment it's like a contest with Kong over who has more hunts. When King Kong accepts the challenge, Flame Raton suddenly raised his head to the sky and screamed, sending out a terrifying scream, and then, under the gaze of the human fighter group, the terrifying wings spread out. The giant wings seemed to tear the sky apart, the lines on his body were activated in an instant, and the terrifying atmosphere was hot. The breath roared along with the grey flame wind roar. How Raton will crush the weak destructive force is vividly displayed. Its wings spiral on the Tiangong, like a fan blade that stirs the sky. With the birth of the tornado flame, the sky is collapsing, and the hot breath is passing by. Skyrim. In an instant, the entire sky and ground where Raton was located fell silent. Because all the kaiju beasts were swept away by the sonic wave and flame storm that Raton flew over, and instantly turned to ashes in the flames. How terrifying! With the horrified gaze of the human soldiers, the terrifying pterosaur, like a world-destroying demon, let out a roar of destruction. Flame Raton's domineering and powerful body swooped across the horizon, leaving an air explosion that shook the air. It was finally majestic. If Godzilla and Ghidorah weren't there, Raton would have the demeanor of Deathwing, king of the monsters. But a pity. In the earth-shattering battle in the distance, the damage caused by Raton was nothing. The intensity of the battle between Mothra and Ghidorah was extremely terrifying. But soon, Mothra was running out of stamina. She couldn't defeat Ghidorah's terrifying moves with both offense and defense. Mothra is a bug-like existence, but Ghidorah is the real king of destruction. Under the long battle, Mothra soon experienced various discomforts, the offensive slowed down, and his physical strength was exhausted. Go on like this. Before long, Ghidorah can break through her defenses and deal substantial damage to her. Mothra, do you only have this level? The god Ghidorah roared loudly, and his body radiated lightning. Mothra's attack could no longer cause great damage to its super-precision defense that was gradually recovering. Almost every time Mothra slashed through, even if it caused a weak cut, Ghidorah would heal in an instant. In fact, at the moment Mothra is close to the limit of her strength, and she has no other way to defeat Ghidorah except the final scale powder attack. But once the scale powder is exhausted, Mothra will die 1.3, not to mention she doesn't think Ghidorah's almost immortal physique will be killed, unless it is decomposed into cyan dust and find a fatal point to attack. You devil, I won't let you hurt it. Every time Mothra charges with full force, he must keep his body balanced, and if there is any deviation, it will lead to invalidation. And Ghidorah obviously won't let go of any chance to counterattack. It seems that he is fighting Mothra. In fact, he didn't even let go of his ultimate move. It's the same as depleting Mothra's stamina on purpose. Because it knows that the titans like Mothra, as butterflies, have no way of comparing their endurance with monsters like dragons or Godzilla. After Ghidorah found the law of the acceptable range, Mothra's attack was ineffective. However, Godzilla at the moment has already come this way. The time of your reign is long over. Mothra. When Mothra was exhausted, Ghidorah slammed into her with the simplest physical attack. To know. Mothra's size can't be compared with Ghidorah, and her advantage is not here, so after receiving Ghidorah's impact, this beautiful monster queen finally flew backwards, exhausted, the beautiful wings trembled slightly like they were crumbling. Naturally, Ghidorah would not stop attacking because of this, and each of the three heads spit out a golden lightning-shaped ray, which gathered together to attack Mothra. You devil! Mothra wanted to struggle to spread his wings again, but the armor on his body had begun to show signs of lack of ability and began to crack. At the same time, the opponent's golden lightning arrived in front of him. In this short period of time, Mothra had no time to resist. She had to curl up her wings to protect her body, so as not to be unable to resist Ghidorah's rays and fall to the ground with serious injuries. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Mothra, who was hiding under the protection of his wings, quietly waited for Ghidorah's attack in 04, but at the moment, the sound of heavy objects running became clearer and more intense, and the ground moved. The mountain shook like thunder. Need time. The charging Godzilla stopped in front of Mothra, and his heavy footsteps slid on the ground, stirring up thousands of feet of sand. In an instant, a pair of powerful and brave arms stretched out and took the petite Mothra in the arms. At the same time, golden lightning came crashing down, hitting Godzilla's weak back. The dorsal fin emitted a ferocious and flickering light, getting stronger and more violent. The black and terrifying blue light flashing on the dorsal fin bone spurs and bone plates began to shatter as if they were burned, and they broke away. An indescribable pain caused Godzilla. He roared up to the sky, making a roar that resounded through the sky. Huang-ong-ong-ong-ong. Below the dead sky, the wind of destruction blows. It is like a deep hell, with the apocalyptic wasteland as the background, tumbling thick smoke and burning flames around, but the pitch-black behemoth, accompanied by the blue light great sage on the dorsal fin, let out a painful roar. The dorsal fin is severely damaged. The originally terrifying temperature soared rapidly, and at the same time it was impossible to concentrate. Looking at this posture, Godzilla seemed to be about to explode. Ghidorah. Godzilla turned around abruptly, his pupils flickered and he charged towards Ghidorah's position with this golden terrifying lightning bolt. His roar shook the world. Godzilla. Ghidorah, who was screaming and rolling in the sky, recalled a more terrifying roar, and the anti-gravity light, Destruction Emperor wave, released by the three heads at full power began to quickly dissolve Godzilla's defense surface. Godzilla, who cannot use energy, can only use hard resistance. Under the premise of pure flesh, he is enduring this indescribable terrifying energy. It's still running fast. Run away. A suffocating violent crash. In an instant. The moment Godzilla rushed out, her long tail wrapped around Mothra's body, and an earth-shattering roar whistle erupted, using her suddenly thousands of miles away. Then, in the field of vision, a burning Godzilla, bathed in magma that was about to melt, swept out violently, and the swaying giant tail emitted sharp tearing air sounds in the air, and at the same time, terrifying flames ignited, smashing away with the momentum of destroying the dead. Rumble rumble. Just when Godzilla and Ghidorah collided. Like a nuclear bomb exploded. The chaotic terrifying energy in Godzilla's body exploded directly. Everyone was shocked by the suddenly rising white sun. The dazzling light illuminated the sky, dispelling the storm and dark clouds, and everything melted away, revealing the original dazzling sun. The threatening aerodynamics exploded in an instant, and the sand scattered all over the sky. At the same time, a strong shockwave shook the ground and sky. The ground rolled up in an instant, and then was melted by the high temperature. All the kaiju beasts and the giant beasts close to the battlefield were washed away and flew out. Taking the center of the explosion as the point, the surrounding area was razed to the ground for several kilometers. Huge amounts of ravines, in which thick smoke and thermal radiation swept through, exuded terrifyingly high temperatures. The heat wave that the bird crouched in the air exploded instantly, and a terrifying shockwave formed, dissipated the surrounding air waves, and made Mothra unable to approach with an unstoppable force. But he couldn't stand still, his whole body trembled. When the smoke from the deepest explosion center dissipated, revealing a terrifying ravine. Humans looked up at the exploding sun on the distant shore, swallowing saliva in the face of the creepy gesture. Jaya. Like many others, Mothra's eyes widened and her wings trembled slightly. In the last scene, Godzilla threw her out before she blew herself up, and she didn't even have time to respond. Come back now. It shouldn't be like this, the one who sacrificed should be her, not Godzilla. If the giant beast could cry, Mothra might wash her face with tears, but she was stunned by the strange situation that followed. I saw the hot bottom of the cave. Not only it. Now. Hiss. Who is the final winner depends on whose regeneration speed is faster. The Earth-107 that was torn apart by the high-temperature explosion was terrible, creating cracks and gaps, giving people the illusion of going to hell. With the flames covering this place, the ruined Earth is suitable as a future scene. Looking at the torn Earth and screaming, looking at the deepest part of hell, it is like a deep hole covered by magma in the center of the Earth. She was desperate, ignoring the high temperature and flying towards the center, as if she was crying for Godzilla to save herself and die with Ghidorah, and was extremely hurt. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Same. Ghidorah's broken head opened its dragon pupils in blue. As the god Ghidorah, its cells are very terrifying. At the moment, when the high temperature recedes, new flesh is rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was Ghidorah, which, like Godzilla, was torn apart. In addition to a broken dragon head, there were Godzilla's bones and a slightly beating heart of an atomic furnace in the pit. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. With the thick smoke dissipated. They are like racing. Godzilla's beating heart of the atomic furnace also began to condense thick and hard bones, and then the flesh regenerated, the cells split and regenerated, and it began to regenerate at an extremely fast speed. In the deep and terrifying high-temperature center, Mothra saw. She lowered her head in sorrow, and would rather use scale powder at the cost of her life to heal it, but no, Godzilla, already dead. Regeneration. This ability is nothing to a monster. Regeneration of amputated limbs. For ordinary animals, most of them can't do it, but for monsters that absorb atomic energy and grow up, it is a very normal thing. And only the head and heart regenerate? Are you still an individual? No, is it just a normal monster? No doubt. For monsters, it's almost impossible, because it's so hard. But after Godzilla's cells evolve and grow again and again, Godzilla can do it. As long as there is a part of the body, it can gradually regenerate and recover. And Ghidorah. The same is true. The original normal King Ghidorah can only regenerate his head. What's more, the atomic energy emitted by the high temperature here is very strong. Like Godzilla, cells can be quickly regenerated. The strength of Godzilla's cells lies in split planting, which means division, and the divided cells still obey Godzilla's will. The strength of Ghidorah's cells lies in immortality, that is, no matter how harsh the environment is, as long as the cells are retained, they can be gradually resurrected and reborn. Energy is the most important point of their regeneration. Godzilla just blew itself up, it did it on purpose, because Godzilla kept an atomic furnace to protect it alone when it blew up. It was at that time that Ghidorah also tried desperately to keep one hand, no, he kept one. This battle is simply brutal and brutal. Instead of fighting with Ghidorah, it is better to blow it up directly. If Godzilla would not dare to block it like this before, but since Mothra is here, Godzilla is sure that she will definitely protect herself. Then there is the next scene. When Ghidorah and Godzilla race to be reborn and resurrected, Mothra also seemed to understand something, and hurriedly waved scale powder towards Godzilla to heal his life. With the help of Mothra, Godzilla's speed of rebirth has increased dozens of times. Soon, it regained most of its mobility, and when the atomic furnace in its body began to operate at high power, the destroyed dorsal fin also grew back, becoming larger and wider. Detonate once. After the rebirth, the whole body is strengthened a lot, and at the moment Godzilla moves the regenerated limbs. Then it stood up with its majestic and strong body, walked forward, and came to Ghidorah, who was only less than 1/3 reborn. The combat power is not as strong as me, and the rebirth is not as fast as me, Ghidorah. Are you still not convinced, Anger? Looking at the other heads and bodies that Ghidorah wanted to regenerate, Godzilla smashed it to pieces, leaving only Ghidorah's head. Then he lifted its head with giant claws and put it in front of his eyes to observe. Wow! Ghidorah roared at Godzilla, her eyes full of unwillingness. At this time, as long as Godzilla gave it an atomic breath, the carbonized cells would be finished. Whoa whoa whoa! With the gust of wind whipped, Mothra swooped down from the heights, hugging Godzilla with his wings from behind, while emitting a low-frequency screeching sound. Like crying with joy, happy for Godzilla's new life. Soon, Mothra retracted his wings, and then cancelled the battle mode, changing from Armor Mothra to Eternal Mothra, showing those beautiful and dazzling wings, long legs and tentacles, sizzle on. Mothra was hostile to Ghidorah and seemed to want to destroy it completely. Seeing this, Godzilla quickly turned Ghidorah's head in a direction to stop Mothra, leave it alive. Mothra screamed in confusion, but Godzilla said not to kill, and she didn't resist, because at this time Ghidorah couldn't make any waves. Subsequently, Mothra retracted the wings of the holy light, and then landed on Godzilla's shoulders, as the giant beast gradually walked towards the monster battlefield. Next second, as the earth shook, every step Godzilla took, a terrifying blue light lit up from the tail, and those lights lit up little by little along the back, like a rhythmic rhythm, the sound became more and more loud. Atomic breath. A humming sound shook the air. The surrounding dust and air glowed with blue fluorescence. Unprepared, a terrifying breath spit out from Godzilla's mouth, and a huge blue beam shot towards the kaiju beast battlefield, passing through the sky and ocean along the way. Suddenly, the world changed color, and the terrifying nuclear fusion energy swept across the battlefield in an instant. Roar! Where the atomic breath passed, the light in the sky distorted, the ground exploded and roared, and the monstrous flames rose. This terrifying power raged, and an explosion occurred in the sea, turning into a sea of fire. Countless creatures were destroyed one after another, and the corpses of kaiju beasts were burned to ashes one by one. Everywhere he went, he turned to ashes. When Flame Raton bit the bird's beak and captured a 3-meter file-size pioneer flying over, the pioneer on the land was also captured by King Kong. At last, when the pioneers in the sea fled in horror, they were swept by the purple beam rays that penetrated the sky and the earth. Including her, all the Titan behemoths, among the 10 that have arrived, all bowed their heads and knelt on the ground accompanied by Ratone. At this moment, Mothra's wings spread out, covering the sky for the king. It exploded in an instant, and the body was shattered and engulfed by flames. He looked numbly at the smoke and shattered buildings that had just been swept away by the explosion, and his whole body trembled. At this moment, it seems that the world has completely belonged to it. Serizawa's expression changed, and he looked at the distant scene covered by the ruins, opened his lips, and touched the pocket watch his father left him. Serizawa suddenly turned to look at them, then followed into the warship, on the way to the command center. Huang. Then. The domineering monster king stepped on the still-burning earth and roared in the sky. Doctor, who won? Just then, panicked voices came from the rescue team behind. He raised the corners of his mouth as if relieved, and said softly, "It was the king who won." Dr. Serizawa, whose face was covered in blood, climbed out of the nearby rubble and looked at Godzilla's roaring figure in the distance. It didn't take long. Aftercare work. There is no need for human intervention at all. When the Titans swept across the land, the ruins came alive again. The highly toxic air was absorbed and purified by plants, flowers and beasts, and the harmful radiation was inhaled by the Titans. At the same time, the ruins of the burned and destroyed city began to give birth to new life, along with the seed sown by the flower beasts. On the second day, the original apocalyptic wasteland-like scene soon grew small shoots of plants. United Nations Command Center. After the monster war near Mona Island ended yesterday, more than a dozen Titans were awakened one after another. Many leaders from European countries and other continents have also gathered here, and they have started meetings one after another. According to the information obtained by the returning rescuers, Godzilla defeated Ghidorah and destroyed the wormhole created by the alien pioneers. At the same time, more than 10 Titans surrendered to it and made it the king of monsters. The leader sat in a chair, at the moment slowly turned around. His words made the conference room suddenly quiet, and then a riot broke out, discussing the specific situation at a high pace. Presumably everyone has seen the power of Godzilla, very horrifying. 107, more than terrifying, invincible. The leader waved his hand and said, after the monsters appeared, Godzilla also appeared to destroy them. Regarding the situation of Godzilla, now we don't say anything about destroying it or defeating it, it is impossible for us now. So what do you think about the world where humans and giant beasts coexist? The size of the beasts is a big problem. It would be nice if they all slept away from humans. But it was humans who disturbed their rest, and it was humans who wanted to drive them away. Now that they are back, do humans still want to drive them out to occupy the world? It's all quiet. The leader then said, the Muto thing has not yet come to an end. According to the time, it is very likely that little Muto is about to be born. What? Everyone in the conference room was shocked and panicked. This is how to do We have to have a conversation with the monster. The awakening of the giant beasts is already a warning that the hegemony of mankind has come to an end. Therefore, the representatives of the countries that were attacked by the monsters began to talk about it. Talk to? No. Ebd, how is this possible? It's not impossible. King Kong and Godzilla are comrades in arms. They have extremely high intelligence, know how to protect indigenous humans, and can use tools. As the researchers in the Emperor Project organization said, King Kong looks like a man and can stand upright. The walking gorilla, for all its terrifying appearance, is one of the few creatures most suitable and likely to successfully communicate with us. Communicate, then let who? The Emperor plans to organize research Dr. Serizawa, and other experts who study ape creatures to go to the place where the giant beasts such as Godzilla and King Kong are located. What if they kill these people? Serizawa is the culprit of the Muto incident, and he has to do this. If he dies, then send someone else. If the Titans understand that we are not a threat to them, they won't hurt us anymore. At this point, everyone else held their breath. Dangerous and reckless. Now is our chance, and Dr. Serizawa should be there soon. Then, the leader looked straight and said solemnly to the representatives of other countries, "Take advantage of this time, let's talk about the future situation." First of all, the giant titan once lived on the earth, needless to say. And the kaiju and the alien precursors are a big problem, and although they are now eliminated by Godzilla, it is inevitable that similar situations will not occur in the future. Yes, we must have relative measures. In order to deal with emergencies in the future, I propose to establish another special department, an alliance that belongs to the protection of human beings and the earth. As soon as these words came out, the people in the conference room talked a lot. Then how should this alliance be formed? If the enemy is very terrifying, it is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Normal people are naturally unable to resist alien forces. So the alliance we intend to form is a team composed of the strongest superhero on Earth, and let these most outstanding heroes join hands to fight against a common threat. Superhero, is it possible? Nothing is impossible, monsters have appeared, aliens have invaded. Why can't there be a superhero now? As he said, after hearing this, the representatives of various countries started to move again. Quiet. The UN General Representative snorted softly, and after the meeting room was quiet, he continued, "The most urgent task is to find Iron Man Tony Stark. The miniature nuclear power he developed and the steel battle suit are still very valuable. If he dies, that's a big loss for us. If he's still alive, pull him into the superhero group. The League is also a very good choice. I take the liberty to ask, what is the code name of this alliance formed by superhero?" Code name. Admittedly, that leader also did not think of good attention. At the same time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In a certain seat in the hall of the conference room, a man was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Why don't we just call it, Avengers, the Avengers, how about it?" Avengers? Who do we avenge? Monsters? The members of the organization alliance are not only limited to human beings, but may also be aliens, mutants, etc. Anyone who stands on the ground of the earth can become a united and complementary team to fight the incoming evil forces. Their famous slogan, "The Avengers, Assemble." What about the leader? It's Avengers. Them. Do you think superhero needs a leader? Every hero is the embodiment of justice, and as long as they're on the right side of the planet, that's the true leader of the Avengers. No matter how many they are always miscellaneous soldiers. Most importantly, Avengers superhero doesn't need quantity, just quality. No, the superhero is not taking revenge on any person or organization, but on all innocent people who have been harmed. Then now, vote. They have long dared not underestimate any monster. The Godzilla incident has made humans understand one thing. To deal with such prehistoric monsters, in addition to obeying professionals, corresponding measures are also required. What is important is quality, and every hero must have power beyond mortals. The interior of an aircraft carrier docked off the coast of Japan, the command center. The commander stared at the pictures shot on the screen, thinking about the next move. If the communication problems and various misunderstandings between humans and monsters can be resolved peacefully, that would be the best. As the Emperor Project organization known to the whole world, representatives from other countries also watched Dr. Serizawa and some biologists walking towards the shore through the broadcast. Serizawa's heart trembled slightly. Whether nervous, guilty, or worshipped, it's more exciting. Serizawa has always insisted on dealing with monsters, or communicating with them, and using monsters to fight monsters, but this is the first time he has faced monsters and communicated with monsters. This is not a negotiation, because humans are not qualified to negotiate with titans. This is a pilgrimage ceremony, very solemn and solemn, no one has a smile on their face, some are just nervous and worried. In front of you is Muto's lair, and you can already see the giant beast Scylla, Spider, Methuselah, with the tortoise peak, behemoth, behemoth, stegosaurus, and so on. Titan, thorn turtle shell dinosaur, moklambembe, ivory, crocodile mouth, hippo with 5 claws on all fours, biolandi, rose flower beast with crocodile mouth, wild boar tusks, raton, mudo, kong, mothra. Not counting Godzilla. There are 10 giant beasts in total. At the moment, in the other side of the giant beast field, outside Mudo's lair, they are staring at the approaching humans. Among them, Biolandi, a ferocious and terrifying monster, with a lower body like a rose plant, and tentacles like a crocodile head with tree roots. At the moment, the main head opened his terrifying teeth and stared at it. Height, 120 meters. Weight, 200,000 tons. The flower beast form that looks like a giant rose has transformed into a monster-like, plant beast form, with huge amounts of heads like crocodiles and fangs like wild boars. As a member of the Emperor's organization, Serizawa naturally knew how ferocious this monster was. He has no doubt that this guy will wantonly attack humans and eat them as nutrients. Therefore, when the monster noticed that he was waiting for others, Serizawa began to stop the movement of the people behind, daring not to get too close. "What do we do?" someone asked. "The only thing that is good for us now is to attract the attention of King Kong or Mothra, otherwise most of the other titans may kill us." Serizawa took a deep breath, stood behind the ruins of the wall, then leaned his head and stared at the monster group over there, pinching the wireless communication device. Roar called command and asked to send Zizi. Need time. Zaimuchuo's electromagnetic pulse hit, and the communication between Dr. Serizawa and others was interrupted for a moment. It seemed that the monster had already discovered them. No solution anymore. Serizawa continued, "Shion Mudo is very hostile to us. It seems that he is guarding the door in the lair. Let's slowly approach the past, hoping that we will not be attacked." At the same time, Serizawa kept praying in his heart, hoping that Godzilla would notice him. Are you scared? No one is not afraid, even if they have the consciousness of mortal death. Just imagine. How does it feel when giant beasts standing in rows and inhabiting various places turn their eyes to you? They are more than 100 meters tall, and some hundreds of meters long. From here, it is a few kilometers away, and they pass by under the eyes of monsters along the way. It's as if you were an ant being observed by the titans, and they didn't notice you, but if they found out, would humans still kill ants less? Do you need a reason? Not to mention, many of them are ferocious monsters that eat meat. And can command them, in this world, only the king of monsters, Godzilla. The next half hour or even longer. Dr. Serizawa and others have spent time in fear, tremors, horror, and terrible pressure. Those with low psychological quality can even be scared to death or faint. Even if the thighs were physically trembling, they still had to move forward. And they want to see the master. Godzilla. What is at the moment doing? Hey, what do you say? Seeing Mothra or not, he stood at the outer door of the lair, under the shadow of the huge tree, with his beautiful wings slightly folded, his eyes closed slightly, his chest and body trembled from time to time, constantly exuding invisible coercion and anger. It looked like she was in a pretty bad mood. Zero, ask for flowers. Mothra and Godzilla had a fight. The reason is actually quite funny. Not long ago, when Godzilla returned to Mudo's lair with the giant beasts, female Mudo couldn't stand up when she saw so many enemies coming. And Zaimuchuo also showed a threatening attitude from time to time, but he was very weak in front of this group of giant titans. Well known. Mudo is the enemy of the titans. All the titans were hunted and killed by their family in ancient times, and now they are down and out. If Godzilla is not present, they will be crushed and trampled into pieces in minutes. In this riot, even King Kong erupted with power no less than that of many giant titans, and he didn't dare to complain. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. However, not even a terrifying monster king like Ghidorah. Heard. The ferocious titans roared at Godzilla on the spot, asking why they didn't kill Muto. But here Godzilla is the boss. Godzilla said that the two Mutos and the Muto Keiko inside were all raised by him. Whatever Godzilla said, it's without him, just because it is the king of monsters. If you don't agree, you can challenge its status, but in the end, see the roaring Ghidorah head on Godzilla's waistband. Compared with humans, the Titans are still very loyal to the strong. Mothra. Factory. Raton screamed and flew down from the sky, tearing the limbs of the giant Titan beast to pieces, which was equivalent to a human being slapped to subordinates. As the saying goes, those who know the times are laden. The gentle and kind-hearted Titans feel that Godzilla is a sympathetic and benevolent leader, but despite this, they will show no mercy if someone tries to get rid of Muto. The other Titans showed different attitudes one after another, and from the very beginning, their hostility towards Muto became suspicious. However, next time, Godzilla didn't even make a shot. Who dares to do it again? The wisdom of the Titans. That's no different from humans. No, it should be said that most of the Titans are geniuses. Among them, Mothra is a Titan of this level, let alone. If it weren't for the rich human memory and experience, as well as the way of thinking, Godzilla would feel like a stupid monster. Other monsters. It's simply not worth mentioning, their IQ is an unforgettable level. No matter how complicated literature books, etc., as long as they are understandable, you can remember all the content after reading it once, and you will not forget all the punctuation marks. This horrible memory makes Godzilla feel sweaty. Needless to say, Mothra's wisdom is not at all. She is very simple and doesn't think too much. This is normal, because the monster world basically does not have internal intrigues except for survival, protection and reproduction. Except for Latin, the guy needs a little more work. It's like Loki came out of a mold and carved it. Back to Mothra. When she entered 107 in Muto's lair, her first reaction was that these guys had a great relationship with Godzilla, and even those Muto larvae were full of Godzilla's breath. On the spot, Mothra was about to collapse. Then got into a fight with Godzilla. It probably means as follows. Mothra, you don't love me anymore. You are actually confused with a parasite like Muto, and you have a baby with her. Godzilla, what? What happened to Muto? G-Beast Muto's cub is the most loyal guard. Why have children? Mothra, hissing. Hey, sobbing. Then flew out. Both male Muto and female Muto expressed question marks on their faces. Why did Mothra suddenly become so grumpy? There is also the stunned Iron Man, Tony Stark. At the moment he was locked in the film cocoon, unable to move and looked at the situation outside. Iron Man couldn't understand what they were saying or what was going on. Okay. At the moment Iron Man shrugged, and when he saw Godzilla coming back, he suddenly shouted with a sad expression, "Please, give me a good time. These guys are horrible, they've been licking me all day." Heard. Godzilla turned her head to look at Iron Man, unmoved. But Iron Man was still shouting. Godzilla finally let out a low growl. Then the tail wobbled, and the tip of the tail seemed to be pointing at something, towards Tony Stark's thoracic reactor. For you, all for you. Tony Stark's face collapsed, and if you want the reactor, take it, don't put him and Muto together again. Roar. Godzilla roared again, her voice full of ferocity. Then, the tip of the tail pointed to his chest again. At this time, Tony Stark looked down, the energy of the reactor was running out, and there was nothing abnormal. But soon. Originally desperate, he suddenly noticed something. Then. He disengaged from Muto's egg, then half knelt on the ground, raised his hand to look at the mucus covered with it, and took off the steel battle suit on his chest with a clean. Exposing the chest engraved with the reactor. At the moment the chest tightness and bad symptoms on the body have disappeared. This, disappeared? Tony Stark looked at his body in disbelief. The symptoms of severe poisoning that had begun to disappear have completely disappeared. His body returned to normal, and all the toxins were absorbed by Muto. At this time, Tony Stark looked up at Godzilla in surprise, and finally understood why this big guy threw himself into those disgusting slime and lived with little Muto. It uses the characteristics of these monsters to absorb all the toxins in its body. And those Muto's mucus also has the effect of improving physique. Then, Godzilla's low growl made Tony Stark wake up. It seemed to say that there are many ways to make a reactor. If you want to really use this energy, you can transform it into a new element of artificial synthesis to replace the element. Study these days. Let Tony Stark see how Muto uses and generates this energy. After understanding the deep meaning of Godzilla, the young Tony Stark was so excited that he was about to cry. He kept shouting bits and pieces such as, "Monster Idol, Teacher," and so on. Then he apologized to Muto and scolded him for the past few days. They are sorry. That's all. Grateful Iron Man, excited to get out of here to work on a new reactor. When he took a few steps, he was stopped by Godzilla. Then Godzilla motioned him to the door of the lair, and Tony Stark saw a group of human ghosts approaching in the distance. Oh, they must have come to save me. Tony Stark seemed to be explaining to Godzilla, but Godzilla didn't respond, so he spread his hands. Okay, I'm going to talk to them. It's been hard for you to take care of you this time. The Titans were unresponsive. King Kong Boy sat on the stone pier beside him, staring at his palm. Mothra turned his head angrily when he saw Godzilla coming out. And Latin, who could swallow Tony's with his mouth open, stared at him condescendingly at the moment, full of interest. Thank you for your care, you big guys. Forget it, I hope you don't become interested in me, goodbye. After Tony Stark finished speaking, he trotted all the way, and when he didn't notice the monster chasing him, he suddenly ran into the distance without looking back. After a few minutes of frenzy, finally, the exhaustion came, and Tony, who was suffering from both mental and physical torture, gasped heavily. Feeling free again, he couldn't help but roar loudly. Freedom! Fresh air, I'm still alive. At the same time, when Dr. Serizawa and the others saw Tony Stark, they froze on the ground. Oh my God, he lives. A biologist muttered to himself as if he had seen a ghost. Aha! Tony Stark ran over again, came to the front of the group of research scholars, hugged a certain scholar excitedly, and said gratefully, I knew you would not abandon me. Quick, I'm hungry now. Great, give me 2 cheeseburgers and an aperitif. I can't believe that you are still alive, I said. Can you stay away from me, it's disgusting. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Moment. Tony Stark shook his head quickly and waved his hand. Just as he was about to escape, he was caught by a few biologists beside him. At the moment Tony Stark escaped from the monster's lair when he was dragged back by Serizawa and others. The expression on Tony Stark's face froze, and then he looked up and down. These people, pouted his lips and cursed, fake, I knew those people must have abandoned me. Hey! What are you doing? Let me go. Don't go. I told you not to go, you guys. I finally got out, fake. Are you the devil? Then. The young biologist stared at him with disgust, pushed him away, and looked at the mucus on his body with an ugly face. No matter how much you struggle and yell. Don't talk about 1.3 now. Since you came out of the monster's lair, you must know the situation inside. Please take us in. Tony Stark stared at them in disbelief, then pointed to himself and asked strangely, aren't you here to save me? I'm still alive, I'm Tony, the boss of Stark's company. Iron Man, you should know. We're definitely aware of you, we just can't believe you're alive. You're supposed to be the dung of those Titans, it's unbelievable, how did you survive? No matter how much he cursed, he still had to return to Muto's lair. What? Dr. Serizawa said politely. No, don't go. Definitely don't go. Tony Stark, starving and dizzy after days without food, couldn't possibly have the strength to deal with them after a hard workout. The aggrieved Tony was about to cry in anger. Skull Island. It is the place where Godzilla, King Kong and monsters live, and it is also the most suitable place to be a stronghold. But before the Titans migrate to Skull Island, they have to wait for these little G-beasts to hatch. But it's fast, and the hatching can be completed in about 2 hours. The other side. Those Titans who looked terrifying on the outside, but were actually terrifying on the inside, stared at Muto with hostility at the moment. That look was so malicious, almost if Godzilla hadn't given the order, they'd have eaten these little Mutos as a snack. It was like a wolf-like bandit who forcibly broke into the home of a young couple and burned, killed and plundered. That is the distrust of Muto, because these parasites are a very dangerous race. Almost half of all the giant behemoths present, their ancestors or themselves have been harassed by Muto. In the Titan world, Muto was like a mouse and a mosquito, and everyone shouted and beat him. However, after several generations of reproduction and evolution on the Earth, Muto has officially announced that he has joined the Titan behemoth family. So, 04 coupled with Godzilla's cell control, Muto will not be so reckless to launch an offensive against other Titans. After knowing this, the Titans breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they still trusted Godzilla. In Muto's lair, Godzilla was lying on his back, huge amounts of long tail bent slightly, protecting his abdomen, while the huge dorsal fin reborn behind his back flashed dazzling blue light from time to time. It closed its eyes tightly and knew what was going on outside without even opening it. When he noticed that the group of humans was walking towards this side with Tony Stark, Godzilla roared, "Boy," without raising his head. Immediately. Outside the house, King Kong, who was grinding his nails with stones, looked up at Muto's lair, then erected his majestic body and walked inside. La! King Kong roared, and then understood what Godzilla meant. It walked out of Muto's lair and walked towards the position of the human. The pace was very large. Every step was dozens of meters, and the ground shook slightly. Godzilla is King Kong to bring those humans in, otherwise they may be eaten by other monsters. Speak up. Among those humans, there was a face that Godzilla was more familiar with. Serizawa. It can be said that Serizawa's face in the monster world is still very good. Female Muto knows him, after all, the godfather, the owner. It was Serizawa who brought the female Muto eggs back and fed them little by little. Although Muto was indifferent, Serizawa was also a human being she was familiar with. Other monsters. There were very few cases when Serizawa went to the research base to show his face when he was half awake, and the smell on his body could tell these monsters apart. But more are still ignored. Although the smell is strong, I don't care what the ants are doing. In fact, just as Serizawa expected, within a few minutes of moving Iron Man, a giant Titan came towards him. Serizawa continued, "King Kong is the most humane Titan and won't hurt us easily. We don't show any actions that make him feel that we are hostile, we can go in empty-handed." Talking. Serizawa took out the parcels on his body one by one and threw them on the ground. The other biologists followed suit, but Tony Stark's steel battle suit didn't need to be taken off. It was full of Muto's breath, which could let those monsters know who he was in an instant, saying it was safe, and saying that it was dangerous. He might be bitten to death by a monster who hated Muto at some point. Because of this, Tony Stark refused to go in, because the eyes of the monsters made him shiver. King Kong's wisdom is much smarter than they imagined. No, it can be said that the feeling is like a muscular ancient warrior staring at them with a wise sight. While walking, King Kong paused and looked down at these human beings with the same file size. Sen's cold eyes stared at Serizawa for a while, and then he threw his teeth and roared at them. "Is this telling us to go away?" The ape biologist, who seemed to be frightened just now, felt the contempt from the giant Titan in his body language. "We." Serizawa reluctantly wanted to explain, and made gestures at the same time to prove that they were not malicious. Hey, you can't do that. Iron Man Tony Stark broke free of the biologist's control with 2 arms, then moved his shoulders and stepped forward. Then he pointed to himself, then to them, and then to Muto's lair, in view of King Kong's visible field of vision, and then roared like Godzilla meows. Immediately, King Kong bent down and let out a terrifying roar at him. Tony Stark sneered and walked outside. Let's go. Thank you, if we can leave alive. His back froze, as if he saw something terrifying. He quickly turned around and followed. Serizawa nodded at him, then patted Tony on the shoulder, then stared at the corner of his mouth and walked forward. Saying that, they went deep inside. Hey, who do you look down on? A young biologist looked at Tony, who was standing still, and pulled his hand. Tony Stark looked at the saliva full of King Kong and the stench that he didn't know what he had eaten. He turned around with a numb face, and showed a collapsed look at Serizawa and the others, but he still held on. Smile. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. King Kong can take you in, it's nothing to do with me. Gah. A large amount of saliva was accompanied by the impact of the strong wind, making their figures unable to stand firm and blown directly to the ground. Let's catch up. At the moment King Kong turned and waved at them. Oh, that's fine. But there's basically nothing in the vicinity of dozens of kilometers, and the cities outside are almost evacuated. If the search and rescue personnel don't have a radio, they won't be able to approach here easily. If you still have the energy to fly out of the Pacific Ocean, just 1 people go first. Just 2 steps away. In short, this is it, although I don't know who you guys are. Anyway, when I go out, this revenge must be avenged. Tony Stark was just about to leave alone. Then froze. Then he quickly turned around and returned, quickly followed these people, and then organized the language to whisper, well, for the sake of friendship, I reluctantly took you to visit the hell-like devil's lair. Tony Stark only changed his mind so quickly, not because he didn't want to run. Instead, when he saw the exit, a terrifying monster with a huge crocodile-like mouth dripping water stuck his head out, staring at this side with his scarlet and strange pupils. Seeing no response from others, Tony felt that he was being ignored, and hurriedly said loudly, "Can you tell me what that thing is?" Tony ran to Serizawa, pointed to the terrifying monster behind him and asked in horror. Serizawa stopped and looked behind him. Like a passage leading to hell, vines like thorns and roses rose on both sides to block the surroundings and block all the retreats here. And at the very center, the huge amounts of terrifying monsters stared here. We call it Biollante, the plant beast form. You can understand the plant monster with a rose body and a huge crocodile-like head. By the way, it is a meat eater, which is commonly known as the monster piranha. Serizawa said something casually, then bypassed Tony, who was stunned, and continued walking. Come on, man. It's not easy to mess with, it's the most ferocious of these titans, or can Godzilla let it see the door? The biologist, who was also afraid of trembling, shook his head and sighed, as if to say that the mission was difficult. What about these monsters? Tony Stark immediately understood the identities of these people, as well as the marks on their chests, showing a symbol of 2 triangular tips joined together, which is the mark of the Emperor's project organization. Tony, stop working on steel battle suits, and study monsters with us, long. At the moment, seeing Tony Stark constantly curious about the monster, a biologist quipped. That's right. I see that you are very capable. Okay, stop kidding, tell me what those big guys are. Tony Stark became interested in monsters. It is not a matter of a year or 2, but he is more researching how to become stronger than these monsters through the power of technology, rather than studying their ecological habits. Okay. Did you see that monster? It has 12 dagger-like legs and looks like a spider. Her name is Scylla, and she is a female monster. It is carnivorous and has a ferocious personality. It is very similar to the Black Widow in the spider world. Black Widow? Natasha Romanoff? Tony asked half-jokingly. I'm talking about the black widow spider of the Orbidae family, the genus Coleus. She eats male spiders, and that cat-like tail releases terrifying neurotoxins. The scholar of the Emperor Project organization sighed and explained patiently. Okay, what about next? Methuselah, you can tell by looking at her appearance. She has a whole mountain on her back, and her carapace has the power to make life grow rapidly. You throw a plant seed on it, and it will grow into something in a few days. Big tree. Amphibious, stable character, but if you attack it, it will turn into a mad bull and run into you, so it's okay to walk around. The habitat is Munich, Germany. Being hit, the steel battle suit will be scrapped, and Tony Stark shudders at the thought of that. That is Behemoth, which looks like Behemoth, a mammoth. Its arms are as strong as King Kong, and the two tusks of the Emperor Mammoth are the characteristics, and the body hair is not afraid of flames, and it has a magical ability to repair. Where it has walked, it will soon grow new life and restore itself naturally. Habitat is in the Ural Mountains in Russia. That is the Stegosaurus titan, Angelus. The back is covered with a hard carapace full of thorns. At the same time, it is not only the back, but the spines all over the body have brains that are distributed in Africa. It looks like a dinosaur with a thorn turtle shell, but it looks like an ankylosaurus. Why is it called a Stegosaurus titan? Tony Stark is such a problem child, one sentence is stumped. Biollante, it's the rose beast you just saw. He has an extremely close relationship with Godzilla, and is one of the few titans that is gentle to life and belongs to benign Asgardian. Maybe it's because Ankylosaurus has spines and huge amounts of hard mallet tails, but it only has the former, and the spines are so long that it looks like a Stegosaurus, and it's not me who named it. Can you stop talking? What about Godzilla? To be honest, it looks like a Brontosaurus. Tony Stark whispered. The Raton Flame Demon, the very terrifying titan, is described in the Book of Revelation as, the beast that comes up from the abyss will fight against them, and will overcome them and slay them. In short, not much introduce, see for yourself. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, it nearly ripped me to pieces. Tony Stark's face was bitter, but the following sentence made, to Zhao, his smile froze. Mothra is described in the Book of Revelation as, hopeworms came out of the smoke and came to the earth. They were given the ability, as the scorpions of the earth have the ability. They were commanded not to harm the grass, any green plants, any trees, can only hurt those who do not have the imprint of God on their foreheads. Queen of monsters, one of the strongest titan beasts. Okay, you go on. It's a male Muto. Compared with the female Muto, it is smaller and weaker. But there is a Muto king on top of it. Forget it, the next one. Talking. Tony waved his hand and motioned for him to continue. Muto, didn't you fight it? It's called Mokrambayambi, and it lives in the swamps of the Congo River in Africa, but sleeps in Sudan. It has a huge body, a long neck, a crocodile-like appearance, its nostrils can breathe, and some have thorns. It has downward growing ivory, gray limbs, 5 claws, tail twice as long as the body, mouth like a crocodile can open wide, look at its sharp teeth, don't be bitten by it, or whatever you are, it will be slapped cracked into pieces. These people walked over nervously under the gaze of this huge amount of long-tailed dinosaur-like monster. King Kong, in fact, we don't know much about its records. But it is not difficult to guess that it has a very close blood relationship with us humans. Godzilla, I don't need to explain much about it. You just have to remember how it is described in the Bible, there is nothing on earth like it was made to fear nothing. It despises all that is great, it reigns on the proud waters. It is the true king of the monsters, fearless, defying all titans, and has been the proud king since time immemorial. Speaking of which. Finally, apart from Ghidorah, the giant beasts currently in this area have all introduced them. And Ghidorah. It is also described in the Bible. There is a king who rules over them, the messenger of the abyss. I saw a star falling from the sky to the earth. It was given the key to the mouth of the bottomless pit. It opened the mouth of the bottomless pit, and smoke came up from the mouth of the pit, like the smoke of a great furnace, and even the sun and the sky were darkened by the smoke from the mouth of the pit. From the Book of Job. That is the scene of Ghidorah falling from the sky, then conquering the beasts and commanding all things. There are also many titans, but they are not awakened, so they are not mentioned. For example, Bermuda's blue snake dragon, Manda, oriental dragon appearance, very long body, but no limbs, but 4 fins. No whiskers, the hair on the back has also changed to spikes, and the fins are like antennae-like objects. Egypt's ancient Egyptian mythology Pluto, the sky dragon of Osiris, a game king, a flying dragon with wings, long limbs, 4 feet with sharp claws, tail from the back to the head, and raised spikes on the head. Australia's Dagora is half fish and half beast in appearance. Adapted to the aquatic shape, the hind limbs are completely fin-like, and the back has wings shaped like the fins of manta rays. Fierce temperament, has high intelligence and fighting power. Others will not be mentioned for the time being. They are the origins of myths, and any of them can be found in history. They are also ancient titans, the gods of the earth. So Tony, what are your thoughts now? Rejoice. Tony Stark shrugged and said solemnly, fortunately, they are in the same lineup as us, and they are all on the side of the earth. It's only temporary. Serizawa listened to their conversation, and at the moment turned back and explained, they are the balancers of nature, and if we ignore the warnings and cause damage to the earth, they will clean us up as parasites. Very scary. It's right to be terrible. Only in this way can humans and other creatures live for a long time. Serizawa's words made Tony Stark nod, resonating. If no monsters appear, nuclear weapons and nuclear war will continue to destroy recklessly. Sooner or later, the Earth will be destroyed in the hands of human beings, in terms of ecology. We're here, and inside is Muto's lair. After seeing King Kong stop, and then a big black hole appeared, Iron Man Tony Stark hurriedly said. He is very familiar with this place. After all, after staying for a few days, the smell of the monster was deeply recorded by him. Hi! Suddenly, Mothra fluttered out her beautiful wings that were more dazzling than Tiangong, and then, as if she had made a decision, she began to fly towards the nest. See! These human beings also walked into this cave with a file size of 2 kilometers, which is Muto's lair. But just stepped in. The terrifying air wave blew, and immediately made Dr. Serizawa, Tony and the others squat down, grabbing the edge of the nest so as not to be blown away. What happened? Tony hurriedly activated the Iron Man battle suit, sprayed energy, entered flight mode and grabbed Dr. Serizawa and others quickly, then rolled in the hurricane and quickly landed towards the safe area. Then, Iron Man, whose energy was depleted, tumbled a few times on the ground and stopped, his head dizzy. Shout! Deep in the cave. A loud bang exploded in the ears of the surrounding people, and it sounded particularly terrifying. Mothra screamed and rushed towards Godzilla, tangled with it and wrestled with it, ebbed, rolling on the ground. Mothra! Godzilla growled at her, not knowing what was going on, so irritable. Godzilla, grant my last request. Mothra gave Godzilla an incomprehensible sentence and began to fight. This time, it was the turn of Dr. Serizawa and the others, who didn't know that Mothra was so belligerent. She is Godzilla's strongest defense and strongest ally. The intimacy is countless times stronger than that between human husbands and wives. There are still divorces between human husbands and wives, but symbiotic creatures cannot survive without the other. Muto, run first. Mothra is going to beat me. Godzilla let out a low growl at the female Muto, and then the frightened female Muto quickly protected the young Mutos who were starting to hatch, and then Godzilla fought Mothra. But what to say? How does their fight feel so gentle? Dr. Serizawa and the others tilted their heads and looked at this scene in distress. Neither side had any deep hostility, but rolled on the ground normally and fought. Mothra's tentacles emit wave-like radium rays, which are counteracted by Godzilla's hot breath. Roar! Godzilla screamed in the sky, not using particle flow this time, but the nuclear fusion breath with enhanced power. A blue hotline hit Mothra directly. Fizz! It hurts my mother. Mothra's voice entered Godzilla's ears, but it was full of softness, as if Godzilla attacked her, but she was very happy. However, Mothra flew to the top of Godzilla's head the next moment, and the chaotic scale powder poured down, and Godzilla was just about to fight back when he began to lose consciousness. This kind of Mothra's chaotic scale powder attack, Godzilla was almost unable to resist. Moreover, this is also Mothra's last attack method, and scale powder is her life. Stop. UB********************************************** D. Godzilla's dorsal fin emits blue light. Mothra sees this, and the secret passage is not good, but before he can dodge, he is hit by the radiation. Body numb. Mothra fell softly to the ground, her body weak, and then Godzilla pressed down on her body, and her giant claws pressed against Mothra's wings, making it impossible to move. Hiss. Mothra knew that he was defeated, so he closed his eyes without resisting. All of a sudden, what happened? Godzilla looked at Mothra helplessly. Mothra closed her eyes and did not speak, but she vaguely felt that she was in a very happy mood. Definitely Godzilla doesn't know. Mothra will have a fight with it. This is a ritual. If Godzilla avoids the fight, then Mothra will be very angry. If Mothra wins, Godzilla has to listen to her. If Godzilla wins, Mothra is Godzilla's. This is some kind of show of affection from Mothra. Although at the moment Dr. Serizawa et al. And Godzilla are at a loss. Ally. Symbiotic relationship. An interpretation between Mothra and Godzilla. They are of different races. There can be no such mysterious thing as love. Throughout the ages. Between the two races, they are complementary and mutually beneficial, interdependent, and depend on each other for life, and even reach an extremely close relationship that is inseparable and integrated into one. In the animal kingdom, there is a kind of bird that is famous for being good at preying on parasites on crocodiles, and crocodiles also welcome birds to look for parasites on their bodies. For birds, this is not only a ready-made source of food, but also a very safe environment. Because many predators are afraid to attack these birds around crocodiles. In the most primitive Titan period, Godzilla and Mothra have such a relationship. Later, from symbiosis to comrades in arms, with the passage of time, the radiation became less and less, the Earth's environment began to change, and the giant beasts had to find other radiation sources to survive. Mothra is in the jungle of lush vines and the edge of waterfalls, dedicated to finding the source of surface radiation. Godzilla, on the other hand, went to the deep sea, to the depths beyond Mothra's reach, to absorb natural radiation. It can be said. Basically, except for encountering enemies like Ghidorah, they have not seen each other all the year round, but they all care about each other. There are no natural enemies, just food sources in different places. In order to continue their life, they slowly fall into a deep sleep and slowly turn into cocoons. However, Ghidorah's awakening. Godzilla and Mothra finally met again after a long absence for countless years. Once. Mothra always uses suicide attacks, in the form of death cycle, blessing Godzilla with powerful buff to defeat the enemy. But who knows? This time Mothra was also ready to sacrifice to protect Godzilla. Godzilla did the exact opposite, choosing to save Mothra. What an unimaginable thing this is. Why do you say that? It still involves ancient times. Godzilla and Mothra are in a symbiotic relationship, but Mothra has the characteristics of rebirth, so it will always be used as a one-time suicide weapon to fight, never die, and then Godzilla will harvest the prey. The Mothra larvae are protected and raised by Godzilla until they hatch into adults. When he grows up, when he encounters a strong enemy again, Mothra rushes up to make a suicide attack, and then reincarnates in turn. So, Mothra's feelings for Godzilla tend to be allies, comrades, and main hunters. Godzilla's feelings for Mothra tend to be allies, doctors, and capable assistants. Even how brutal the battle is, they are still indomitable and have lived to this day. However, Godzilla changes, its behavior moves. Deeply influenced Mothra, when he fought against Ghidorah, Mothra had a friendship other than comrade in arms and symbiotic relationship. The moment Godzilla rescued Mothra, the love between them increased. And after the battle, the appearance of the Mother Muto and a large number of combat weapons Muto with Godzilla G cells made Mothra mistakenly believe that there is an indescribable relationship between Godzilla and Muto. It was such a stimulus that made Mothra's emotions out of control. When you come back to your senses, she has already discovered that she is in love with this fat mansion in the deep sea of Atlantis. After releasing Mothra that was pressing down on him, Godzilla growled, warning her not to do it next time. Mothra ignored it and flew up and landed on Godzilla's back. Stick tightly. Just like holding Godzilla, she whispered on Godzilla, as if to appease Godzilla not to be angry or to leave. Then, when Dr. Serizawa and the others entered the lair when the storm stopped, they saw this scene in front of them. Godzilla? Mothra? At first glance, Godzilla grew a pair of dazzling and beautiful huge butterfly wings, and after a closer look, she realized that Mothra was attached to her back. Roar! After being speechless for a while, Godzilla subconsciously tried to get rid of Mothra, who was still light on his back, but he couldn't get rid of it no matter how much he shook it. He just pretended nothing happened and sat down. Research. The sound of the ground shaking and the mountains almost made Serizawa and the others fall to the ground. Inside the nest, Serizawa took a deep breath, and everyone else raised their heads. Just when Godzilla looked over, all of them had their hearts in their throats, and their palms were full of sweat. The Godzilla in front of him looked terrifying. This level of monsters is really difficult to provoke. The king of the giant beasts, even if he sits on the ground like a human, is domineering and inexplicable, making people tremble. At the same time. 0, for flowers. ZZ. The wireless device system on Serizawa's body returned to normal, and the electromagnetic pulse effect of Xiang Muto began to dissipate, and the screen of the control center, which had been out of contact for a long time, returned to normal. When the screen is displayed normally again, what caught my eye were the terrifying beastly pupils glowing with indifference, and Godzilla's huge black and terrifying head. The leaders crossed their fingers and clenched their mouths, watching this scene breathlessly, waiting for Godzilla's reaction. Humans and monsters communicate. It is extremely difficult. In addition to making gestures, it is necessary to make the monsters understand what they mean, not misunderstand. So, the first thing Serizawa and the others did was not to express their meaning in a hurry, but to jump on the ground first. In order to show their insignificance and humbleness, to let Godzilla understand that they do not have any threat, and want to dispel Godzilla's vigilance. Godzilla stared at these people strangely. Why did he come here to kowtow to himself? Translate my words to them. I know you have the ability to transmit brain electromagnetic waves. Don't worry. Serizawa said quickly, it's watching us, and it's not hostile. Godzilla at the moment took out Ghidorah's head from one side, and suddenly it grinned at Godzilla's tooth with a furious look on its face. Ghidorah. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then, the scene that Godzilla made shocked all of them. Factory. The head in the middle of Ghidorah, hissing and screaming. However, Doctor, do you think Godzilla understands what we mean? A very weird thing. The kneeling person was extremely nervous. Seeing that Godzilla was getting closer and closer, he hurriedly asked. If you have something to say, just say it's okay, and kowtow when you meet, but this is normal, after all, who would dare to believe that Godzilla has a human way of thinking in his brain? Vengeance? I still want to drink wine with your head. To tell you the truth, when we get to Skull Island, we'll let you know what despair is. Ghidorah still needs a long period of running in to make it yield to itself. At the same time, Ghidorah's cells are very stubborn and difficult to be assimilated, but this is not a problem, just wait until Skull Island, and the electricity will be fine. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge. Seeing that Ghidorah would not cooperate, Godzilla put it aside again. What is Godzilla doing? The people in the command center were stunned, watching Godzilla raise his hand, and then stretch out a sharp claw. Serizawa's face moved slightly, looking at Godzilla's gestures, as if he wanted to express something. I understand. At this time, Iron Man Tony Stark suddenly realized. What is it saying? Others asked. It's saying, in a minute, explain your purpose to me. When everyone heard the words, Iron Man quickly expressed what he understood. Even Godzilla was speechless and had to let out a roar of tremors to wake them up. Wrong. Serizawa stood up, walked slowly forward, and explained to Iron Man and the 1, 2, 3 others, Godzilla, it's saying, let one of us step forward. So it is. I guessed wrong. Tony suddenly realized, it seems that the sentence just now was completely made up by him. Then. In the eyes of all eyes, Serizawa stepped up the steps where Godzilla was located with firm belief. The pocket watch that Serizawa kept touching in his hand was the admiration in his heart. It was a heavy and solid feeling. Then, at the moment when Godzilla's eyes met, everything was silent. Serizawa's trembling and nervousness disappeared completely, he became enlightened and cheerful, opened his heart, and stared at Godzilla with fiery gaze. At the same time, Godzilla was looking at him too. Serizawa looked only in his 30s or 40s, with a beard on the lower half, and an Asian face. What was different from the vicissitudes of life was his faithful gaze. Next moment, Godzilla spoke up. To be precise, it was through telepathy that Serizawa heard and heard the inner thoughts of the beast. Who are you? Well. Serizawa froze in place, he couldn't believe it, looked up at Godzilla in disbelief. Just now, are you talking to me? Serizawa asked excitedly, what? The command center exploded instantly. Serizawa's voice came on the big screen. In fact, Godzilla didn't speak, but the electrocardiogram ability made Serizawa understand what it meant. My name is Ayashiro Serizawa, a scholar of biological research at the Imperial Project. I have been studying you since before my father's generation. My supervisor is Professor Amanda, who was in the South Pacific decades ago. She said that she handed you a newspaper when she was a child, although I don't think it's possible. The purpose of this visit is to establish peace with you. Serizawa excitedly told all about himself. Godzilla listened. Digest and understand. I see. Is that girl named Amanda? Serizawa Inoshiro, it's your name. Peace. Is it your purpose? Godzilla closed her eyes. For a long time. It stared at Serizawa, those huge amounts of pupils, it looked like a human-devouring monster, making people shudder. Human pets. Godzilla conveyed this message to Serizawa. When Serizawa heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, then nodded, pointed to himself, then pointed to the others behind him, and said to Godzilla, human, pet, muttering. It's getting weirder and weirder all the time. God. Everyone in the command center looked at each other, and their faces looked like they had seen a ghost. Godzilla is a human pet, or does it mean that we are his pets? The entire conference room exploded. Titans, gods, humans, servants. Heard. Serizawa hurriedly reiterated his speech, as if this was the rule given by Godzilla. If obeyed, then humans continue to live on the earth, and the giant beasts will not interfere with them casually. If they resist and defy the will of God, the giant beasts will sweep the world and transform the world into their paradise. Everyone who heard Sarazawa's words was stunned. Oh my God! They're taking a stand, but in fact, we should respect them, and without them, the Earth would have been invaded by aliens long ago. That is, treat us as pets, so we don't feel rage because we throw nukes at it. What qualifications do we have to resist this? Sarazawa was dumbfounded, then came back to his senses, and said to Gala, "You are our hope, and you have helped us usher in a new dawn. Will you continue to protect us? Earth, home. Humans, pets. Titans only guard their homes." This sentence is obvious. Sarazawa also nodded thoughtfully and explained to the others, Godzilla said that it only protects the Earth. We are only a part of the creatures on the Earth. As long as we keep ourselves safe, the giant titans will not hurt them casually. Humanity won't hurt casually. It means that you take the initiative to provoke them, invade the territory, etc., and you will die. So where will they go in the future? Hearing this, Sarazawa asked again. Sarazawa then translated Godzilla's words, Sky 1.3, land, sea, they are everywhere, but more often, they will be in places with sufficient radiant energy, such as Skull Island. So, for the time being, we don't have to worry about it. They will appear in human places, because wherever human beings have passed, there is no energy to use. It's an irony. With the development of science and technology, human beings are committed to finding intelligent life with which they can communicate, but who knows that those lives are on the Earth, and they are ancient beasts.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.